and it's not working out well at all.
Yeah, and I do think, in a way, the Great Replacement theory might have its merits as well.
Did you hear a word he said?
No,
So cryptic.
maybe.
If you say I'm in your country and I'm illegal, how would I make a living? How would I make money?
Oh,
Would
you
it even
literally
be possible?
they take ID for everything. You have no ID. You can't apply for a job. You can't even take public
That's not true.
transport.
Okay,
Start.
that's
It's not
the
true.
point, right? Well, no,
So,
I'm talking about in Singapore. In Singapore, he's saying you can't do anything without the proper identification papers. Not so in the UK. That's the difference. They can go to the UK and survive because the government's going to give them money and support them and all that shit. Singapore will just let you starve to death, even if you are there illegally. You're just going to starve to death. You're going to be homeless in the street, a beggar, right? So nobody's
Exactly.
going to
No,
want to go to
even
Singapore to be a
begging is
beggar.
literally illegal. Begging is illegal as well. You
Oh, so
can't
you're not
even
going to be a
beg.
beggar. Well, they'll
Yeah,
throw you in prison then, right? They throw you in prison for begging
yeah, yeah.
in KNU.
Maybe not cane, but they'll probably throw you in prison.
Yeah, this guy
But
thinks he has all the ideals to fix the world's problems. He's like it.
Typical.
I would imagine that once he gets older and he joins any political body, I wonder how far his voice is actually going to carry with those like wonderful ideals that he has. Once he meets people that are really nefarious, like he doesn't. He's like he thinks the whole world's a green M&M, dude. Like you can just do whatever you want. Like ideals are going to carry over to like political parties. He doesn't like. Dude.
Look,
Like he
man,
doesn't know. It's
look,
cutthroat,
bro,
dude.
man.
It's not even. I mean,
Nah, man, like this kid, there's billions of people in the world, and he solved it. He solved all the human social problems right here on Discord.
no, it's not me who solved it. It's Lee Kuan Yew,
oh my
Who
God.
the hell is that?
the
Well, plus he
founder
needs
of
to solve his publicity problem because I never heard of him.
Well, then you're uneducated because he's
Uh,
been to America many times, and
so Lee
The
Kuan
one has
Yew
a
According
is.
to Kevin Jones, been to
guru.
America.
He has a guru, guys. Gosh, how I mean, my goodness, we're so clueless. We haven't heard of this guru yet. Yeah, and once
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have heard of
Have
him,
you?
then we'll be fine.
Yeah,
There was
yeah,
a
yeah. He came through LaGuardia, and I haven't heard of him because I'm uneducated.
dude. Have you ever seen the movie Fury, where Brad Pitt character? He said he had like a real powerful statement. He says ideals are peaceful, but history is violent, dude. So whatever you think you can fix, do you think that's going to actually carry over in a political body? Like really,
hey,
dude, you need to wake up and smell the roses, man.
okay, but to the person who said he's a guru, right? I think you should actually look influential world leaders in history because he's one of them. He's literally one of them.
Oh
He
my
brought
God,
about the
dude.
Oh,
Asian.
literally. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Now you said literally, so yep. Wonderful. Thank you. I wouldn't have known
He
that. Thank
brought
you so
about the
much.
Asian economic miracle, all right. He
Yeah,
brought about
yeah.
the Asian Europe economic miracle. He went to China. He told them to open up their markets. He a lot of the
My
predictions
God,
that he
dude.
had like 20 years ago have come true. I think you should
Right.
look into him.
Hold on, who told you all this? Him?
No, I looked him. I researched him, bro, and I was taught in school as well.
That doesn't mean
Look,
anything.
brother,
I'm sorry.
you can't be this naive. You gotta be trolling. There's no way.
No, dude, I've literally read his books. I've
So
seen his
what?
interviews, and his predictions have all come true. They're from like 20 years ago, and
Like what?
he's a great leader, and you guys should look into him.
What's his name?
And Lee Kuan Yew,
Do what and what?
Lee Kuan Yew. I'll
Thank you.
Okay,
What's
what
his
predictions did
position?
he make?
Well, okay, sorry. I was going to change subjects. India wants to know
Well,
his
yeah,
predictions.
I want to know.
he was the
No, I
prime
want to know his
minister of
predictions that
Singapore,
were
by the
wrong.
way. He was
I
the
want to know.
prime minister of Singapore, by the way.
That's great. What predictions did he make that were wrong?
Well, Well, he said Australia would become the white trash of Asia, that because their economy
Well,
would.
that's true.
Yeah, I don't think it has fallen as far as he predicted. That there's still a pretty big export country when it comes to natural resources. But he said the Australian economy would go down within 20 years, but it hasn't. That's one prediction that he made wrong.
Well, look, bro, he's making the same predictions all the other elitist World Economic Forum, Davos man, fools made. He's just parroting the same thing they said.
Dude, this guy is not a parrot. He turned Singapore from like third world to first.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was the founding prime minister of Singapore, bro.
So what?
I
He
think
did it on his
said
own?
he did it with his team.
Bro, do you understand? If the United States decided that you were going to be poor, you'd be poor forever.
Yeah, that's
Like, you
not.
don't get it, dude. You
That's
don't
not,
get that to undo it. No, he was anointed. Dude, you don't get it, do you?
dude.
That
I
these
know.
people are. There
You're
is no
probably,
grassroots in this context, buddy.
dude. You're probably American, and you think America rules the entire world or some shit, and that if America decides you're poor, you're poor. But that's not how the world works
They do.
anymore.
Yeah, we
That's not
do.
how the world. That's not how the
Yeah, New
world
York,
works.
New York controls all the markets in the world. Tough. You got to live with that.
Look,
Used to, not anymore. I mean,
No, they
look at
still do.
China.
They still
Look at
do.
no, they don't. They still do, but they're going down, and I think they've
Uh,
been going down for the last
You,
10
you'll
years.
find it's always been and always will be London.
you don't think the United States could bankrupt Singapore if they wanted to?
Not really.
Are
China
you
would
really that
come in.
naive? So who are you
Not
going to do
really.
trade with? Who are you going to do
What?
trade with?
Who do I
Who are you going
want?
to trade? But who is Singapore going to do trade with if we bankrupt Singapore? The United States says you can't use our electronic payment systems like they did the Russians. No more SWIFT, no more Euroclear, no more fucking banking system of the West. You're cut off, right? That means no more Japan. That means no more Indonesia, no more fucking Australia, no more any of those countries. You can't do any economic commerce with any of those countries. You'd fucking go belly up so fast. You'd be begging. You'd be begging for a beat so you could drink your own blood.
That was before China became
It's a
second.
hypothetical. Just deal with a hypothetical. The hypothetical, dude. If the United States, which they can at the snap of a finger, cut off Singapore from the entire world banking system, other than China's internal one and maybe Russia's freaking mirror or whatever they call it.
Are you really comparing China with Russia? Russia's not even Russia's a third world country, bro.
Russia is not a third world country, you utter fool.
Country.
Have you ever been to Russia?
Dude, they
That was
may
a
have.
question. Have you ever been to Russia?
How come Russia is 5 times the industrial output of the entire combined West?
Dude, China's economy is so much bigger than Russia's, bro. Don't compare China with Russia.
We're not talking about China, okay? No one's compared to China right now.
You said if Singapore was cut off from America, we'd use Russia and China. Why would we use Russia?
Yeah, well, because they have BRICS, so they have their own financial payment system.
China's in BRICS also, right?
Okay, to do commerce, you do understand. To do commerce, you need to transact currency, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple payment systems that exist. Russia has a payment system. China has a payment system. The Russian and Chinese payment system are integrated into each other now. Okay, so BRICS, South Africa, Brazil, China, India, Russia have an integrated payment system. Okay, and then there's the Western integrated payment system called SWIFT and Euroclear. Now, those are the two big games. Those are the two big ones, right? I mean, there's some smaller ones. Good luck shipping freaking boatloads of fucking cash all over the place, because that ain't going to work. These are electronic payment systems. If you are cut off from the Western one, you are fucked. There's no way to buy oil. Where are you going to get oil? How much oil is in Singapore?
Quite a bit, but we refine.
Are you self-sufficient?
What currency do you use?
Are you self-sufficient in oil?
No. Wait, listen. It's not our own oil. We bring it from the Middle East and we refine it, then we export.
Yeah, they
What
want
currency
dollars,
do you
bro.
buy the oil in?
Yeah, they want dollars.
Singapore dollars, isn't it?
No,
No,
you're
it's
not buying in
US
Singapore
dollars.
fucking dollars.
Oh,
They
oh
use
no.
US
No,
dollars to buy petroleum, dude.
we sell it in Singapore dollars. We buy it in US dollars.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if they cut you off from the payment system, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? The US is the US currency is used in trade everywhere, right? China's trying to fix that by
Yeah,
making
Yeah,
congratulations.
try.
You
That's
just
the
proved my
point.
point. The United States could bankrupt Singapore at the fucking snap of a finger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
I never disagreed with that. The problem is,
Okay,
Yeah, you
Xanath.
just agreed with it. You
yeah,
just
I
agreed with it because you appealed to the future. China could, meaning that at the moment that's not happening. If America click their fingers tomorrow, you're fucked.
no. That was 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
No.
But
Now,
you're going to need to
Yeah,
appeal to
today.
the future to sort it out.
No, China's big enough to be able
Big
to.
enough to do something in the future.
No, now they can do it right now.
Now, so you're
They're
going to
big.
buy your petroleum in yen, are you?
Yeah, why can't we?
Oh, God, you don't understand, do you?
Yeah, he doesn't get
Kryptonet,
it.
let me ask you this. Is your country net importers or net exporters?
Uh, we do import a lot of things.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Like the balance of trade. I want to know what the balance of trade of Singapore is. Do you have to import shit in order to live, but you can export shit and still survive?
I think we mostly import. We only export certain items.
So what if the United States does a naval blockade of Singapore?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? The U.S. can. The U.S. I never said the U.S. doesn't control global trade. They do. They control the U.S. dollar. That's what's used in trade. They can issue sanctions, and any country will not be able to participate in the Western
Okay,
banking.
okay. That's fine. Great. Okay, so now we have our foundation.
I
This
already knew
guy that you're
this.
talking about, your guru, you think the United States would let him be there if he was against their interests?
Uh, no.
Of course not. He's anointed, dude.
I
He's
don't.
chosen. He wasn't. He didn't rise from the grassroots, dude.
I don't necessarily think he was chosen. I think he wanted to be chosen, so
No.
he
Yeah.
appealed to the Americans. He appealed to the
He-
Americans.
He's oblivious to the fact of how things actually work. I don't know. It's all right. I mean,
You,
You'll learn the hard way.
he's gonna,
guys,
yeah. It'll
you,
take some time, but once he sees the like ugliness of like the political system, he's gonna be like, oh shit, it's not like how I thought.
You should have listened to what AB said about ideals in violence, dude.
Yeah,
It's violence.
ideals are
I hate to say it, dude. It makes me feel grimy to even admit this about humanity. But it's violence that rules the day.
yes, it does. So it's
And I
You
wonder-
literally talked about caning. He talked about caning. We'll keep him out by beating people.
yeah,
right?
exactly. That's example right there. Number one, ideals are peaceful, but history is violent. So what you think that you're going to cure the world with these ideals of yours? No, those guys are caning people. What do you think that is? That's violence. That's how you're stopping things like you guys, your answer to like, get illegal immigrants from out of your country. You're going to cane the
Yeah.
shit out of them.
AB, imagine them coming in the country and they're like, we don't believe in illegal immigration. They're like, okay, we'll leave.
Yeah. You're just proving my point though, actually.
I mean, yeah, but you said the U.S. The U.S. does control free trade, yes, but don't you think it's unfair?
Who
Yeah.
cares? Like, does that matter? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's power that rules, right? Might, power, military infrastructure. You guys don't have shit. Yeah, like
Dude, I'll think it's unfair, dude. And they'll bankrupt me. Like, are you crazy? Like, you think I got any power? Like, fuck the United States.
Most Singaporeans probably have a higher standard of living than the Americans. So than most Americans.
Well,
At least
I'm glad we let you do that.
Okay, but the problem is you guys control free trade, but most Americans don't live as well as people in Singapore, even
Have you
Japan.
been to America? Have you been to
Yeah, I've
America?
been. Yeah, I've been to America. I've been to multiple states.
How many guns do you own?
The guns are illegal in Singapore.
Okay. There's dudes here with straight up fucking arsenals. Okay? Now, the reason they're broke is because they bought frickin' 200 guns to stop the frickin' jackbooted thugs. Because if you listen to AV, it's violence that rules the day, bro. You're not listening.
It's so sad that Americans have to own guns in order to feel safe in their own country.
So sad that
No,
they've got the ability to
no, it's
defend
not. It's not
themselves.
to feel safe. This isn't about feelings. We have a duty and a right to defend ourselves against people that try to take what's ours. Okay?
You're speaking
You
as
think
if
you're going to appeal to some third party to enforce your rights. We are very we enforce our own rights here. You understand?
you're speaking as if you live in a third world country where might is right. Like you're speaking as if you live in
No,
Afghanistan or something.
this isn't a moral judgment. This is just the way it is.
Yeah, I
I didn't
mean,
say I didn't say it's
dude,
right or wrong. I just say that's the way of the world.
Dude, I'm sure if I lived in Iran, I'd have to own guns as well so that I can protect myself from terrorists.
In
That's how
Iran,
you're talking
you
about.
think they
That's
can own guns in Iran?
I mean, they have to, right? There's terrorists.
Look, there's only a
What's
couple countries that have free gun own, like let anybody own a gun. That's like the United States and Canada. Everybody else is pretty much restricted. I think
Yeah,
in Africa it's probably pretty open. But
in
as far as the
own a
civilized
gun in
world, first world
Switzerland, you can
countries,
own a gun in Finland, and you can own a gun in Norway, but for specific reasons, and you have to be ex-military.
dude, I would say most European countries and quite a few Asian countries are safer than America without any guns. Like, you don't need guns.
that's not you're missing the point, bro. You're totally missing the point. The United States will never be invaded because they have an armed population. Do you understand that? It's not even the military. It's the population. There's 320 motherfuckers here with guns, dude. Think about it.
Dude, the United States will never get invaded, not because of their civilian gun ownership, but
Because
because of
Canadians are pussies, that's why. Right, Mick?
we have the most military
That's the
spend.
reason. Yeah, for sure.
The Mexicans are asleep in the afternoon. Yeah.
Like the only thing the American government cares about is their U.S. military, so that they'll never be able to be forced out of power. You said violence is king, right? When it comes to violence, the U.S. wins all day, every day.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give you a little history lesson, Cryptic. Okay. So during World War II, the United States is pretty much insulated from the consequences of that disaster. But
Yep.
we had high industrial production. So at the end of World War II, our Navy was 5 times larger than the combined Navy of the entire world. That advantage we kept. We kept that advantage, right? But that advantage has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. And we've gotten lazier and we outsourced all our industrial capacity. And now it's all over the world. It's in China, it's in everywhere else. The United States does not have the industrial capacity to make massive amounts of weapons of war anymore. We produce something like 500 missiles per year, like Tomahawks, like that. That would, you know how long that would last in a hot war? 2 days. So that isn't going to help you. Yeah, it ain't going to work. Russia, on the other hand, is producing something like 5 times what the combined West is producing in missiles. China, if they wanted to, could probably produce like 100 times that. I mean, don't fuck with China, bro. Their industrial production would be off the chart. You know how many fucking goddamn artillery shells China could probably produce in a year? It would be probably like 100 million or some sick amount, right?
Yeah.
War, combat, violence is directly proportional to resources and industrial production. If you want to know the real economies, what their real economic status in the world is, look at their industrial production. Are they self-sufficient? Can they defend themselves? If they're cut out in the world, can they survive? Basically, can you siege them? Can you surround them and siege them? Well, you're not going to surround Russia, and you're definitely not going to siege them because they have all the internal resources. They were already net exporters, means they don't actually need anything from the outside. They're already self-sufficient. China is pretty much self-sufficient, but they got energy resource problems. But they're connected to Russia, so they don't have that problem anymore. They got a nice pipeline going on, and they can just get all the energy they need from Russia. That's a fucking lethal combination. The world is certainly changing on on the world scale, right? United States is going to dumping fucking T-bills and bonds and all this shit. But Singapore, they hook their wagon to the United States. Whatever the United States will fucking, you'll be like a flea. If the Singapore becomes not useful to the United States, we're gonna shake like a dog and you're gonna fly off like a flea.
We have partners in we have.
Yeah, you better latch on to China.
Yeah, we've been doing that since China became an actual economy, since they opened up their markets. We were the one. Our prime minister was the
Whose
one.
side would you take?
Our
If
prime
China and the
minister.
United States are at war, whose side are you taking?
I take Singapore's side.
What does that mean? Look, you have
protect
economic
our own
ties with
sovereignty.
China. Okay, hold on. You have economic ties with China. You have economic ties with the United States. Both are intrinsic to your standard of living. Say they're at war, and one side says choose, and both sides say choose. Who do you choose?
Well, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, his position on this is that
God, dude,
Singapore.
you drinking Josh's Kool-Aid, dude? Don't drink Josh's Kool-Aid anymore. You're freaking holy shit, bro.
You're so programmed. It's wild.
No, listen, our position on this is that we are neutral. And neutral means we don't take sides. But if we were forced to take sides, I think Singapore's best option would be to sell guns during the war. Sell guns to both sides and make money off it. Become a war profiteer.
Oh, dude, you might be a freaking true American inside there somewhere.
It doesn't take an American to just know that you need to make money in war, right? That's the only way you survive.
So back again to violence is the rule of thumb, yeah.
When did I say violence was not necessary?
When you start speaking about these little comfy ideas of yours of how you're gonna fix the world, that's how.
When did I say I was gonna fix the world?
When you start talking,
when you start talking to Lee Kuan Yew, or whatever the hell his name is.
That's his name.
Yeah, that guy. When he's speaking,
hey, let me ask you.
Starry-eyed, and you're just like imagining that the world can fix its problems and everyone's gonna hold hands, and I don't think so. It's not how it works.
Hey,
just like India was saying, I hate to say this, man, but that's just the way it works.
You sound
dude, there's no more judgment here. We're not making right or wrong. I think it's wrong, but it's irrelevant what I think. It's the way it is. So this guy, this first prime minister, how did he come to power? Was it through violence?
Well, after the British Empire left, they kind of left him in charge in a way because he was volunteering. Everyone
so there was a peaceful transition? Was there a peaceful transition? There was no violence.
There were protests, but not like violent protests. They were just like people were advocating for decolonization, especially him. Actually, in our country, most people were okay with the British Empire. Because,
I'm fact checking you, bro. I'm gonna fact check you, dude. You better have the right history. Because if I looked up that there was all crazy fucking protests and the cops shot everybody, all the protesters, I'm gonna be fucking pissed, dude.
No, look, we did have protests, but they weren't related to the British Empire. Like, no one protested against the empire except for Lee Kuan Yew and his party. They were the only ones that were actually protesting. Like, the general public was okay with Europeans here because, like, they provided jobs through their industrial, they had a lot of industrial capabilities. They helped turn Singapore into a pretty big port, so everyone was okay with it. But him and his party thought that the British were, using it for their own benefit. To some extent, they were. So he advocated for freedom, and then they eventually gave Singapore self-governance, and then Singapore merged with Malaysia, and Malaysia didn't want Singapore because there were too many Chinese and Indians for their Malay population. Like, would change the demographics of the country. Like, too many Indians and Chinese would cause the Malays to get fewer jobs and stuff. So they kicked Singapore out, and then from then on, him and his party focused on economic reforms and all that.
Why am I reading right now? In the 1950s, Chinese communists with strong ties to trade unions and Chinese schools waged a guerrilla war against the government, leading to the Malayan emergency.
Was that against the British government at the time?
Bro, no, it was against the newly formed Singaporean Crown Colony.
This is
Separate
after
executive and legislative councils were established in the election. Six members of the legislative council were scheduled for the following year. That was in 1947. 3 years later, they're all fucking fighting each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is directly after World War II, right? My history, what I'm talking about is after 1958, probably.
Okay. 55. Lee Hugh Hawk, whatever the hell that is.
Is that when NASA was founded?
Lee Kuan Yew. 1959 election, Lee Kuan Yew. Okay, so 1959.
Yeah, 1959.
Hold on, let me see if there was violence. I guarantee there's violence. There always is.
There were
There's
racial
no
riots.
such thing as a peaceful transition. Why did the dude resign and was replaced by... Dude, it's looking like your shit was crazy. The pro-independence leader of the Labour Front won Singapore's first election in 55.
Yeah, that was the very first one, and after that, Lee Kuan Yew's party won every single election and continued to win every single election to this day.
Oh,
It's one
I'm sure that sounds legit. Jesus
Shocker.
Christ, bro.
Amazing how that works.
That's
Yeah,
what the
just like
people
what's-
wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, it is
People
what the people wanted. It is what the people wanted.
Yeah,
Because,
right, dude.
Yeah.
because he
Want it
brought
or you'll
about,
be caned. Want it or we're going to cane you into voting for the right party.
dude,
Yeah.
dude,
That's how
dude.
you solve problems, isn't it, Cryptic? You can't
It's
just
like Cryptic works for their State Department.
No, I don't. Dude, he brought
He's
about.
aspiring. He's aspiring.
You know, there was so much racial tensions when he took over, because there were huge immigrant populations from China, from India, and like they couldn't get along, and the Malay population couldn't get along either. He brought about economic reforms, reduced racial tension, made the country safe, brought about a better education system, and all that. So people just kept voting for him. It's not dictatorship. It's just a one-party state because the one party is really.
Who told
good.
you it's not a dictatorship? The dictators?
What?
Yeah.
Who told you it's not a dictatorship? The dictators?
No, the people.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yes, there was political violence during Lee Kuan Yew's time, including communists and instigated riots in the 50s and 60s, communist insurgencies, severe race riots. Yeah.
The race riots, yeah, but there were communists. That was a big deal. Like the communists were trying to take over.
Its government's response included using security forces to suppress protest and dissent, as well as implementing restrictive measures that limited civil liberties. Dude, you ain't in some fucking city the shining city on a hill, bro. You're the same place everybody else is. We're in the gutter, okay? All of us together, rolling around in the slop.
Government hits people with sticks at the airport.
Yeah, exactly that.
What?
Your Lee Kuan Yew probably built his empire on people's skulls and their fucking guts, bro. Just like
I doubt it.
Dude, it's like the cover of Conan's freaking Conan comic book where he's sitting on a throne of skulls.
Yeah, dude thinks that Lee Kuan Yew was like the best thing since sliced bread. That guy must have been as crooked as all get up, man.
I think
he's so crooked that he died years ago and he's still winning. His party still hasn't taken an L yet.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
it's not like a bunch of thugs.
Dude, my parents literally voted like last year. There was an election last year, Actually, it was this year actually, and we voted for his party. Everyone votes for his party because because the opposition sucks. They have no idea how to run the country, so we all just vote for the party that brought about all of this
If
thing.
they've never run the
He's-
country, how do you know
he's-
they don't have any idea how to run the fucking country? Dude, what are you even saying, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you should see some of the Singapore oppositions. They're really stupid, bro. Like,
You ever think maybe they're honeypots? You know what a honeypot is? You
I've
create
heard
the
of it, but
opposition and then you lead it.
what?
You create the opposition and then you lead it, brother. So you have
no,
a
no, no,
one-party
no,
system,
no.
right? And then you create these fake opposition parties where the figureheads
no,
are idiots, so that people
no,
will
no.
never vote for anybody but you.
No. The way it works is that the politicians here get
He's gonna tell us how it
$1 million.
works.
The politicians here get $1 million salaries if they work for the government, right? So all the talented people they go into the party that's currently leading the government, which was the party that has always led the government since independence, and they get $1 million salaries. This is not corruption. Like
Yeah,
their
there's no
salaries
corruption.
literally
No corruption
their
there.
salaries
Seems like
their
it.
sal- their salaries literally are millions of dollars. Like
How's that
it's
corruption?
public information. It's public information. Like they don't do it through corruption. They literally get paid
Why would
that
they?
much.
Why would they need it to be private, dude? Like
Yeah,
they don't
so
need it to be private when they have total control. They want you to know, dude. What's the point
okay,
of being rich? What's the
no,
point of being rich
listen.
if nobody knows, dude?
No, listen. You said our oppositions are honeypots, right? I don't think so because the way it works, or the way I understand it works, is the politicians who are currently in the government, they get millions of dollars to run the country. So all the Harvard educated, like Ivy League type people, they all join the government. The smartest
Yeah, did
people.
they
No,
vote
that's
for
not what.
themselves
That's
to
not what
have
I'm
that
talking
salary?
about.
And the
Did they vote for
opposition
the salary
Not what
for
I'm talking
themselves?
about, Cryptic. That's not a honeypot. A honeypot is basically a fake opposition.
Exactly, and there are no fake oppositions here. The opposition is real, and they're stupid because all smart people go to the
Look,
government.
that makes no sense, dude.
The leading party, all the smart people, they join the leading
Okay,
party.
Cryptic, we
because
know
the
your
leading-
your internet connection is probably being monitored by your dictatorial fucking government, and you can't say what you really think. We'll play along with you from here on out. Yeah, Singapore is great. Please
He
don't.
loves the government. Does
Dude,
your hero, what is your hero's position regarding the Earth being shaped like a globe? Did he ever give a statement about that?
well, he was educated at Cambridge, so I doubt he took on stupid takes like that. So
Oh, I was told that you have been critically analyzing the Fantasy Globe. What did I get
Dude.
misinformation about that? It must have been misinformation that told me Cryptic Net was
I'm
questioning
still
the globe.
I'm still questioning the globe. I don't agree with everything the government says.
There's actually a big flat Earth movement in Malaysia. I forgot about that.
Yeah, the Malaysians are stupid, bro.
No, they're not stupid. They asked a Malaysian astronaut for proof that he was in space and that the Earth was a globe. I'm going to post in the live stream voice text what he sent on Instagram. Okay, just give me a second.
Yeah, but like I said, I really don't care if the Earth is a globe or not. Like,
Yeah, you do.
I'm stuck. Either way,
Yeah,
I'm
you do.
stuck here. Unless I become a billionaire, I'm stuck here. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you vehemently oppose the fact that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. You vehemently oppose it. You're saying that people who think that are stupid. So yeah.
No. You can ask DJ. You can ask DJ. We had a huge discussion when I think you weren't present. I am looking into the flat Earth theory seriously. Like I'm reading the
Yeah,
materials.
then why did you just your comment just a while ago was that
Well,
any
dude,
Malaysians
that
Cryptic,
person.
shut up. I'm not done.
Dude.
So just shut up, dude. Wait till I'm done. So the Malaysians who are saying that the Earth is flat, which was what India was talking about, And then you're saying that those guys are stupid. You just made that comment not but a few moments ago.
Yeah, and you also said anyone educated at Cambridge couldn't possibly critically analyze the failed fantasy globe and use their logic and reason to realize that there's no curvature anywhere on this earth and that it's a geometric falsehood that we live on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. You just said two different ways that was a stupid idea. So, yeah, I mean, it might be possible that you started when you were talking to DJ, that you started to question it, but now you've been reset back to your programmed mode. That's what AV is challenging you on. So, you just make up your mind, like pretending that you didn't take that position just 2 minutes ago, is disingenuous. So it's okay to go back to the comfortable lie and to go back to your programming, but don't pretend that's not what you're doing. I mean, you're either critically questioning it and recognizing the logic and reason involved in questioning a failed model that has no predictive power on the actual world where we live, or you're not questioning it and you think that anyone who does that is stupid. So which is it?
Well, I never said everyone who is educated at Cambridge can't become a flat earther, but I was talking about Lee Kuan Yew, who was educated in like the 1940s. You couldn't question the shape of the earth in the 1940s.
Yeah, you could. That's not true, dude. Yeah, look, there's literally schools in America, newspapers that talk about schools that banned teaching anything but flat Earth. Okay, but I want you to look in the live stream voice text channel. This is what a Malaysian astronaut sent as proof of the globe. This photo on Instagram in response to Malaysian flat earthers. This was what he offered.
Yeah, I don't have access to the live chat for some reason.
No, the live stream voice text is the text channel right above this, not the text. Not the one that's
tag you in there.
VC.
DJ just tagged you. You should be able to find it.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah.
Thanks, DJ. That picture.
What is it of?
That was what he offered as proof of the globe.
Yeah, it's a globe. What? It looks like a globe.
Well, how big is the globe then? Because that's the Nile River fucking delta, dude. It's like, I don't know, 1% of the earth?
Dude, you need to stop raging every time you talk. You sound very angry.
We don't need your tone. We don't need your tone police when you get uncomfortable because you're confronted with reality. So we don't need. If we need tone police here, we got lots of moderators. Please stop with that. Thanks.
Yeah, Cryptic. Do you think that is a picture of the Earth? That's an accurate representation of the Earth, right there. Why are the solar panels curved? Why out of all the pictures he could have chosen, he chose this one?
Wait, is he advocating for globe Earth or a flat Earth?
It's a Malaysian astronaut, dude. A bunch of Malaysian flat earthers asked him, hey, you have no proof of the globe. Prove to us the globe. Send us a picture. Space is fake. And he sent that.
Yeah, well, obviously this is not good enough proof, right? Because most flat earthers would
he's on the ISS. Well, shouldn't he have good enough proof on the ISS?
That whether the Earth is flat or not. Yeah, I mean, you should have enough proof to either show it's flat or not, right?
Look, bro. Now the guy supposedly in space. He has all sorts of cameras at his disposal, according to Don Pettit. They have something like 20 different cameras. He could have took photographs with any one of those cameras or chosen from any other photograph that was previously taken. He chose this to try and convince people.
Yeah,
Even if the Earth was a globe, this image can't possibly accurately represent it. Why would he show an image which is not accurate?
Because he's stupid.
So the astronauts are stupid now. The flat earthers are stupid. The astronauts are stupid. Everyone's stupid.
Well, this particular astronaut is stupid for sure.
Well, he's your countryman, dude. You thought he was smart.
Dude, he's Malaysian, not Singaporean.
Isn't Singapore in Malaysia?
Oh my gosh, bro, we're a separate
Aren't they
country,
right now?
dog.
Weren't you together at one point?
Yeah, we're not anymore. We're sovereign countries now. It's
Uh,
separate.
I'm sorry, I'm confused by your geopolitical dictatorship. I mean, democracy.
Are you actually thought we share the same country as those dumb fucks? Malaysians are like
I mean,
You
dumb
see, you
fucks,
know
bro.
any
part
of
of
other
the
people
issue,
in the
though, is
world.
it?
In my opinion, of the people within your own country, unless they're, in space or
Dude,
something.
our average IQ is like twice or thrice as much as Malaysians, bro.
Shut
Why are
up,
we
dude.
getting into this subverse
Obviously,
racism all of a sudden?
you're proving that your average IQ is lower than you think it is, because
2 or 3
IQ,
times more.
two or three times.
Ridiculous,
Fuck,
man.
How dumb.
That's what he
That's
just
how,
said. He said it was twice
No
or
way.
thrice their
yeah,
average. He
that's
just
how,
said that.
yeah, that's how dumb Malaysians are, bro. They have an IQ of less than 50 points.
This is awesome.
Dude,
Where
you
you
just
get
said
these-
Singaporeans have a
This is
300
racism.
IQ.
Where do you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
these stats from, man?
We do.
Where are you getting these
You,
stats
you have a
from?
300 IQ.
From my
Hey,
government.
hey, cryptic, where are you getting these stats from? From where?
From my government.
Where? Give us a link to the stats so you have this information. Where you got this information from?
Okay,
Because I'm betting you just pulled this
not-
out of your ass.
it's not
That's what
2
I'm
or
betting.
3 times. It's not 2 or 3 times
What
more. But
university did the
let's
study?
be real, bro. Let's
Just show
be
the
real.
study.
Okay,
Show the
wait.
study.
Okay, wait. Let me send it.
I mean, assuming they had an average IQ of 80, that put yours at what, 240?
You know, he should take over the world.
Yeah, he's seeing like ahead of time. Like this guy.
Yeah, it's amazing. A political designation could result in such biological variation over such a short period of time. Wow, this is like miraculous news. Do tell.
Yeah. Just wait.
Evolution, am I right?
Let me send
Yeah.
this. You guys sound very condescending, by the way.
Well,
I'm
because
sorry,
what
you
you're
bring
saying
it
is
out
pretty
in me. It's
ridiculous.
just me. It's just me. Yeah, talk to the other
I'm
guys.
British. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know
don't-
what their reasons are.
Hey, I'm looking at the stats. Iran has a higher IQ than your country.
Fucking hell.
No,
About 400.
There you go.
dude.
And they're all
wait,
inbred.
dude, if you
They
said,
also beat people with sticks.
dude,
Yep.
if you,
So does his country. They have a lot in common. Yeah.
Now, what kind of IQ does it take to actually beat somebody with a stick instead of resolving the issue with just using words?
Yeah, might take a colonizer like Great Britain to teach them the right way.
says the
Yeah,
American,
baby.
says the American who needs guns to be able to feel safe in their
No,
own.
it's not about feeling safe. It's about
That's the
exercising
point.
rights. See, you're confused. We're self-sufficient here. We don't rely on daddy government to do things. So we have a duty to protect ourselves. The government has no duty to protect us. Do you understand now? If say I'm killed right in front of the police, and the police do nothing, want to know what my family can do? Fucking jack shit. Not a goddamn thing. You can't sue the police for not protecting you, okay? They don't have no duty to protect any individual. So, since they have no duty to protect me, I have to protect myself. That's why we have guns, okay? You have fucking stick swinging fucking ass beaters, okay? To protect every fucking thought in your head.
Yeah,
We don't have that.
that's why
Yeah, you
America.
betcha.
You know why we don't have that? Do you know why we don't have that here? The same reason, because we have fucking guns. And if someone brings a stick to a gunfight, they're not going to have a good day.
I'm sure one day
That's how the British Empire was won.
I'm sure one day the Americans will seize the guns. It's not that hard. If they wanted to, they can seize every American citizen's guns because
Fucking
they have.
try.
No.
Yeah, fucking try, dude. Fucking
What are
try.
they going to do? Go up to the door, knock and ask nicely? Yeah,
Yeah,
of
fucking
course.
try.
They'll send the fucking military to your house.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck.
It's not how it
Those are the
works.
same people with the guns. They're going to have to take away their own guns, dude.
No, if they're in the military, they're
people,
not
dude.
civilians. If they're in
So
the
this is where I
military,
like to
then
say, listen, Cryptic, you're not anti-gun. You're very pro-gun. You're so pro-gun that you only want guns concentrated into the hands of the most powerful.
Yeah.
no, I just want it in the hands of the government who know how to
Yeah,
handle it.
you're very pro-gun. You're more
Ooh,
pro-gun than the rest of us.
shit.
You want that concentration of power. You want a big pile of guns on your capital so that they can use those guns and point them at everybody who crosses their way. And guess what? You guys only have one political party. Fancy that.
Hmm.
No, we do not
I wonder how
only
that
have.
happened.
No, we have multiple political parties, but only one wins. So
Yeah, he says
What with the
we were pro
guns?
gun. He says we were pro gun, but like, what happened to him when he says, well, Singapore can be the manufacturer of guns, selling them to both parties.
yeah, we actually do manufacture weapons. We have a government linked
Really?
military contracting company that sells weapons to Europe and America and
Do you
China.
believe in democratizing guns in your own country?
Like, let civilians own guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
But
Well,
you'll make guns and sell them to the rest of the world.
we
Come on,
sell
be
them to
fair.
their
Like,
militaries.
listen,
We sell them to their militaries, not to civilians.
yeah, you're very pro-gun.
Yep.
yeah. Is there
I'm
some
pro-
difference
It's a
between a civilian and a military person? Is it like you put on the
Just
uniform
the
and
way
some
I
magic happens?
No, when you're in the military, you're defending a country's sovereignty and protecting it
Oh my
and trying
god!
to defend its
Holy
laws.
shit, dude! Dude, he's got
How old are you?
like Josh. Josh switched out his Tang with his fucking Kool-Aid. Holy shit!
Singapore.
So let me ask.
Fuck yeah.
But listen. Let's be fair. Even if he had a different opinion, he was in a dictatorial regime. He couldn't actually state it without being arrested or caned or some shit.
We have free speech in Singapore as long
Is it?
as it doesn't
Oh, really?
offend. We have free
No,
speech as long as it doesn't offend race or
free
religion.
thought.
Then you
So
don't
not
have
free
free
speech.
speech.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not free speech.
so not
Yeah,
free speech.
I'm not a big
Can you
fan of
imagine?
race.
Hey, Indio, do you imagine if he ever touched a gun, he'd probably have a spiritual experience. He's like, oh my god.
Dude, every
Millennials have
Singapore,
1/3 your IQ, and you told us you're not racist.
dude, every Singaporean has
Oh, he is.
every Singaporean has to serve in the military. Every Singaporean man. So I'm going to serve in the military too. So I'll have plenty of access to guns.
Well, good thing you have a right to vote for that one party.
Yeah, right.
We can vote for
Dude,
any
cane the
party.
shit out of you.
I know multiple
Yeah,
people.
and I'm sure when you vote for that other party, you go on a fucking list.
I know multiple people personally who voted opposition and nothing has happened to them.
Not yet.
It has never happened.
You're not going to do anything until there's a problem. There's an actual threat. Until there's an actual threat to the other party, then they'll do something.
Dude,
you don't have to do anything.
I know Americans look at a more successful country and say it's a dictatorship. You guys do it all the time, all right? I mean,
what you just said makes no sense. You already admitted that we can bankrupt you. So what's the more successful country?
Us.
There's multiple nationalities in this channel, all saying the same thing.
Josh, dude, what would you swap his Tang out with?
This guy.
Why y'all beating up on this manager? Come on, y'all. He obviously said that he's going to serve in the military, which means that he's not yet 18. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm 18. No, I'm 18.
No, he is 18.
Look, 18. Man, he said Singapore has 3 times the IQ of the rest of the world.
Yeah, which is bullshit. No. You should call it out for immaturity, not treat it like a
What's the voting age? What's the voting age?
Wasn't it Malaysia?
The voting age in Singapore is 21.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
look, Josh, we're trying to instill some American values in this guy because he obviously lives in a dictatorial regime and doesn't even know it. Thinks he has free speech when he doesn't. Thinks everybody owning guns except for the people oppressing him is bad. He's literally 1984 George Orwell.
We have,
and we're trying to break him out of his programming, and somehow you're protesting. Aren't we supposed to be spreading democracy around the world? Remember that line?
We have free speech.
The arsenal of freedom, or the arsenal of democracy, or whatever the fuck we're doing.
we have free speech as long as it's not racist or against other people.
Then you don't have it.
That's not.
It's free speech with caveat.
Technocracy is what you have. You have a very strong technocracy government. It's what you've got going for you at the moment.
Yeah, dude, not being
Look,
racist is not a bad thing, you know. I don't mind people's free speech being limited as long as it's for race or
Damn.
religion.
Not free then.
Oh,
Wow.
You've got limited speech.
Technocratic
Limited speech.
government.
Yeah, I
That's what
mean,
it-
dude, what you're gonna go down and insult other people's races or their
Yeah,
religion?
So you
what,
have limited speech
hey,
then, right?
Yeah,
Just
you are.
proceed
Just
to that.
because you
What do you-
can. That's the point.
what do you think
No,
this guy's
no,
gonna
no.
blossom? What do you think he's gonna blossom into once he becomes mature? What type of individual do you think he's gonna be?
Well, if he listened in here, then hopefully not what I thought.
Total fucking
Yeah,
bootlicker.
we're going in the wrong direction. This guy's, he's just gonna be licking someone's boots clean.
Yeah, so CrypticNet, when you talked to DJ the other day, you said you started to have some questions about the Fantasy Globe. So what was it that you heard that made you start to have those questions?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
flat
I
Earth.
mean, governments lie about a lot of things, right? So I was thinking,
Not in Singapore.
Yeah, not yours.
no, not Singapore's government, other government.
You're joking with us now, right? You're in on the joke with us, surely.
He's got to
Yeah.
be. He's got to be. You can't go that far. Come on.
Yeah, and dude, like, I would say it's not out of the question that the government's lying about the shape of the earth. But I mean, they lie about a lot of things, right? But and when we say the government, I do mean like world governments. I don't think any single government can actually pull off this on their own. You know, they probably have people who are lobbying even to keep this narrative going.
That wasn't
Yeah, but that
DJ's
seems
point with you at all.
that's what I was going to say. There's no way that this was your conversation with DJ. I'm
there.
almost positive that DJ would have presented some of the evidence for you in the observations. Did you not see any observations,
Yeah,
CrypticNet? What observations did you see?
Well, one that I remember is that he sent a video where there was this high definition zoom camera, and you have boats going over the horizon, but then they never actually go over the horizon because if you use a high definition zoom camera, you can still see the boats, and they never go over the horizon. So, like, they say that's like one reason why the Earth could be flat. Yeah, that's one I remember.
No. That's one reason why when people say ships go over the horizon, that's proof of a globe, that claim is actually wrong. So there's a different. Listen, you need to differentiate between what is evidence for flat Earth and what's evidence against the globe. You understand? They're two different things.
Oh.
There's our positive claim, right, versus negation of the counterclaim.
Okay.
That negates the claim that observation, ships over the horizon, are evidence for a globe, or proof of a globe, or anything like that. They're not proof positive of flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm still looking into it, but yeah, I mean, I grew up looking up to people like Elon Musk, so it's gonna be hard for me to
Cult
like.
of personality.
I was so
Dude, don't get stuck on personalities. Elon Musk is a freaking ready-made TV freaking clown, dude.
I mean, I thought if
He's kind of a dick.
I thought if I could make a lot of money, I'd go into private space exploration as well, because it's such.
Do you think he's in private space exploration?
It's pretty lit. You should come through.
Yeah, you know, Josh Hingshaw
all day
from
yep,
1984, page 3.
You just
Come on,
you
Josh.
gotta become a U.S. person. I'm sorry.
Can I what?
Oh, he would never do that.
You have to become a U.S. person, so you got to get your green card if you want to work at SpaceX.
Yeah, he would never do that. His IQ would drop by a third instantly.
You'll need to become a U.S. citizen to start my own private space exploration company, and I'd do that if I got enough money.
Right.
Why don't you start one in Malaysia? You guys got so much money there, remember? Why don't you
Dude,
freaking start a Malaysian GoFundMe for
He's in Singapore, not
that's
Malaysia.
space agency.
dude, my country's not Malaysia. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Oh, Singapore. Sorry, my bad. Are you offended? That's racist.
I don't
I've actually
care.
got a good buddy
Yeah,
who's
you
also
just
on the
freaking. I saw the hourglass over your head right then.
What?
real quick, Cryptic. I actually
Are
have a buddy
Malaysians
who
in
is
Singapore
based
and
in
racially the same?
Singapore.
No, there's 3 races in Singapore: Chinese, Malays, and Indians. In Malaysia, there's a higher population of Malays, and there's actually there's like Indonesians and other people in Malaysia as well. But Singapore, the racial groups are Chinese, Malays, and Indians.
And you hate Malaysians for their race.
No, I hate them for their nationality. They're the same race. Most of them are the same race. Most of them are Chinese, Malay, or Indian. But their nationality makes their IQ lower because they have a poorer education system.
So their political affiliations affect IQ. Is that what you're saying?
No, geography and governments affect IQ.
Jesus
Because
fucking
Who
Christ!
establishes that? Who
Holy
establishes that?
Jesus Christ, man!
You know what's
I
crazy though? You know what's crazy? You know what's
Dude, I swear
crazy?
to God, I'm smoking angel dust or something. There's no way I just heard that.
I
like
mean, I
Americans.
might not disagree fully though.
Like Americans have a higher IQ than Canadians for sure because America has a better education system and like
Based
much
on
smarter
what?
people than.
What the hell?
Well,
Yeah,
see
that's
see
wrong. That's wrong, young man. What about your idea of the globe? You're making a mistake with your education. It's purely indoctrinated you because you think
yeah.
you're a ball hurtling through the universe. That's what you
Oh my
think and
God,
believe. Come on.
I
guys,
I don't think
guys,
I
guys,
don't
guys,
I don't
guys.
think and as I said I'm
All
to
right, I'm not going. I need to listen. Relax. We have felt differences in cognitive function based on resources, and let's face it, whether there are other hindrances of an area, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If that's all he's saying, then that's a no dud to me.
Yeah, but did their political affiliation diminish their cognitive function, or was their cognitive function
Well,
diminished? That's why they picked that political affiliation.
the political landscape is why the entertainment news landscape is why the consumption of said information is why certain groups are completely retarded. It depends. And it is totally directly related to politics.
Yeah, I believe, each side works in their own ways to kind of dumb down their believers.
Yeah, but what he said was geography and political affiliation. So in the 1950s, somebody drew an imaginary line somewhere, and then somehow people on one side of the line just magically got a low IQ, and the other side got a high IQ. That's horseshit.
Yeah, that's not necessarily the case.
That's what he's saying, bro. They're the same group of people. One side, like Singapore used to be part of Malaysia. It isn't anymore. And somehow, when they divided politically from Malaysia, they got all the high IQ people.
Dude, Malaysia's like a third world country, alright? And they have a very poor education system. Tons of racism, tons of sexism too. They have Sharia law there because it's a majority Muslim population. Singapore has none of that.
You really don't talk. You really don't like. He doesn't like talking about the topic here. Does somehow you're always bringing it back? I mean, yeah. I mean, there might be some situations, like for example, the Harvard study that showed that fluoride results in a drop of IQ in children. So maybe the fact that United States having widely fluoridated water could, over time, result in the fact that our IQ in the chart that you showed us might be lower than it would be if the water wasn't fluoridated. But for the most part, it's not having to do with the education system. It's having to do with your physical body. I mean, that's everything that I've studied leads me to believe that. But even in your own link that you sent us, yeah, Singapore average IQ 105, Malaysia average IQ 100. It's nowhere near the claim that you made of 2 times or 3 times different. So, but yeah,
that was
It's not even a standard deviation.
IQ. That was mean IQ. We're talking about like mode.
That's
like
not
the
what you
mode
said.
IQ.
That's not what you said. You said average.
Okay, fine. I'm changing it now. I'm talking about mode IQ, not mean IQ.
Yeah, I mean, isn't IQ
Is that what high IQ people do?
multi-metric anyway?
It just
Like, it
changed
only
our graph
tests for
over.
very specific things.
So when you were looking at the horizon and about the boats, did you understand Indio's distinction there, that what DJ was showing you was how saying that boats supposedly or appear to disappear over the horizon is not a valid proof of the globe, that there's other explanations for that phenomenon, therefore it does not prove the globe. But did you understand the distinction he made between that and demonstrating flat Earth, which is a different argument? So did you see any of those arguments debunking the 3,959 mile radius? Did you see any of those?
Arguments debunking the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, that's right. That's what I said.
I don't think so.
Well, would you like to see them?
Sure, send them.
Okay. I think the laser tests are a good thing to look at to start with because they're meticulously documented, most of them. Did you see any of those?
To what extent do you guys actually like try to understand the shape of the Earth? Because regardless of what shape it is, your life is not.
I'm gonna disrupt you there. I'm gonna disrupt you there. To what extent do you say you don't think so as it relates to Mary Mom's point? Answer that first.
Like, what was her point again?
It doesn't matter. You dismissed it. On what merit, Mr. High
No,
IQ?
I was talking about to what extent do you guys?
Yeah, I know. I said
study
forget
this
that.
stuff?
I said forget that because that was a non sequitur. Because Mary Mom already engaged you in a point, and you said I don't think so. On what basis do you not think so?
Yeah, I'll tell you the basis, Elijah. He doesn't understand it, so there's no way she could possibly understand it.
Look, I was bringing up that non sequitur point where I was gonna ask you guys, to what extent do you guys study this stuff? Because regardless of what shape of the Earth, I mean, it's interesting, no doubt. But I'd study it because it's interesting. But regardless of what shape the Earth is, your life isn't changing. Like, you're still gonna be making the same amount of money, right? I mean, study it for like
money isn't the standard really here. To turn around and say your life doesn't change after you broach this particular subject is based upon what? The amount of money that you're going to earn. Now, this question's much deeper. These answers lead you into places that potentially you would have never questioned in the first place. Right? The reasons for who you are and why you're here and what here is. It's got nothing to do with your back balance, dude. It's to do with opening and expanding your mind. You'll learn to do that when you're older.
Yeah, critical thinking. Hang on a second. Critical thinking. Your education has got you locked into the system. So now you think the government should have the guns and control the people. That's what you're putting forward, that you're trusting the system. We're telling you that you cannot do that and shouldn't do that and should question everything, including where you live. And if the government lies about where you live, they're lying about everything else. That means you are a controlled slave is what you're talking about here. Thank you.
Yeah. And there are no sacred cows.
Hold on. Everybody's going to pile in to say the same exact thing. And I feel like when I came in, it was being complained that you guys have already told him that. So let's stop doing that. Why does he keep diverting from the actual information? What's that about, Mr. Haiku? Weren't we on the horizon? Okay, so if you're smart enough to understand what a backhanded retort is, why don't you understand that we want you to directly understand that what they claim about the horizon being a consequence of the globe is not true? Let's start there. Very simple. What's the issue?
I never said it's not true. I'm studying it. Or I'm gonna
What is there to study? Okay, let's say you measure something to be 6 foot. Do you have to study it? I don't get it.
No, you don't have to study it.
Okay, so if geometric means earth measured and they have a claim of this measured distance, and we're showing you that that's not the case, what is there to study?
What I'm trying to say is, regardless of whether...
No, you're sidestepping what I'm saying. I don't care about what you're saying. I've already engaged you with what I'm saying. I don't understand how every time I give you a direct anything, you want to explain to me what you're saying. I was never curious about what you were saying.
Okay.
So back to the point.
Yeah, for about what you were saying.
So you can understand that somebody measures 6 feet and you don't really need to study that. Why do you need to study the fact that a distance in linear measure is not the case for the globe? If in distance it's supposed to be, I don't know, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it's not that distance, what is there to study?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
You didn't see what?
Like, I didn't see what you said. Like, I didn't see the...
Okay, you can be shown right now, instead of all this other extra stuff that's wasting our time. So let's pull up something, guys, in the back chat. I'm sure you guys are already on point.
You guys are trying to convince me as if
I put the we're still on the same topic. Elijah just mentioned there. So I put the 8-foot observer height oil rigs image there. That's what Big Daddy Furf is telling you about there. Can you see that, CrypticNet?
Yeah, I can.
All right, beautiful. Now, let's use our reasoning power, all the reasoning power of Singapore. Put it right into this, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, if the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's a consequence of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then in this case, the horizon should be 3.46 miles. However, that would be in front of the platforms. However, we can see the horizon is behind the furthest oil platform, which is 10 miles. What's up with that?
Yeah, that is weird.
Thank you. That's actually the only answer that's acceptable without any other. Yeah, I congratulate you. That is weird. It's weird that that horizon doesn't match where the horizon would be if we actually lived on the globe. And that's the entire point. I think the point was that we can disprove the globe. It's not necessarily that this is an argument for flat Earth. We have different arguments for different things. But this right here, you can close the book on believing that it's a globe, because this is what disproves it right here.
Okay, so this evidence is supposed to disprove the globe, and it does. I can see that. I can see how it's weird, but it's not supposed to prove the flat Earth, right?
All right, so let me ask you a question that follows logic. Well, this is the logically following question. If it's not curved, what is it?
It's got to be a plane, right? Like a plane shape, like
I don't know. Are
be a
you
flat.
saying that?
It's got to be a flat plane, isn't it? It's not curved. What else can it be? It's not curved.
So, okay, so then do you dismiss what you just previously said then?
What did I previously say?
Just because it's not a globe doesn't mean it's flat?
I never said that.
I'm sorry. Is that not what he just said?
No, I don't believe I said that.
What did you say then?
I don't know which time you.
When I showed you right here that the this observation doesn't match a globe with a radius of 3,959
I said
miles, which means that
I said
the Earth is not, which means that the Earth is not a sphere. What was your response to that?
I said it was weird that like the horizon was like once you send me this photo, I said it was weird.
Okay, and you said you also understood how this disproves the globe. You said that as well.
Yes.
All right. So then after that, you said what pertaining to what did you say right after that?
I said this disproves the globe, but I don't understand how it proves flat Earth, right? Because I heard
Right.
some.
Okay, so now you're asking for direct like evidence of flat Earth as opposed to just this. Even though you can deduce that if there's no curvature, then it must be flat. You still want to see the direct evidence that it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I
Empirical evidence of
understand.
its standard is it looks flat.
So, have you ever looked into flight planning?
No, no, I haven't. But yeah, that does sound. No, uh, I've heard that planes take like specific routes all the time. Like
I,
they
that's
don't.
not what I'm talking about. And before you get too deep
Oh,
into it, I'm going to divert you to what you can finish your point, but my point has nothing to do with that. Just so you
oh,
know.
what's your point?
Okay. So, the point that I was going to make is relates to flying is the ascension and descension of the plane. Uh, so basically, there's a point in which a plane has to start descending to reach above the airport about 1,000 feet, I believe it was, or meter. I can't really remember, but I'll pull it up now. That calculation is a pure trigonometric calculation or math. Okay, so the baseline of that calculation could be 100 or 200 miles
Okay,
of flat that they have to use the Earth as in order to calculate how what angle they have to come in to actually land the plane directly above the airport.
okay,
So they're treating the Earth as flat for 200 miles, let's say. So that's proof right there that they use the Earth as flat, practically.
okay,
So if you Google, say, math that goes into landing a plane, everything that I said should pull up right there.
all right. I'll do that right now. Mapped that what?
Math that goes into landing a plane.
Okay.
see the first thing that comes up from medium.com. Never been to that website, but okay, let's go with it for now. Medium.com. Trigonometry is crucial in aviation. Stop right there.
That's the first
Trigonometry.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Exactly. So you're going to have 3 lines. One of those lines are going to be the bottom of the triangle, and that's going to be the distance along the ground from the airport to the ground position on the airplane.
Okay, yeah.
That's a horizontal distance that doesn't, where's the curve? There is no curve. There's no curve to be mentioned. That's why this is a complete flat earth proof. There's no conversation of globe anywhere. It's trigonometry.
If it were a globe, how would you calculate it?
Well, that's the point. We don't have to talk about globe because we talked about how it's not a globe. Now we're talking about how it's flat. And it's obvious right here, isn't it?
Yeah. It is.
There you go.
Because you can't to conduct trigonometric calculations, the horizontal surface has to be perpendicular to the vertical height, right? And you can only do that if the surface is flat, not curved.
Absolutely.
Right.
See, it's not that complicated. Are you a religious person?
Yes.
What faith?
Christianity.
You understand the difference between faith and knowledge?
Yeah.
Excellent. All of this supposed knowledge about the creation. But let me go back to my further point because I could feel myself pulling myself away. Timothy verse 6, verse 20 says to ignore the vain babblings of people with so-called knowledge. That's what everything you're trying to figure out is. While I've showed you simply how the earth isn't a globe and how it's simply flat, there's all this other information that we have to think about now. Like, what about cosmology? What about everything I've been taught? What about all these smart people that know things, that claim to have known all about my existence and my reality? Well, Timothy 6 verse 20 directly speaks to that. It's all nonsense. In the face of this very simple truth I've just given you today. So
wait, so you're saying so you're saying the Bible says not to believe people with knowledge?
Okay, I may have with the first thing I started to say, it may seem like that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Timothy is being warned by Paul not to go against what he knows in his faith because people are saying things that sound knowledgeable. It goes directly against his experience in his faith.
Wait, so you're saying so the Bible is saying not to believe people who sound smart?
The Bible is saying not to believe people who claim to have knowledge that they haven't validated that's actually knowledge.
Oh. I see, but don't scientists claim that they've tested it and, like, they can't, like, they have
Then how comes I shared you these two conclusions then, if that's the case? Don't scientists say the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
So then the question becomes, if I've given you information that should you go out into the world and experience it, you will understand is absolutely true by way of your experience, how then And why then does a scientist conclude that it's a globe, given what I've shown you just now?
I guess they're lying.
Well, I don't know. That'd be a journey that you would have to go on. I guess you could quickly conclude that they're lying, but I don't think that's the case. What is a liar? Were
Well,
you
I
lying
mean,
when you came in here?
what?
Were you lying when you came in here?
Lying about what?
Did you, let me back it up. Did you come in here believing that the earth was a globe?
I was looking into whether whether the Earth was a globe or not. I wasn't like in any camp.
I understand that, but tell me, because I'm asking, did you believe it was a globe or not?
I really don't care.
That's not answering the question, though. So it's not helping me progress the conversation because you're refusing to answer. But I need to know for this piece of information. So
Well,
either
I
you
mean,
believed in it or you
I've
did
been,
not.
I've been taught the Earth is a globe since I was a kid. So yeah, I would say I came in believing the Earth was a globe.
Thank you. It's not that hard. Very simple. Okay. So when you came in, even though I've just shown you that the earth is not a globe, that doesn't make you a liar, did it? Because you believed it was a globe based on what you were taught and based on, I guess, some other math somewhere, potentially.
Yeah, I guess
That didn't make you a liar.
it made me look retarded.
Whatever. I didn't say that. You did. I'm not agreeing with it either. I think it's just human. Um, very easy to understand knowledge. Knowledge is simple, like the trigonometry I just showed you. What's hard is putting it into practice because we have all of these other things that we believe that may or may not have been true all this time.
Okay.
So are scientists lying? No, I think they're adult children who just went into adulthood working toward an end that, they didn't really investigate the foundational beliefs of.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have it all figured out.
Not all figured out, just that trigonometry is simple and that the Earth's not a globe because we can check. Those are the only two things we actually know. We don't know anything else. So we don't
So,
have everything figured out.
all
We
right.
just figured out that they lied.
With all due
Well,
with all
somebody.
you with all due respect, when it comes to your trigonometry point, right? I understand that like you do need like two perpendicular lengths to be able to conduct trigonometry, but like uh, you realize there's ways to calculate angles and lengths without perpendicular like
Is
without
that what they're doing when you Googled it? Or did they say trigonometry is crucial in aviation?
they said trigonometry.
Is crucial in aviation.
Yeah.
Right. So are they doing what you said they could be doing, or are they just doing the simple thing?
I think they may be doing the simple thing.
Right. So this goes back to my point about knowledge is simple and easy, but putting it into practice, not so much. That's just
Yeah.
human nature. We all do that.
Well, yeah, I get your point.
I'm hand it over to someone else. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, same to you. I'll just be back in a bit.
Catch you later, man.
Hold on, one thing. You still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask yourself this: Singapore was better In the U.S., why are we speaking English right now and not Singaporean?
Because of that, first, there's no such thing as the Singaporean language. It's a nationality. And two, it's not because of America. It's because of the British Empire that went around spreading English. I'll be back in a bit.
You bastard!
Thank you.
Freaking Brits.
Just had to do, didn't you?
See, he is kind of witty though. That was good.
And in actuality, it's because English is the business language of the world currently. So that is why he is speaking English. And England did go to Singapore, and so they introduced the language there to him. So he was lucky.
Jesus spoke
Doesn't also have the largest vocabulary. Different words. English has something like 450,000 words. I don't think any.
Yeah, it's fucking language of sophistry, man.
The language of sophistry, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but most people only, that's actually a good point.
Only speak about 10,000 words.
Yeah, English nicks a lot of words from other languages. It's quite a lot of French within the English language.
I just like to give a kudos to Eli. That was a good work, man. You're doing God's work, brother.
Yeah, that was a good listen, Eli.
Yeah, thanks, man. You like how I just stuck some of the scripture in there, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
I have
bro.
to say something about the shitty mic, though, just out of tradition. Even though your mic wasn't shitty, I just could say it anyway.
Right. The English language has currently 170,000 words, or 220,000 if we include obsolete words. And this is taken from the Oxford Dictionary from 1989, according to Wikipedia, that is.
How many of them 170,000 words are spelled correctly by Americans?
3.
Okay, I'm back.
Kryptonet. One question for you now is this. Now that you've been explained to you that, they're using trigonometry when it comes to landing because they're not landing on a globe, what is your position now? How sure are you that you are now living on a globe right now? What is the percentage of that? Has it dropped some, or are you still adamant you're on a globe?
It's definitely increased, but it's not 100% yet because the like, come on, man. If Globa, there was like say if Neil deGrasse Tyson came in here, he'd be able to rebut that, right? But I definitely feel more sure that the Earth is flat. Because of the evidence presented so far, which I understand. But if Neil deGrasse Tyson came in here, or some like really smart scientist, he would be able to rebut most of what you guys are saying. I don't think he would be
Hold on.
able to
Let me ask you a question. How tall are you?
Well, how is that related?
Do you want to play or not play?
I'm like 160 centimeters.
Have you measured and verified that?
Yeah, I have.
Can Neil deGrasse Tyson come to your house and tell you otherwise? Because he's smart?
No.
Right. So if it doesn't measure to be a globe in my first example, and it measures utilizing a plane in my second example, how the hell can Neil deGrasse Tyson come to this house and say otherwise?
Gotcha, bitch. I don't know. I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson has stated, though, that the famous Felix Baumgartner jump, which was 24 miles off the Earth's, 24,000 feet off the Earth's surface, right, wasn't high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. And he said that stuff was flat, and the curved image coming from his camera lens was a GoPro fisheye lens, which is actually facilitating.
It was 121,000.
Sorry, 121,000. Thank you for that. Yeah, I got that number correct. Wrong, sorry, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, 120 odd thousand miles, which is 24 miles from the Earth's surface is what I meant to say. Okay, and
sorry, John. Once again, it's feet, not miles. Sorry.
Yeah, 120,000 feet, but 24 miles in mileage. The height in mileage is 24 miles from the Earth's surface. That 120,000 feet odd. So basically, Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's all flat there. That's what he says. What do you say now?
Back at the height of flat Earth kind of resurging around 2050.
Look, I'm not, guys. You guys.
Neil deGrasse was challenged to debates many times, and he always.
Can I ask, do you think that we've ever talked to any scientists?
No.
With PhDs like no.
Then
Why not?
How about that lady Wally Funk who went up in Origin, and she?
Yeah, great, dude. That's off topic. That's not what we're talking about right this second. Thanks for your contribution of nothing. Cryptic Neck, why do you think we've never talked to scientists with PhDs, etc. in here? Physicists.
You've never told me you have.
Why did you assume we haven't?
Well, I don't meet new people and then suddenly assume they
Well, you assume the opposite. You assume that some PhD in physics is going to come in here and show us how we're wrong. Why did you assume that? We've already talked to these people, bro.
Have you talked to Tyson?
What makes him special?
He holds multiple PhDs.
No, he holds one PhD in astrophysics or astronomy, and he's a planetarium director at the Hayden Planetarium in New York City. Whoopee fucking shit. He's published a bunch of books. He's published, I think, 3 freaking peer-reviewed papers in his illustrious career, way back in the 1970s and one in the 80s. So he isn't the pinnacle of fucking scientific education. Okay? He's barely even a fucking scientist.
I agree. I'm not a big fan of Tyson. I do listen to what he says.
Now you the boss 3 seconds later? What the fuck?
No, I do listen to what he says, but I bet you couldn't rebut Elon Musk if he came in here. I really doubt that.
Are you literally... I know you're not on drugs because you would be executed in Singapore for having drugs in your possession. So, I know that's not it. So I'm trying to figure out why you would say something like that. Why do you think Elon Musk is smart?
Because he's an actual engineer. Tyson's not an engineer.
He is. Where did he get his degree from?
He got his degree in physics, I believe, from the University of Pennsylvania, but I need to check that again. He got
What was his PhD thesis then?
He didn't get a PhD. He dropped out before he could get his PhD. Huh?
You just said PhD.
No, I never. No, Elon Musk doesn't have a PhD.
Wait a minute. So now we're getting into a conundrum. So we can either appeal to credentials, which is a fallacy, but then that's what you were doing. Like you said, Neil deGrasse Tyson could come in here and disprove us. But then you said Elon Musk could. Well, wait a second. Elon Musk is no different from most of us, the ones in the community that don't listen, the ones in here that don't actually have a PhD. So it's true that you don't need a PhD to be smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson, because that's essentially what you're saying about Elon Musk, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. So then why would we need to speak to PhDs if we're smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson for knowing that the earth is flat and he doesn't?
Elon Musk is smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson because he's actually done stuff in space, like it contributed to the exploration of space. And
Actually, I'd like to make a point there that you're mistaken, because if you compare Elon Musk's supposed engineered rocket today versus the Saturn V rocket it is underperforming the Saturn V, yet it has 33 engines and lifts less payload and doesn't go the distance. You're supposed to be talking about an engineer. How is that better engineering when the Saturn V rocket, 5 engines only, lifting more supposedly and traveling further supposedly? But then Elon Musk has got 33 engines. 33.
I want to clear up Elon Musk's education though. He has he got a dual degree in physics, in economics, and has a bachelor's. Okay.
Okay.
That's his education.
Yeah.
Not even a master's, a bachelor's, dude.
Okay.
So does that make him a good engineer, Kryptonet, when his rocket is performing less? More engines, less payload, less distance.
He wouldn't hire himself with his credentials.
Look, dude.
I'm fucking serious. He would never hire a bachelor's of physics.
He hires a ton, actually.
With bachelor's of physics.
Ton of people.
Just stop shoveling shit, bro. Just stop.
Ton of people.
I don't have hips fucking deep enough for your shit shoveling.
Ton of people with bachelors. Ton of people with only a bachelor's degree work at SpaceX, bro.
How do you know that?
Okay, maybe not SpaceX, but at Tesla, yeah. I know people who only have bachelor's degrees that work at...
Maybe how many people with bachelors work at frickin' X? Who cares?
Tons.
Who cares? The point is, these people that you're appealing to, we've talked to them and they don't know shit. There's one in here right now, Josh Ingersoll. He's admitted he don't know shit personally.
Wait. I wanna, dude. When it comes to Jin's,
are you gonna just what I just said? That the people you're appealing to don't know anything, and we know that because we talked to them.
Yeah, getting to your point, I need.
What would Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us? What would his evidence be?
I need to talk to Jin. Jin said.
No, you don't need to talk to Jin. You need to talk to me. I really want to nail this point home because what would Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us other than he would point to some other person that's not him and say that person has the evidence, right? He wouldn't say he has it. He'd say somebody else has it, right?
You guys are like treating me as your enemy. I'm not your enemy here. I'm not saying you're wrong.
How is a question being your enemy? Answer the question.
Yeah, Neil. What was your question again?
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay.
Something
the question was if Neil deGrasse Tyson came in here, okay, and we asked him, and we asked him for evidence, he would not have evidence on his own. He would have to appeal to somebody else, right? He wouldn't actually have the evidence. It would be somebody else's evidence that he would present to us.
Yes.
Okay. We want the people with the evidence. We don't want secondhand information. We could just hear it from you, who heard it from Neil deGrasse Tyson, who heard it from something else. We don't give a shit about hearsay. We want the people with actual knowledge. Understand?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're clear.
So the people with actual knowledge are engineers, not theoretical physicists, and Elon Musk is chief engineer of SpaceX.
Yeah, but I don't think much of his engineering, where it's requiring more engines to lift less payload. That doesn't make any sense at all. If you're going to give me a choice, I would have to go with the Saturn V, of course, because there's less engines, less to go wrong, and it's outperforming. So his engineering sucks. That's all I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
not that they're going to space anyway. They're not going to space, but if we just take it on face value, the Saturn V rocket is outperforming from the 1960s. And we're in the 2020s now.
But which SpaceX rocket are you talking about?
Oh, the Falcon Heavy, for example. 33 engines.
No, he's referring to Starship. That's incorrect.
Oh, Starship. Thank you. That's it. Starship. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Starship is still in development. If we compare the Falcon 9 to Saturn V, I think Falcon 9 has reduced. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have reduced payload costs a lot more than Saturn V. Starship is still in development.
What about the Batmobile? We can sit here and talk about bullshit like fucking. Yeah, we saw a rocket went into the fucking sky. Now what? We can't tell where it went. We can't position it. So, like, we're about to go into fucking Fantasyland Glober fucking lore shit.
Look,
no one cares. Like, what I'm telling you is, they can say whatever. We can't. We want to verify it. Do you understand? We don't want to trust nobody.
You guys should buy Bitcoin. You guys sound like you don't.
I mine Bitcoin, 400 of them. You're late to the party, dude.
Yeah, I have Bitcoin as well, bro.
Did you mine them?
I wasn't old enough when Bitcoin came out to be able to
Why are you changing the subject? That we want the people with the primary information, meaning they know, not the fucking hearsay people, not the people that heard it from the people with the primary information, the people with the actual information. Why is this so hard to grasp? We want the witnesses to the crime. We don't want the people that heard about the crime.
I never said it was hard for me to grasp.
It seems to be.
Dude, no, I understand that you guys don't trust nobody and want to verify everything. I get that.
No. Ronald Reagan said, "Trust but verify," back in the 80s. So that's what we're doing. Verify.
Okay, good for you. Good for you.
So you find no need to verify the claims of other people that you rely on?
Well, considering my entire existence and my country's sovereignty as well is built around trusting other people without much verification, I would say my livelihood depends on trusting other people, smarter people, in order to survive instead of verifying everything. I mean, if we were to...
Dude, you literally just made an argument to be ignorant?
Well, wow. I mean, look, say a new...
Yeah, we fucking get it. There's not enough time in the day to verify every
fucking just argued like we have to be ignorant because we're supposed to be stupid. Simultaneously, we have the highest IQ in the world. We're just smart enough to be stupid.
Cryptic. The difference here is these are extraordinary. These are extraordinary claims in the face of the contradicting evidence.
Say a
so
new.
You might want to verify them.
Say a new iPhone came out, right? And
iPhones are not an extraordinary fucking claim.
No.
How many exist already? How many versions have come out already? You've held in your hand.
Okay, say the first iPhone came out, right? Everyone was forced to verify it instead of just buy it. How many people do you think would just
verify it by buying it?
Yeah, no. Most people would just trust what the FCC would say about the first iPhone before buying it, and that's why they would buy it instead of testing it themselves. Same thing.
Well, if all they gave you was an image of an iPhone, right? Never showed you a practical product of it. Said, yeah, this thing exists. It's real. It does all these fancy things. It's light years ahead of like our flip phones that we've got before it. But yeah, you're never going to see one. Here's an image.
Look, dude, I get the whole trust. I get the whole verify thing, but let's be clear here. Unless
you're making faulty comparisons here, Cryptic.
Unless you're like some elite billionaire, your entire livelihood depends on trusting other people, even if they're not smart. That's how human civilization was built.
This is not an argument against having trust in certain ways through your life. This is an argument against just having blind faith in everything that's given to you, no matter what contradictory evidence might come to you.
A lot of people will have to blindly trust a lot of things in order to advance in this world that humans have built. Because, dude, like imagine the U.S. government. Imagine you're American, right? and I don't know, Iran launched a nuke to America, and the American government said no one needs to worry.
You love your government,
We have like a dome. We have like a dome over the U.S. and it's gonna block any missiles, right? And people will have to believe that, right? If not, like, what are they gonna do, right? They're gonna have to trust the government whether they like it or not, because their life depends on it. What else are they gonna do? How are you gonna verify that there's an invisible dome over the country, right? They don't have it, or so they say.
Well,
But
if you were so inclined and had the population behind you, you could verify it, or
yeah, most people don't have the willpower to be able to verify such things.
Okay, so people are fucking lazy then.
Absolutely.
Right. But it's not an argument against not verifying or not verifying something.
No, I'm saying it's in human culture to trust one another. Like, dude, like if when we were cavemen and women living in tribes, if you didn't,
Sorry, no, it isn't. No, stop. Right, it's not human nature to trust each other. Human nature is very cautious around strangers, dude. Especially in England, like 1,000, 1,500 years ago, when all you had was communities of about 20, 30 people each, separated by about 20, 30 miles. People are very spurious around strangers. I don't trust them. So it's not within our nature to trust everybody, only the people that have earned our trust.
No, it's in human nature to trust people if it's in their survival. Like if you can.
It's not. It's in your naive, idealistic, childhood mindset. That's the only place it exists.
No,
survival against the people you don't trust.
Say I'm living on my own, right, and I'm like a cave person, all right, during the caveman Stone Age era, right, and I have no food, no water, nothing, and I meet a tribe, right, and they say they'll give me all this stuff if I do something for them or whatever. You're gonna have to trust them, right? If not, you're gonna die. It's the same situation all of you, most of us are in a way, because if we don't trust the government on certain things, then you'll be cut off, right? Like you'll be cut off. You'll go to jail. If you're a country, you may be get sanctions.
Be beaten with a stick.
That's not trust. That's coercion.
Yeah.
And I do think if you want to make money in this world, you're gonna have to trust a lot of things people say and just go at it. You can't verify everything.
Well, certainly, but I don't think you're going to just pick your business partners of the future out of a random crowd you find up the high street.
No. I mean,
you're going to vet them, though, right? You're going to want to see their portfolio. You're going to see what they've achieved, what they can bring to the table. You're going to speak to people they've worked with. Why would you be doing all that? Why are you doing all that?
Say you're running a huge organization, right, and you cannot verify every single person and whether they're suited to the organization. You're gonna have to hire recruiters.
How can you know?
To be able to.
Do you think there's people that get into jobs, like 90% have to go through an interview, but there's 10% that get to skip the interview process?
You're gonna have to hire.
We're not talking about I forget the term. When it's like family gets you into a career or whatever.
Hey, obvious. Why doesn't Singapore use that same standard that he's talking about of trusting people? Why don't they just trust everybody who comes into the country? I mean, if you're talking about you have to trust, why don't you just? The guy says, "Hey, man, I'm from Singapore." Why don't you just trust that?
When I say trust, I'm talking.
Where were we? It's like, verifying things are going to outer space. This is an considering we've falsified that we live on a globe. This is now an extraordinary claim. For you that doesn't quite understand yet. Sorry, AB, what are you saying?
No, you go ahead. No, you go.
I was saying, for Cryptic, for you that doesn't yet understand that you very much live on a flat earth, the globe very much doesn't exist in reality. Therefore, nothing's going into orbit around it. right? You think it's day to day launching up satellites and putting them into orbit. It's not extraordinary to you. It's normal. It's like you're desensitized to it.
Yeah, what's going on
But
the
if you
basis
really
of trust? Sorry about that. It was on the basis of trust. That's the reason why you guys were going down the rabbit hole with him, like so he can understand. It's not just trusting, and he's making a case for trusting people, and the case for how you trust your government that they're going to space. So that's the whole premise of the trust issue that he's not understanding at the moment. Because even in his own country, they don't do that. They don't trust anybody coming into the country and saying like, "Oh, no, I live here." They're like, "Yeah, no, you don't." So if on that basis, he should understand.
Yeah, he's just a contrarian.
Well, when it comes to immigrants, illegal immigrants, and trust, and when I say trust, I mean when you have less authority than the person you are trusting, and the person you are trusting has power over you. You have no choice but to trust because it's dependent on your livelihood, right? But you're talking about the government not trusting immigrants. The government has power. The immigrants don't. But
again, you're wrong. So it's the government through legislation who are letting illegal migrants into the country. You're not very well versed within this type of politics, are you?
I'm talking about Singapore, by the way, not other countries.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise, mate. Then that's what I do.
I don't know why you want to die on this hill, Cryptic, because you know fine well this is not how you go about your day-to-day life.
I trust a lot of people.
And you're denying it.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you don't have your blind faith in things that are out of your reach, but when it comes to people you physically interact with on a day-to-day basis, new people, strangers, you don't blindly trust them.
When I go on the bus, I have to blindly trust that the driver has a driver's license and knows how to drive well.
No, you,
and I
no, you don't. You could verify it if you wanted to. No, you don't.
And I have to trust that the authority that gives him the driver's license did the due diligence to train him. So there's a lot of layers of trust in human society that you just have to.
You also get used to it because you got drove around by your parents, but you didn't ask for that drive. You got used to driving around and other people driving you around. You begin to trust it through experience.
Yes.
Anyway, somebody that doesn't have an official license could be a better driver with someone that does. So
that's true.
Well,
you'll find out if you want to drive with someone based on actually experiencing their driving.
Yeah, but experiencing involves putting your livelihood at risk. So you will have to trust that nothing bad will happen, right? Because you would not learn through experience if you didn't try enough to be able to try it.
Right. So that we may have to give our trust away in a blind fashion in some aspects of life because there's no real practical means to verify it. It means we should just be blind, faithful zealots regarding everything that's claimed to us and put in our faces. Is this your argument?
Not everything, but things that
Can you summarize your argument so we can get to the end of it and move on?
Yeah, so my argument is that you will have to trust everything where you are not in authority and your livelihood is dependent on it. So you are not in authority and your livelihood is dependent on it.
Life or death situations for you.
Not just life or death. I mean, like, you will have to trust that the bank has verified.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with anything? First of all, the fact that people don't verify is why so many people are poor. Because as far as banking is concerned, there's a better place to place your money when it comes to the growth of your money and interest. So the bank is absolutely predatory and takes away all of what you would earn over your life simply by having that relationship with them. Never will they offer you a better percentage unless you have a lot of money saved in that bank. And they're still not going to give you the best deal. They're going to do whatever appeases you but makes them more money. So that has nothing to do with knowing things or not, though. Even though your ignorance is absolutely hurting you, not you, but just the general you in that situation. Don't make dumbass comments like that. I'm sorry. Like that's one that'll really get me twisted up. But what does that have to do? Like trusting a doctor to do his job, like you trust that he's learned a set of skills that he can perform on you. Okay, what's that have to do with anything? So you trust a lawyer to read documents that you would rather not. Okay, what's that got to do with anything? You can trust somebody to the wazoo, but the trust is based on the fact that you can actually validate that the method they're using is actually good for you or not.
There's still
You want
layers
to
of trust
continue with
that
him?
there's still
Layers
layers
of trust.
there's still layers of trust that you have to go
Yeah,
through
but
in
what
human
does
life.
that have to do with what we talked about earlier?
About the flat earth and verifying and stuff. Is that what
What
you're
is
asking?
what you're saying? Like what you're saying will never change the fact that it measures flat and is used as flat, and that there's no curvature to be found. Like
No,
nothing you
my
said is going to.
argument. No, my argument is why people believe the government when it comes to the shape of the earth is because they're so used to trusting, uh, going through so many layers of trust in other parts of their life that trusting the government when it comes to space and the shape of the earth seems like no big deal, right? It's not even dependent on their livelihood, right? So most people are inclined to trust instead of verify, especially when it comes to the shape of the earth.
That's true. I would agree with that.
Yeah, that was my point. That was my point.
Okay, my bad. I got it all wrong. But yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, cryptic net. Isn't it not that the reason why people hold the globe as their belief is because that's what they were taught at school and they haven't checked it for themselves. And that's why they believe it, because it's been reinforced through movies, cartoons, magazines, science programs, supposedly, news bulletins, corporate images. Isn't that not the psychology at work here? That because when I hear the statement, everybody knows the globe, everybody knows the earth is a globe. Well, that's not true because everybody doesn't know the earth is a globe because one, the globe doesn't exist. And two, everybody hasn't gone out to check to know that. That's what's going on, actually. It's a belief through education and reinforcement through psychology, manipulation. That's what it is, isn't it not?
That is part of the story, but the other part is because they're so used to going through so many layers in human society, layers of trust, that trusting people when it comes to space becomes such a normal thing that it goes into adulthood as well. In adulthood, you are capable of questioning the shape of Earth, but most people still don't because they're used to going through these layers of trust. They blindly believe whatever the government says, or especially when it comes to this, because this is not even dependent on the survival, right? Say the Earth was flat, that like would not die, right? So it's a thing where they're not even it's not even related to their survival. so they're more inclined to trust the government on this because they view it as a small issue, but because they're already trusting the government on very big issues.
Yeah, I think the average person would have a lot to say if they knew so much of their tax money was being pissed away into literal nothingness. Or not literal nothingness, but nothingness. A fantasy. You say their livelihood doesn't depend on it, but their country's economic situations could be significantly better, which would improve their quality of life. All this. So it kind of does.
Not necessarily. I mean,
They just don't realize how it does.
Most of the countries that spend money on this stuff are first world countries, and they still have a better quality of life than third world countries who don't spend it on this stuff.
Yeah, but there's a debt.
NASA gets. No, on you go, Jen. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, there's a debt that's there left behind that the children's children are going to be paying up. So don't be giving me they're living a good life. They're leaving a massive debt behind. That's not good, is it? I don't call that a good life. I don't call that a good life at all. I call that a gross misuse of taxpayers' money and its enslavement of that country. That country is now enslaved to that debt. And because the people who are the taxpayers are the slaves, they're the ones who have to pay it. So I'd rather have no modern tech and have no debt and have modern tech and all the debt that goes with it, to be quite honest.
I didn't hear what you said, but
because you were typing.
That's illegal in Singapore.
No, what I actually said was that the so-called modern lifestyle of the first world countries is actually a massive debt that our children's children are going to be paying as the years go on. As they're born into debt. That's not good. It's a gross misuse of the taxpayers' money, as they're not going to space anyway. They're not. That's just stealing. So that's not good, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's way more than just money, Cryptic. Imagine how much like genius. Let's just say, imagine how much genius gets poured away into pseudosciences. It could be better utilized somewhere that's actually in something that's actually tangible, real. It's actually going to bring this world forward in ways. You know, people like Josh, in maybe another dimension of this world, he's actually doing something productive for humanity instead of fucking constructing tin cans that are going nowhere.
Yeah.
It's far deeper than just money.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, but yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So.
So to put it clearly, the integrity of your position should be that you question the scientists and try to validate what they tell you so you don't fall foul to a deception. Because you now know that the Earth isn't measuring the dimensions they give us. So we're not living on a globe. It is not flying through the universe, traveling at 2.2 million miles per hour, for example, covering 19.2 billion miles. We're not even moving. We're not even spinning. You see? That's what your position should be now as you get older.
That's the thing that bothers me about radio waves bouncing off of the moon. So are the radio waves also moving with this system? Like how?
Everything's just velcroed to the Earth.
Like how are radio waves gravitational? What are we, yo? The ridiculousness of the story is so ridiculous. I really actually judge us for believing it more so than the people saying it.
It all just has to work because Earth's a globe. Cryptic, I think for you, it's just a kid. We've all been there, We've all been young. We've all been idealistic. Every new generation that comes into this world thinks they're going to solve, this ongoing chaotic thing that is the human story. They're going to get it all right, and they're going to put it all in order. But I don't want to say it's not possible. But I don't think you're looking at things quite right yet, so
I just want to make money, bro. I don't care about
yeah, well, I mean that's pretty standard. That would make you a pretty average person in this world. So you're definitely not gonna fix it.
Although if I could change the world, I would, but I'd need a lot of money to do that first. So my main focus is money.
Well, there's plenty of people in this world that have money and they don't change it for the better.
Because they don't want to.
No, I would argue that it's their relationships that lock them into their everyday duties.
Maybe, yeah.
So you're not even thinking of how to get the money. You just want the money. So 10, 15 years from
I've been coding since I was 9 years old, and I've been in the stock market since I was 12 years old. I've been interested in the financial markets. I want to study finance and computer science in university, then go start my own technology startup or hedge fund, and then we'll see how it goes.
How much money do you need to help everybody?
I don't need money. I need power. Money is the byproduct of power. You need a lot of power. And
power.
Yeah.
There's two ways to move people: power over them, or you either have power over them to get them to do what you want them to do with force, or you inspire them to do what you want them to do.
Yeah, I'm not capable of inspiring anyone, bro. Like, it's just not gonna happen. I couldn't.
So how much power do you need to help everybody?
Well, I mean, if say I started a hedge fund, and I studied my degree and I started a hedge
So
fund
what
and
we're
got
ultimately
investors.
attempting to do here
Got investors and all that.
is help people think about reality properly, right? Help people engage with each other properly, engage with information properly, and actually realize the Earth's flat, realize that the cosmological creation story they've been sold is false, so they need to reassess. And that might cause them to reassess. Well, yeah, realizing the Earth's flat causes you to reassess your.
Yeah, I think he's disappeared there, hasn't he?
What?
Yeah, can you hear him? He's cut off at the moment, so he'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what he was going to say is that it causes you to reassess everything, and you don't want to be living in a system that's actually devaluing you, because that's what's going on. You know, the monies that are being made can be better use. No space projects, no weapons of mass destruction, for example. These take off a tidy sum of money from the taxpayer. There'd be a lot of peace around, and then things could be a lot better in that sense, when you look at it.
You
What
understanding
specifically do you want to help? That's what do you mean when you say you want to help? Help what?
help help as in, well, I'd like to turn every country around the world, make it first world, and have an equal
Well, time
standard of
out.
living.
Time out. What's the difference? So you're talking about the infrastructure versus a human's ability to make money, right?
What?
You're talking about the infrastructure of an environment versus the ability for a human to make money.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. I'm talking about that. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because America is like, as a first world country, um, the people's experience is poor because their mentality is poor. So the first world country part, they're just the energy from those constituents are just being sucked out. That's much harder. I wouldn't call that better. In fact, there's a government shutdown right now, and there are a lot of people on the lowest, rung not getting benefits, even though the system is in place for that very thing to happen. There's a lot of people going hungry right now because they can't, go buy groceries right now. The simple necessity to eat because the government shut down.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't affect the people who are capable of going out there and, doing what they do, but it affects the people who can't think for themselves. And they should be able to, but the reason they can't think for themselves is because of the government in the first place. So that's what kind of confuses me. You want to make the world a better place by changing these third world situations into first world situations. But the first world situation is that the people have to be dumb enough for you to leech off of them. Because if everybody here knew what you knew about stocks, and knowing that owning a stock is in part owning a company, so many people would be doing that. But most of us don't own anything. You would think that that'd be a simple, well, duh, why don't you go buy some of this, save some of this, do some of this? Well, yeah, I agree. Um, you having power is not going to change anything unless you're going to force people to do what you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna force people to
Which
do
is
what.
gonna be actually it's gonna have the opposite effect of what you wanted. Because if people wanted to be rich, then they would let me force them to be rich. But they don't give a fuck about what I have to say or my education. Like so yeah, you're gonna want to force people to do something that will better their lives, and they're gonna say fuck you. That's what's gonna happen. You might not get that until you're a little older, but yeah,
I
it is what
didn't.
it is.
I didn't hear what you said. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, the people that you're gonna force to live the way that you want, they're gonna say fuck you because they don't give a fuck about your better living. They just want to do what they want to do.
Lee Kuan Yew was able to convince like 3 million people to follow his lead. So I don't see why that can't be done again on a larger scale if a person had more power and money.
Explain that. Who did what?
Singapore's founding prime minister was able to rally 2 or 3 million people to follow his lead to be able to uh, do the economic and social reforms that turned Singapore into a first world country. So I don't see why that can't be done in a larger on a larger scale if you had more money and power and knew more powerful people.
Okay, I guess that's a fair rebuttal. I guess we'll see.
Brianna.
You agree with that stuff, Cryptic?
Agree with what?
The death penalty?
Yeah.
Or drug trafficking?
Yeah, I do. Because drugs ruin the lives of many families, and they become less economically productive. They and to the
less economically productive. Is that your metrics you judge humans by?
Yeah.
He's like a little Hitler, if you'll excuse the expression.
I believe every race has.
I mean, you're incredibly fucking not economically productive sitting in this Discord, so what should we do about you?
Well, I joined this Discord after.
No, I'm not asking you why you joined. I'm just saying you are letting your country down big time. So
I think, first of all, I think I've been quite productive today. I just joined.
what have you economically produced for Singapore from all your hours sitting in this Discord?
We're talking about the long run here. When I say economically productive, I mean over the course of, say, 20 or 30 years, what has a person done to help his country's economy, right? And contributed to the country. And drug traffickers, they ruin the lives of many people by selling them drugs, and then they get high and they get addicted to them.
I have a different take on drugs. See, I hold people personally responsible for their actions. Certainly, drug traffickers, drug dealers are predatory mindset people, but they're not the core issue.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think holding people personally responsible is good when it affects society and society's reputation and society's economic productivity. And I think
you don't think holding people personally accountable for their actions is correct way to go about
they should be personally accountable and given the death sentence when they traffic drugs. I agree with that, bro.
You understand that the biggest drug traffickers in the world are governments, right?
I do get that, but if you work for them and you personally bring drugs into Singapore, you will be hanged.
Yeah. Can you look up what the statistics on cannabis-related deaths are versus, say, painkiller-related deaths?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, because that's what I was just going to talk about. The medicines that the governments legalize that are killing you. The third biggest killer on earth is death by medicine. Okay, and they don't go to jail. There are companies who produce these medicines. They know they're going to harm people, but they still sell them, right? And then when they get caught and they go to court, they pay the fines, which is like a drop in the amount of money they have made. I don't want to talk anymore about it, but that's what I mean. Okay, got to be careful here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we should be careful with this.
But so we need to be. Yeah, it's a good point you raised though with the death penalty.
Well, it was Yoda actually dropped the articles, bringing it to light. Yeah,
hey, Cryptic, what
heavy-handed as shit over there, but
Cryptic, what should be the punishment for what would be deemed offensive language?
Here in Singapore, for being racist, you probably will get investigated by the authorities and get fined or even jailed if a lot of people.
That sounds reasonable. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, because when the country started, the racial relations in this country were like really messed up. So the government had.
And you hate Malaysians.
You
Malaysians
like,
isn't a race. I mean, how much?
Yeah,
do you think?
Malaysians
how much
isn't a race.
How much bootlicking do you think you'll be able to endure, Cryptic?
As long as what do you mean bootlicking?
Well, you're just a bootlicker.
To who?
The government. The government must tell us what to do. They are for the proper thinkers.
No, so I would never listen to the American government nor the Chinese.
I'm not talking about the American government.
Yeah, I would listen to.
Never mind, dude. You're just no offense to you, but you're naive. Yeah, it's I guess expected at your age. But dude, snap out of it.
But why would I not trust the Singapore government, man? They have a
okay, that's what I'm asking. How much bootlicking can you endure?
Well, if the government tomorrow said that, I don't know, they'll, cane people for criticizing the prime minister or the leading party, then that's when I'd say we draw the line. But that doesn't happen. All right, you can criticize the prime minister all you want, but if you say false stuff about the prime minister, you will be.
And who decides if it's false?
So say okay, there was this recent example. I don't know if you know that. No, obviously you probably wouldn't. It's local news, but there were two ministers who bought a really expensive house in somewhere in the country, and there was this article that said they did something illegal or whatever, but they didn't do that. It was proven. So what the government did was
that's what I'm asking. Who determines that?
There's
who determines what you're allowed to talk about?
You're allowed to talk about anything
unless it's untrue. Who's the grand decider of that? And do you not see it's dangerous that I don't know, man. You're so far gone. I don't even know what to say to you.
Okay, so say you criticize Trump
brother.
Say you criticize Trump for being a fucking racist or whatever, right? And here in Singapore, if you criticize the prime minister for being racist, you will have to show proof on what the politician or prime minister
and who
said.
Determines if your proof is valid?
The courts.
Okay. God help you, sir.
The courts, and there is also there's also
the government.
There's also a separate agency that's separate from the government that looks into corruption and corrupt practices. That's not affiliated with the government, but gets funded.
Your naivety is off the charts, friend.
What?
Your naivety is off the charts.
I can see why.
Why don't we get back to the topic and highlight how naive he is about where he thinks he's living? Because I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Singapore in the next Olympics. I'm expecting a clean sweep.
The Olympics.
I'm surprised it's new to you.
Yeah, you guys are number one, right?
In what?
Everything. They hear you speak.
Everything is number one, yeah. It's supposed to be the best country.
Yeah, I went to Singapore in 2014, and when I went there, I thought it was going to be, a bang for buck, a good value holiday, bang for buck. It turned out to be one of the most expensive holidays for a week that I've ever spent, because the economy was running rather high at the time. I couldn't afford to rent a car. Whereas if I'd gone to Guam, I could rent the car for a week at like pennies on a dollar. But in Singapore, it was more expensive to rent the car than it was in Japan, or the equivalent. So I didn't do that. We used the London the transport system instead. Okay, the underground. But that was one disappointment. The other thing was when I spoke to the taxi drivers, the few times that we used the taxi, this particular taxi driver said the economy is so hard that he shares this taxi with another one. So they two people are buying this taxi and they alternate during the nights, so that each one gets his chance to use it. Okay, so the economy is quite hard in there, and the prices of electric goods are of the same price as I would buy in Japan. So I didn't buy anything at all. I bought no souvenirs. I enjoyed the food, mind you. Food was excellent. But the economy is hard. It's the Singaporeans are having a hard time living because the economy is so business-based and they're chasing the dollar, the pound or whatever. They're chasing the money and they're pricing Singaporeans out of a life. That's what I noticed in the week that I was there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It is
You managed
tough,
a week.
but it's tough
I left in
everywhere.
a day.
It's tough. It's competitive.
Singapore is just bad. Okay, it's the mentality. You're right, it's bad everywhere, but the mentality matters. There's people who are, like in Brazil, for example, generally speaking, they're content with being poor, but they're still okay. They're able to smile and stuff. In Singapore, you get millionaires, but they still don't smile because they can't afford it. You get the point? The mentality is chase the dollar.
Yeah, I mean that's how you improve your quality of life, right? You have to chase money, and then eventually you'll be happy.
But that's not true for the average
That's the mentality.
Singaporean. That's not true at all. Because the average Singaporean was having a very, very hard time with it. That was 2014. I met a woman in a marketplace, beautiful marketplace, but she wasn't aware of what's going on. Here's the education system. She was selling Dasani water, which is a Coca-Cola affiliate, and it's poison. It was banned in Britain, banned in Europe. Here she is in Singapore selling it. I had to show her the link and show her where it says it is banned, and then she realized that she mustn't sell it. And she was a Muslim woman because Singapore has a Muslim community, and where we were, there were Muslims there. And I said to her, you shouldn't be selling this and selling it to the Islamic people. You don't know, but now you know. Don't buy this product and sell it. It's banned in Europe, in Britain. How can you be selling it? And she didn't know, and I showed her. So education is not as great as you say it is, as you put it. They're chasing the dollar.
It's very programmed, yeah.
Yeah. Social problems are quite high.
It's a very strict country. Very, very strict. You're not allowed to think outside the country, so to say, the island.
It's got a lot of
really, really high. I had to live in a day. I couldn't stand it. Yeah. I went in 2009, and I've never been to a place where I'm almost stripped to my underwear. Like, I've never been searched this much. I've lived in Arabia, where terrorism is a big problem and stuff like that. I mean, I've been delayed on flights and stuff like that. An extra half an hour for supposed security checks and stuff like that. But Singapore was just, I was suffocating. I had to leave. I just left. I didn't even want to spend a night.
Yeah, I must say, I had a good time in Singapore, like I said.
Got into Malaysia.
I had a good time in Singapore. I didn't have a bad time. It was just the price of it. The price, because I thought it was going to be, a good bang for buck holiday, but it turned out to be an expensive holiday.
Costly,
had a good time. Good food. The weather was nice, and we enjoyed going to the beach and all that stuff. That stuff was good. It was just the economy. You could see that they were chasing the money. It was no different from living in Japan, basically. They had all British street names, which is good. So navigating the island is going to be easy, because the street names are good. And I enjoyed the ferry boat rides, and I really had a good time there, but it was just pricey. And when we were leaving the hotel, the guy said, "Are you going to come back?" I said, "No, because the price here is almost similar to Japan, and I won't be coming back to Singapore." No, that's what I said.
Well, what did you expect?
Oh, I expected to find things cheaper.
Well, the internet
yeah, go ahead.
Shows it as a very good place.
Yeah, it is.
Like Malaysia,
No,
the prices are quite different. Think of it this
whole country. How would you expect it to be as cheap
way.
as Malaysia?
What we're buying in Malaysia for maybe 8 ringgit is $9.
Yeah,
in Singapore.
Malaysia is a third world country. Obviously, it'd be
Well,
cheaper
the
there.
government puts out this information,
If you went to India, everything would be cheap. Go to India,
luring
go to
people to
Africa,
come.
go to Mongolia. Everything's cheap there.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I'm
Mongolia
just
is
saying
actually
that.
expensive for foreigners.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
like
It's as a holiday tourist, you got to have money in your pocket to really, really, really enjoy Singapore. I don't waste my money like that and still find enjoyment. I just thought it was expensive. I mean, to rent a car for a week was the same price as it would have been in Japan, and that's for me. That's a joke because I go to places like Guam, Hawaii, Saipan. I can rent a car for a week, 2 weeks, and it's not a quarter of the price that I would spend in Singapore. Silly.
But were you expecting it to be cheaper than Japan?
Oh, absolutely, yes, of course,
In
yeah.
what way? In what way? We're more advanced than Japan, bro. Why would it be?
Why
Why
would
would
you?
we
How
be?
are you more advanced than Japan? You're not more advanced than Japan. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Japan is
The
Yeah,
stepwise
we
here.
system,
are.
no, you're not. The
That's the
system
government
you use.
claim.
Yeah, that's silly. The
You're
system that's
not.
being used, you're not. Yeah, the system that you use for your underground, that's taken straight from Britain. That's British underground system. So
That's
how's that
not
making
built.
you
Yes,
That's
more
copy and
not
paste.
built,
advanced?
bro. The British did not build our public transportation system.
They did.
All right.
You're running. You're
You
running
copied it
British.
from them.
Yes, you
No,
are
no,
running
no, no.
British.
This
Yes,
is
it
not.
is.
This is not. No, the British did not build our public transportation system. It was built in the
Now you're
80s.
being
It was
dishonest
built.
now.
It was built in the 80s. You can go check it yourself. It was built in the 80s. The
You
trains.
look at it, it's a
That's
carbon
actually true.
copy
We're just
of the
talking about
British
the system.
underground system. It's the carbon copy of the British underground system. A carbon copy. That's what it is. You seem to forget I was born in England. Come on, man. Don't be silly. So, no, I just expected it to be
Just the
cheaper.
difference. When I went from like Malaysia to Singapore, it was just like it was different. I could notice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a third world country, bro. Malaysia
No,
is
I
a
wasn't
third world
expecting it to be a third world country.
It's
That
second
wasn't my
world.
position there. No, I wasn't. I wasn't expecting it to be a third world country, but I wasn't expecting it to be pound for pound or dollar for dollar, exact like Japan, the same prices almost. That surprised me. I thought it would have been a little bit cheaper, and it wasn't. In some cases, it was more expensive, actually. So, yeah, I didn't spend that much money there just for traveling a little bit. The food was, like I said, excellent, and that, not
Yeah,
knocking it
because
at
we
all.
have the food is. I mean, we have a lot of different communities here, so the
Mm.
food is quite nice.
Oh, the outdoor food was excellent. Loved it. I'm not going to knock that at all. Top dollar, as far as I'm concerned, top notch. Just that when I spoke to the people, because that's what I did. I was there for a week, so I'm speaking to the ordinary people as I'm going for my jog, my walk. I'm talking to the people because they do speak English, some of them, and they're having a hard time. Like the taxi driver.
But what do you mean
Many
some of
taxi.
them? What do you mean some of them speak English? English is the national
Some
language
people
here.
understand English.
It's like everyone needs to speak English
It's
here.
English.
Well, yeah. So the people I
You
spoke,
need to, but you don't achieve it. The
yeah,
first 10
people I
minutes,
spoke, yeah, they spoke
when I
English.
entered
Some
the
of it
first
was a
10
bit
minutes, I
broken.
thought he was speaking Malay. I kept
What do
there
you
you go.
mean speaking Malay?
saying I don't
Malay
speak
is
Malay.
not.
And then I noticed they're speaking English. Like it's their English, this English. I didn't know about this before.
Dude,
I
Malay
thought they were
is
speaking Malay.
not a
Like it's
lot of.
not the same English we're using now. That was more like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
speaking English.
yeah. I know.
And then I noticed like, oh, it's different.
Yeah, yeah, it's like okay, so there's three different communities here, and when the British Empire came, they kind of combined English with Chinese, Malay, and Tamil, with the local languages, and they've created this colloquial form of English with like with Mandarin, Tamil, and Malay words along with English, and that's how Singlish came about.
Yeah,
That
they were
sounds
living
like
in.
a complete
Yeah, I noticed
jumble
that.
fuck, man.
So officially, I thought it would be like, English would be easy, but then
No, no, no.
like you said,
No,
some of them, like some
No, no,
people,
no.
the way we're talking to you is kind of okay, like we get each other at least. But then others are just like, they get angry if, like, there's a miscommunication.
No, locals, I don't know who you were talking to, bro, but most people speak pretty good English. But the old aunties and uncles that drive the freaking taxis and all that, yeah, I mean, they were born in like the freaking 60s. So obviously the standard of English would be lower, uh, because they weren't as educated, because education wasn't as widespread as it was now in the country. Now everyone speaks really good English because the government, our English tests are harder than those from Britain. Like I've taken both, and the ones from Britain
Yeah.
were way easier. The ones from
You know
America
why that's the
were
case?
way easier.
Yeah, that's true. Do you know why that's the case? The English you use is old English. It's Indian English. Like it's really old. So you know the dictionaries and old words better, but we don't use those in our daily life. So obviously, if you take our tests, they're going to
No,
be
no, no, no,
easier.
no, 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 no,
We
no.
take yours, might be harder.
No, no, no.
Like you
It's
need to
not
dig
based on
deeper and stuff.
vocabulary. Our English tests aren't really based on vocabulary. Like we're not focused on memorizing all the old words and all that. We're talking about comprehension. Our comprehension tests in our English language tests, and like our essays. Our essays are way harder than our English essays. Are way more strictly graded than those from Britain. Like if you took the British A levels, it's way easier. The English tests are way easier than the Singapore A levels and their English tests.
I think it's not just
That's,
English. Even in maths and stuff like that, I think it might be harder.
yeah,
It's just
yeah,
a higher standard, maybe of like, as you said, maybe it's much more strict. So that's actually probably true.
Yeah,
I can agree with that one though.
Yeah. Where are you from, by the way?
Cryptic, I really think you have an inferiority complex going on here.
In what way?
Oh, bro, it's the whole island, man. They're like, this is how they cover their insecurities. They're all like, oh, we're millionaires, we're the advanced place and stuff like that. I did not find one person smiling. It was fucking depressing. You see friends, for example, on the street, you can tell that they're friends because they're like maybe walking together. Generally, such people will not even talk to you if they have nothing like to gain from that. But then they're busy with their devices and everything. Nobody looks up to even like have the human connection. They're just like sitting next to each other, and that's it, just the physicality of it. But then I look for a whole person. Like in one day I did not see a Singaporean smile, like at all. Not one person is happy. I was just like, this is depressing. Tried to talk to someone. I was standing at a bus stop, and there's this girl like reading a book. Tried to ask her about what it was about and everything, and yeah, it was just robotic answers. Like there isn't that sentiment, I would say, the human connection. They don't maybe seek it out, or they don't. It's kind of covered in something, like there's some shells or whatever.
Admittedly, that's being
After we're
lost.
moving, they're just like, okay, where's your happy place? Yeah, that's now. But then for them, I went in 2009. That's over a decade ago.
Where are you from, bro?
Oh, way, way back.
Dude, where
I'm from Africa. Hence I was abused, like fucking crazy. I'm actually disappointed that we allow Singaporeans to
Or are you guys globers?
without a visa.
Flat earthers here, one glober in the house.
I think Singaporeans are globers. My people, I would say flatters.
Yeah, the individual who asked if we're flat earthers, most of us in here are flat earthers. Cryptic Net, he is a glober transitioning into the flat earth, I think, because he's learned a lot today. He's going to go away, obviously, and check it, do a bit more studying, as he puts it, and he'll make his decision when he's ready, of course. But he's been given some empirical evidence, right? Empirical evidence, slam dunk. There's no escaping it. We're not a globe. He knows that now.
He's waiting for Elon Musk to come in and school us all. So
I don't care whether we're a globe or not. I do agree that I do think we're a flat plane, but I really don't care. Like my life doesn't
right.
change.
So what are you in here to talk about then?
I was originally here to talk about flat Earth, but then you guys bombarded me with all
you don't care.
geopolitical questions, and then talked about Singapore and all that.
I mean, you're free at any moment to say, "Oh, can we get back to the topic of flat Earth and measurements and evidence?"
Yeah, actually, Cryptic Net, you changed the topic matter to the political side of it. You actually brought it up because you were talking about Malaysia and Malay having lesser intellect than your country. You brought that up, not us. You started that off. To be
When
quite
did I
honest.
say we have? Dude, I never said Malays have less intellect. I said Malaysians. It's like, dude,
Okay,
Malay
okay,
and
okay,
Malaysian.
okay.
They're not.
You started it off. Is the point I'm making? Is that you started it off? Okay, right. Not us. We didn't start this.
That's
You did.
obviously something that nobody's gonna just let slide, you know.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not racist,
Controversial
so I
stuff
don't do
when
that.
you know,
Yeah. So I was just giving you the experience I had in Malaysia.
put it
Sorry,
out there.
in
Obviously,
Singapore.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just telling you the experience I had in Singapore. It's a very pricey holiday.
I've been to both actually.
Yeah, I've only been to Singapore.
Some of the stuff is kind of right. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you got the money, you'll have a really good time, but it'd be
It's not
expensive.
exactly wrong, but the way you would word it would
Well, you said it yourself.
really
That
have implications.
they're definitely chasing the money. It's
More
all about
Malays
money.
might be flat earthers. Do you think more people in Malaysia would be flat earthers compared to Singapore?
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, the country is based on that. Like they scare the people into, oh, if we don't do this, we're gonna lose because Malaysia is gonna attack us and stuff like that. The reality is they actually moved out. You know, they were cast out. Well, it works for now.
I did see. I did see a lot of Indians there. I met a lot of Indians.
Yeah, I am Indian. I am Indian Singaporean actually.
Yeah, I met a lot of Indian Singaporeans in the week that I was there. There's a lot of Indian food there as well. Nice Indian food, which I eat. I love Indian food anyway, so I had no problem. Like I said, with the food was excellent. Good mix. Chinese, Indian, Malay. It's really, really good. You'll have a good time with the food without a doubt. That's its good selling point for me. It's just the price. The food is not so bad in the cost. It's just when you want to travel, when you want to start moving around. Taxis are expensive. Renting cars are expensive. Booking into hotels are not cheap either. These are pricey as well, you know, so that's the problem.
Jen, we get it. If you've said it like 4 times.
Sorry.
I mean, like Cryptic would love nothing more to just endlessly speak about this socio-economic shit.
Yeah, I would actually, and the reason why Singapore is so expensive.
Yeah, we're not going to keep fucking speaking about it.
Bootlicking. I mean, what is going on with this guy?
Tell us what you've learned since you've been in these channels. Go on, walk us through some measurements, walk us through some dimensions, some claims. Go for it. Floor is yours.
The first thing that I know that I've learned is, you know, when the planes are landing, the calculations used almost all the time are related to trigonometry, right? And to use trigonometry, the vertical height and the horizontal distance have to be perpendicular. But then if they're perpendicular, then the earth is flat, right? And the other thing that I know is when it comes to why the earth is not a globe is because when is because of the boats, right? They don't never really go over the horizon if you use the high definition zoom camera. And I also learned to verify all information instead of just trusting it. And there was also this example of I think it may have been oil rigs on the sea, and the horizon was behind the platform, which was 10 miles away, right? And that's what I know so far. I still need to read more stuff, and I also learned that a lot of the stuff that they say is like theoretical, that they've never actually verified it. A lot of scientists as well. So you can't trust whatever they say because a lot of it is like theoretical.
It seems like you've been paying attention.
Yeah.
And I hate to drag it back. I won't even do it. How you can apply that to your other bullshit, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, about when you how does something who dictates what is true and not true? You've been able to figure out that all this stuff is theoretical nonsense, all this ball stuff.
Yeah.
So say someone, I'm going to do it. Say someone in your great nation decides what you're saying is untrue. How about that?
I go to the court, and then I present my evidence on why it's true.
And then you'll go to jail.
And then the court will decide. And and usually if I present enough evidence and have a good enough lawyer, I should be fine.
Let us know how that goes.
Well, I've seen other people do it, and they've been fine.
Other people have gone to court over flat Earth in Singapore.
Not flat Earth. I meant like.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Let us know when that day comes, and then maybe you'll wake up from your Singaporean delusion.
Well, what do you mean Singaporean delusion?
You'll figure it out when you get there.
Yeah, let's not.
I think you should trust the government.
We know cryptic, touchy regarding nationalistic identity and all that, so let's not.
I do think you should be able to trust the government on certain issues, but when it comes to the shape of the earth, I mean, like, dude.
Yeah, name one thing that the government and any government anywhere in the world at any point in history has ever told the truth on.
Like all countries. Are you talking about all countries having told the truth on one thing and never lied?
No, one government anywhere in the world at any point in history that has told the truth on anything to its people.
Well, I don't think a government would lie. I don't think a government would lie about.
That's not answering the question.
That's not the question. Okay, aside from the shape of the earth, name one time in history where any government ever told the truth to its people.
Like an actual time.
Yeah, like what you were just talking about.
Name one time your government has told the truth to you about what's going on.
They don't lie about the state of the
silence is brilliant. I love it.
They don't
one of my favorite questions.
They don't lie about the state of the economy. At least in my country, they don't lie about it.
They don't?
Yeah, they don't lie about the state of the economy in my country.
Okay, so what do they tell you about the state of your economy in your country?
This year, the economy grew by like 3%, which was higher than estimates of like 0.5 to 1%. And
so they estimated it to 0.15 to 1% prior to, right?
The estimate was 0.5 to 1% because of all the tariffs, but then it still managed to grow by like 3%.
Hey, did you hear they're increasing the chocolate rations?
What chocolate rations?
Go and read 1984 or watch the movie if you can find one with decent audio.
Yeah, no, I'm
those
good.
Chocolate rations. No, I'm good.
How do you know that what they're saying is true? That your economy actually did grow by 3%?
You have to trust the government.
Oh man,
you guys lost.
What if they're lying to you? What if they're lying to you?
Well, there are certain calculations you could make and base off of, like for example, how much the stock market in Singapore grew. But obviously, the stock market growth is not an indication of the economy.
Do you think the people in the stock market list everything that they list all their gains and all their losses on the market? Do you think they do that?
Well, this is what I was talking about, right? If you want to live in human society, you have to go through layers of trust. Trust is inevitable, right?
I distrust the government completely, and I live just fine.
Well, do you distrust? Okay, would you distrust the? Are you from America?
Yeah.
So, would you distrust the government in, say, during World War II?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. No, listen. Would you trust the government? Would you trust the government during World War II and say that the Nazis weren't actually bad when the government told you the Nazis were bad?
Oh my goodness!
I know, right? It's not like they didn't lie about Pearl Harbor and stick all of our entire naval fleet over in Hawaii just so it could get bombed.
So you're saying the Holocaust didn't happen?
Oh my lord, dude! Why don't you just?
There's a fucking leap for you, man. There's a leap.
He just Supermaned that mess.
He fucking did, man.
Hey, let me ask you this. Cryptic. Do you know about a group in World War II called America First? Have you ever heard of them?
Not really, no.
So, two of the most prominent members during World War II in that group were Amelia Earhart and Charles Lindbergh.
Okay.
Do you know who those two people are?
I heard Trump was reopening the investigation
into Amelia Earhart, but do you know who they are?
No.
So they're famous pilots, right? Amelia Earhart was known for trying to fly around the world. She almost made it all the way around, and she died somewhere out in the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
She just disappeared mysteriously. All right. Charles Lindbergh, one night, his child was stolen from his bedroom. His son was stolen from his bedroom in the middle of the night, and nobody knows where the baby went. Right?
Nobody knows.
Both of them were very outspoken against World War II, in that it's not that they agreed with what Hitler was doing, but they believed that what happens on that side of the ocean should be their problem, and what happens on our side of the ocean should be our problem. And we just came out of a depression, so we should take care of our own country first. This was way before Trump. Mysteriously, Charles Lindbergh's baby died during that time, or disappeared during that time, and Amelia Earhart died. She disappeared.
And 80% of the American population was behind Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart. 80%. And Henry Ford, by the way. Henry Ford was also of the same position, that it's Europeans' war is Europe's war, nothing to do with America. They hadn't been compensated for the First World War, where America lended a hand, and they didn't receive the compensation money that they should have got. They didn't get paid, by the way. So these were the reasons why. 80% of the American population.
Do I distrust my government? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the fucking best time to distrust the government is when they're trying to sell you a war.
Yeah.
It depends on which government you're talking about again.
All of them.
I think
they all collude together.
Look, dude, I can understand why countries with very large countries with huge governments could not be
They all collude together.
Could not be trustworthy. But I don't want to keep bringing it back to my country, but it's such a unique situation where it's such a small country, and if the government lie,
you don't have to go back to it. You're one person on the ground. You have no fucking clue what's going on in your government. Stop behaving like you do.
Yeah.
Remember, somebody right now in your government is currently selling you out.
Yeah. Yeah.
To America, to England, to Australia. Somebody's selling you out somewhere.
Selling me out?
Hold on, Cryptic. Your country is currently teaching that the earth is a globe to all the children that are going to school right now. And that's all governments. All governments of the world are doing that. So they're lying to their own people. Okay. Then there's some medicines. Yeah, come on, man.
You should distrust the government when they're talking, but you should especially distrust the government when all the governments agree.
Well, look, say Singapore taught people that the earth was flat, alright? We'd probably immediately get hit by trade sanctions by the US because that would be against what the world
What's wrong with teaching the world is flat?
Because you're saying that all the other governments are lying and they'd all stop trading with us.
I mean, whether they're lying or not, that's on them.
He's not wrong.
Like
he's making a valid point.
Well, I mean, yeah, like you go along to get along, right? Like if you don't do what I tell you to do, we're going to sanction you, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's understanding some of the external pressures that do exist.
Yeah. Basically,
that might cause you to be teaching bullshit.
But basically, what I'm saying is my government is not in charge, all right? Like, we're not in charge of the world. We never will.
Understand.
We're too small. So, like, even if my government was this perfect government, which I don't think it is, but even if it was, it's not in charge of the world. The Chinese government, the American government, the Indian government,
there's people at NASA that know the Earth is flat and they still work at NASA.
What?
Yeah. You don't have to believe in the thing that you're working for. It's just a job, bro.
You don't need to what?
You don't need to believe in the thing that if you're working for somewhere and they're saying, oh, like Earth is a globe. You don't need to believe the Earth is a globe to go work there. You can still create satellites and work with signals and all that stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, because I work at NASA, I therefore have to believe the Earth is a ball. No.
No. What I'm saying is,
shut up and do your job.
No, what I'm saying is, say my government said the Earth is flat and started teaching it in schools, right? Then everyone would sanction us because we're not in charge of deciding the narrative. The big countries are in charge of deciding the narrative. So the big countries would just stop trading with us, and that would be the end of us.
So that's a reason for you and your country to believe the Earth is a ball, right? Because you're afraid that you would lose your livelihoods if you went against the lie.
Exactly.
Well, there you go. So now you know it's a lie. Now you know why they would lie.
Exactly. And but I'm just saying we're not in charge. Like, if you want to talk about the government lying, it would probably be the governments in charge of the big countries, right? Because they're the ones who decide the narrative. Say tomorrow they say
you should go out there and find out that the Earth is flat then and be happy.
I will first need to research the stuff that you guys sent like the other day as well, and then I'll go out to the beach and maybe I'll conduct some of the experiments. And
good luck.
Yeah. But like I said,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Maybe my government, maybe the people in my government know the Earth is flat, all right, but then they can't say it.
Most of them don't. Most of them don't. Believe it or not, they don't care because they're being paid to look the other way. That's it.
So for us, it's not a moral question. For my government, it's not a moral question.
It is
going to be paid off or not.
People are being paid to look the other way.
Yeah, but the people who actually want to deceive the population, they're in countries that are in charge, like America, like Europe, like some European countries. Yeah.
America bad. Yep.
Yeah, so the people in charge are probably in America. So
Cryptic, the forces that run the forces that truly run this world are not in any nation's government. Any one nation's government.
Yeah, they're above the law.
No, when I say the forces that run this world, they're in America. I don't mean in the government necessarily. I think that in the country the forces that run
You
the
don't know
world.
where they live. They could live in Poland. They could live in Abu Dhabi. They could live all
I
over the
can
world.
tell you what. I can tell you what. They
China.
definitely get their power from the American government, like one way or another.
Well, yeah. You never seen that kind of meme where it's like America, the military arm of the rulers, the Vatican is their religious arm, religious / ideological, and then you've got like London City, their financial arm. Never seen that.
It used to be different. The British
Like
Empire.
every infrastructure plays a different role, and basically America is the infrastructure to destroy and conquer.
It's not the British Empire. London. It's London, dude. Like for whatever reason, they decided to make London the banking capital of the world.
No. I meant during the British Empire, it was different, right? It was like the British were the ones in charge, and now the Americans are in charge.
It's
So
not
power.
about the British, man. It's literally the city of London for whatever reason.
No. Now it's the city of London that's powerful.
It was
that's
always the city of London since the 1400s.
Are you saying
Yeah,
New
the
York?
city of London is within London.
Are you saying New York is not as powerful as London, even in present day? Oh, in what way?
It's London. All banking goes through London. That's why they all have London time. If it didn't, they wouldn't need London time up there. Just say New York time or Beijing time. But for whatever reason, I don't even remember how this came about. I think Beijing is like a backup banking system, but like somewhere between the 1200s and 1400s, London, they decided to move all their headquarters to London. For what reason, I have no idea. I didn't look that far deep into the history, but that's where the seat is. Just like, do you know about the International Criminal Court?
Yeah, I do.
So the International Criminal Court is in the Netherlands, in The Hague. Why did they pick The Hague?
What do you mean, hey?
Why did they pick Den Haag? That's the name of the city where the International Criminal Court
it's
resides.
in Holland, isn't it? The Hague in Holland, yeah.
Yeah,
That's the biggest.
Den Haag.
Yeah, I mean, why they pick Holland? I don't know. I mean, a lot of stuff is headquartered in Europe. That's like, legacy based. And the people who give out the Nobel Peace Prize it's headquartered in like Sweden, and then like a
They
lot
have like specific locations for all of this. It's not. It has nothing to do with the country that they're in. It's the city. For whatever reason, somebody owns the city,
maybe
not the
they have
country.
historical significance, like
I mean, I've looked into it. It's just been the home of prominent royal families all throughout history. Has nothing to do with a country. It's just these very wealthy families that have always lived there.
Yeah.
But anyway, we've gotten like way off track on all of this, right? You at least acknowledge that you're the reason why your country thinks the Earth is a sphere is because if you don't, then America or whoever will sanction your country and make it unbearable to live in. If your country doesn't follow along.
Absolutely, and it's not just small countries. I think say the countries that are developing right now, many African countries, South Asian countries,
Well,
even
they're developing for a reason, but that's
yeah,
another subject.
yeah, even places like Japan or South Korea, which are firmly under Western, control, right? If any of these countries actually came out and said the Earth was flat and started teaching that, even if they're developed or developing, they'd still
Well, before
go.
they could even get out and say, "Oh, we're going to teach that," like the person would probably be removed from power that was going to do that.
Yeah,
Like they have fail safes in place already. So,
but the topic does come up though.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Sorry, in Japan, the topic does come up though, because in the English textbooks in university, where they're learning English as a language, a second language for them, it comes up. They compared the anti-vaxxers and they compared the flat earthers. They were saying that each year, more and more people are becoming flat earthers each year. They said, and this is in University of Science and Physics and that. Okay, so it does actually come up in Japan. Would you believe? There you are.
Yeah, I mean,
but at the end of the day, you don't have to rely on your government for information, right? Like you were taught in school. I don't know how old you are. If you're under 18,
I'm 18. I'm exactly
you're
18.
Okay.
I'm
So
exactly.
So you know what C equals 2 pi r is? Have you ever heard of that formula?
C equals 2. It's the circumference of a circle.
Equals 2 times pi times the radius.
Yeah.
Now, can you solve for the circumference without knowing the radius?
No.
Can you solve for the radius without knowing the circumference?
No.
And yet somehow we're supposed to believe that they know the size of the Earth without knowing either of them in the first instance. It's all been a guess ever since the beginning.
They estimate the radius and circumference. Also, they say.
I know, but they need that. They need that specific radius and circumference, so that way they can send satellites around in orbit in a circumferential. What do they call that? Concentric circle around the Earth. This is just geometry, man. This is what we've been trying to explain to people ever since we came into this room. A lot of people have been here a lot longer than I have, but really, ultimately, at the end of the day, if they don't have a circumference and they don't have a radius, right, then the distance to the satellites are all wrong. The locations of the satellites are all wrong. The distance to the moon is wrong, because the moon's supposed to be going in a concentric circle around the Earth also. The distance to the sun is wrong. The distance to all the planets are wrong. The distance to the luminaries are wrong. The distance to everything in the sky is wrong if the Earth is not the size that they say it is. Well, who measured it in the first place?
Right, and that's an excellent point, because that goes right back to when they were guessing back at the Renaissance period and before the Renaissance period, because they were guessing back then. So basically, it's a one big massive guess. It's what they've been doing all along, right up until today. Today, the Neil deGrasse Tysons are not telling you the truth. They're giving you theory, and that's guesswork. Nothing is factual. Nothing's confirmed. They were doing it a long time ago because they could never know. They're doing it today because they never know. We can never know that. We cannot leave Earth to find out these things. Okay? Yeah. Don't know the distance to those objects. How would we know?
Michio Kaku is quoted as saying, people think that we use the scientific method in order to do everything that we do in our field. Wrong. We make huge guesses and to make leaps and bounds in what we do. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact quote, but I can give you the video. It's like 27 seconds long. And it's just absurd, right? Like if you want to see some of the absurdities, watch the documentary or the movie, The Principle. Principle.
Yeah, that's a very good documentary, The Principle, because you have people like Lawrence Krauss is there, Michio Kaku makes an appearance, and a few other so-called prominent scientists, cosmologists, theoretical physicists, and alike. And they've come to the conclusion, this is what made me laugh, that the universe is flat and Earth is in the middle.
And hey, y'all, I apologize if my background noise is too bad. I'm pulling chicken meat, so if it's bad, let me know. I'll mute up.
Yeah, sounds like you're doing some good chef work there.
I got a cooked chicken here, and I'm just pulling the meat all off of it now.
Yeah, that's okay. And you're going to season it and tenderize it, are you?
It's already seasoned, pepper and lemon.
Oh, there you go then. I'm just going to next week we'll be hearing.
So, and that's just the thing, man. Like, you know, what you do with it once you get all the tools and everything, that's on you. Our biggest thing is, like, here's my theory on this, right? Like, if enough people actually wake up to the idea that the Earth is flat, then they'll no longer have the control that they're exerting on. Like, whatever the control that they have, like the speed limit posted sign, everything like that. Like, those, it's weird, man. It's all corporate policy. It doesn't fall under it's not real law. It's not the law of the land. When you look up rules and regulations, those aren't laws.
Yeah, governments will tumble. Governments will tumble. That's what happened. Yeah, because people want proper representation, which they haven't had since they were born, and that realization sets home. You want to put yourself in the job because it's not that difficult to be exact.
Well, here's my thing, right? Like, you know, what happens once you wake up, right? Well, the next thing that happens is you begin to take accountability for your own action. That's probably the biggest thing. And once you start taking accountability for your own actions, you start to realize, like, I can conduct business with my neighbor just fine. I don't need the government to get involved. So, yeah, to me, that's my goal, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with me sending something to Jen, or, you know, I don't need the government to get involved.
No, exactly. There should be no federal agency getting involved in our business. I do a job for me, you pay me. I do a job for you, and you know, and etc. You pay me, and vice versa. I mean, why do we need a middleman's hand getting in there? What did they do to earn the money that I've just earned? They did nothing. So slap the hand or cut the hand off from the wrist. There you go.
Or like, let's say a farmer grows a bunch of food and they want to go over to the Philippines and sell all their food because they know there's a big market over there for them to go and sell their food in the Philippines. Like, why does the government have to get involved?
Exactly, yeah. As long as it's all safe and that you can send it by shipment or take it there yourself. Yeah, it should be nothing to do with the government at all. You know, the government should be there supporting the people, not governing. So I don't like the word governing. It's just wrong. You know?
That's what my end goal looks like. What your end goal could look like is something completely different, right? Like, what you do with the information once you have it and once you know the Earth is flat, that's entirely up to you. Like, I enjoy every day going out there and meeting people and talking to people and, you know, just finding out what they actually know versus what they believe, right? Like, if you know a thing, you no longer need to believe it.
That's right. It's a very good pastime, because you're really, at the end of the day, you are connecting with people in a positive way 100% every time you go out, because that's your intention. And then the reactions you get are numerous, of course, and you learn how to cope when it gets a bit heavy. Maybe you learn how to cope, and by the time you finished after 10 years, you're an expert in psychology and how they behave. You know, even the psychiatrist can't touch you.
So let me ask you this, Crypto. What would be the indication of the Earth being flat to you?
The definite one piece evidence is what you're asking, is it?
Yeah, what would if you were to go out and look, what would you be looking for on Earth?
Honestly,
it's a tough question because it's a little advanced, but it's to help you wrap your mind around things.
Honestly, man, I would say most evidence is complementary. You need one to be able. You need many different, you know, indications of the Earth being flat to finally conclude it's flat. Even though I would say the way the way it has worked so far is if you have like a single like for example the trigonometry thing, right? Like that already you can kind of tell something's wrong, something's off, right? But I do think you need more on evidence. But the single thing that would just urge me to believe that the Earth is flat is if I ever got to see the edge.
You got to see the edge. All right, fair enough. You know, but that's something you realize. Like, if you got to see it, right? That doesn't mean if somebody took a picture of it and then sent it to you, like you'd have to physically go there yourself and see it, right?
No, I have to go. No, I mean like no pictures, nothing. I'll like sail west or sail east all the way and see if I end up. Also, what do you?
That's a tough one though, man. Because like, so sailing east and west is just a circle around north.
Also,
right?
what do you?
Like, I'll give you an example, right? When I was doing land navigation when I was in the Army, if I took a 90-degree turn from north, right? Like just like where I'm standing, I'm facing north. I literally turn my body 90 degrees to face east, and I walk in a straight line, not using a compass, just walk in a straight line. If I continue on that path, eventually I'll start turning southeast. Not because of like, you know, oh, I should be going east the entire time because we live on a globe. No, whether you're on a globe or on a flat earth, if I'm going straight, I'm no longer going in a curved line around north. That's how that works.
But what do you guys think about like I've heard of tons of like Australian sailors. I've heard of tons of Australian sailors that have like done like a full on like you know they leave Australia and then they circle around. They circle.
They don't go in a circle. They don't go in a circle, man.
Like basically they leave Australia and they see all the continents and then they somehow come back to Australia and then they think that's a circle.
They're just going around all the continents and then coming back to Australia.
Absolutely, yeah. I do think that's a real possibility. So I don't think
possible. That's possible on a flat Earth as well.
Yeah. So so instead of sailing east to west or west to east, I think you may have to. Like I don't know, man.
Here's a big one. I think a north to south to north navigation would be nice. Because what happens if I go south and then all of a sudden I'm not going north anymore? I could just continue to go south.
Also, what do you guys?
What if I don't pop up the other side?
What about Antarctica? Like you go to Antarctica, like do you guys?
It's just a place.
Huh?
It's just a place, just like America or Philippines.
Yeah. They say it's at the bottom, right?
Right.
So
they tell you it's at the bottom, but that's just arbitrary, right?
So where is Antarctica?
In the south.
Relative to all the other countries, do you think it's at the bottom of this flat plane?
No, why would I? That's absurd.
So how would you go about finding the edge then?
Keep going south, bro.
Keep going south. Well, why hasn't anyone done that?
That's a good question. Nobody ever has. People have done east to west over and over and over again, but nobody's ever done north to south to north. A lot of people have done south to north to south, but not north to south to.
Hey, Cryptic, have you seen the movie called The Truman Show?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think I don't think we're living in like some movie set.
No, it's just a interesting they make it when it comes to the South, right? They make it very difficult to freely explore past a certain point.
Oh yeah, I get that. Yeah.
And it's just difficult in general, even if you were allowed to just freely explore past 60 degrees south. They make it very, very difficult to be able to get a permit to do such a thing, and then the rules that go along with the permit make it near impossible. But it is interesting that nobody that we can validate throughout all of history has just kept going south, right? Because if they did do that, and the Earth were a globe, yeah, they would come back around to the other side of the globe.
Yeah.
You ever read the book Animal Farm?
No.
It's another good one. It's a kid's book.
It's a good one. Yeah, I'll listen to that this week. Audiobook. Awesome. Cheers.
And then also, what about The Lord of the Flies? You ever read that?
No,
Just the
I watched
movies.
Lord of the Rings, not Lord of the Flies.
Not the same thing.
Yeah.
But that's
How about The Village? M. Night Shyamalan.
No. But yeah,
Add it to the list.
I don't think movies are actually great inspirations for like flat Earth stuff. I think studying
What
religion.
about Divergent?
I think
Have you ever seen
studying
The Divergent?
I think studying. No, I didn't hear of the Divergent, but I think studying religions might actually give you more inspiration and point you towards like a better way of thinking when it comes. And I'm not just talking about like Abrahamic religions. I would say most Abrahamic religions are like have similar foundation, but if you look at all religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, and some of the other so-called pagan religions, like the ones the
Well, hold
ancient
on.
Egyptian.
The Dalai Lama a decade ago said it's time for humanity to abandon religion.
What?
The Dalai Lama over a decade ago said it's time for humanity to abandon religion.
Who's that?
The Dalai Lama?
I don't know who that is.
Well, you just brought up Buddhism.
Oh, I'm not super well versed in Buddhism. I'm saying
you brought it up.
Yeah, I'm saying we should look into pagan religions to be able
I have
to.
looked into them. I have looked into them.
All of them?
Yeah.
And they
including
say
the
nothing
Gaelic
about
religions, Norse. I looked into Hinduism for a little while. I looked into the Egyptian culture. I looked into the Aztecs. Looked into a lot of culture.
And none of them talk about flat Earth.
Haitian. Every religion believed the Earth was flat. The only religion that doesn't believe the Earth is flat is NASA.
Yeah.
There's literally a meme out there that shows like every religion's artistic depiction of what the I'm sure somebody will post it here shortly. Everybody's artistic representation of what their religion said, and it's all flat Earth. It's all flat Earth, surrounded by a grand creator, and it's on pillars. It's set firmly in its foundation. Every single one of them. That's odd, right? That like how religions disagree on so many different things, especially with Christianity, right? But disagreeing against paganism, but yet they all agree on this one thing, right? Somehow they all came to their own understanding of this prior to ever coming into contact with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Cryptic, those novels and movies were brought up not as flat earth proofs, but as examples of how humanity can get brainwashed into a collective delusion.
Yeah, I watched The Matrix.
Well, that's a simulation one, which is funny because it's a flat Earth when they're outside of the simulation, but it's a globe when they're inside the simulation. What was that Jennifer Lawrence movie? The one where they were trapped inside of a game. Hunger Games. Hunger Games.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You got to see that
That's
movie
another
too.
one.
It's another one.
Yeah. Wait, the Earth was flat in Hunger Games?
No, they were trapped inside of a system that was designed by the elites, and it was just a game for them.
No, I meant like outside of the Hunger Games. Like, was it flat or not?
From their observation, it was flat because they didn't. They were trapped inside their little dome.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with flat Earth in general.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it was just the world, whatever.
Yeah,
They probably thought it was a globe.
Yeah,
But yeah, when it comes to all the ancient cultures and religions, if you look back, they all depicted the Earth as flat and stationary and contained. There are some modern interpretations, like especially like Hindus and Muslims and people like that, like more modern like scholars or whatever you want to call them, have sort of mistranslated it into saying, oh, like it was saying that it's a globe. But if you look a bit deeper into it, it's just nonsense. All of the ancients knew it was a flat, stationary, contained system.
Yeah. I think.
And then I went over with the other day. Do you remember I was reading out about how the globe sort of came to be based off the celestial sphere and how that was inverted?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the celestial sphere. You showed me a diagram of that as well.
Yeah, that's kind of how the globe came to be. Not because someone went out and actually proved the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, but it's amazing how so many religions, actually all religions, believe the Earth was flat. Because today, right, if you look at NASA and you look at like the government agencies that promote all this stuff, right, they actually make it. They actually actively promote that our ancient ancestors were a lot more stupid than us today. But actually, I think they were.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If they're a lot stupider than we are today, then how come they had all the tools to beg the question and make the assumption that the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? Because that's Eratosthenes' result. That's everybody's result. If you're using the angles in the sky as a base foundation, which everyone literally is. So the same circumference that they would have gotten in ancient times is the same one that they use to beg the question of a sphere now. That's the only difference. The ancients had the same set of data.
Yeah. So I guess they're smarter, but then the government promotes it such that they're not smart, and I think that's active. That's like controlling the narrative. Like a lot of the governments today, they promote it such that our modern way of thinking is actually much more enlightened, when I don't think it is. I think a lot of these ancients knew a lot more than we do, because there wasn't mass brainwashing during. That's the problem. That's why I do think like the Matrix and the Truman Show and all these uh, dystopian realities could come true, like Cyberpunk 20. Not Cyberpunk. What was that movie? That like Blade Runner 2049, and all these different dystopian things could happen, um, because today, like back in the day, say you were in Japan, right? In like the in like the ancient, like before Jesus was born, like 500 BC or something, or 8,000 BC or something. People in Japan had no contact with like people in Europe, people in Africa, people in India, and all that. So even if, say, someone in Europe was brainwashing everyone and saying the earth was flat, and there was a dictatorship saying, if you don't I mean, the earth was a globe, sorry, say there was a dictatorship saying the earth was a globe, and if you don't believe the earth is a globe, we'll kill you. That brainwashing would be contained in Europe. It would not spread. It just couldn't. It couldn't go all the way to Japan or China. But now, with all of our trading networks and all of our globalization and all that, you could never contain it to just one country or one civilization. So if there if everyone was to believe the earth was a globe, it has to be mass brainwashing. So another reason why globalization is much more is so much more advocated is because if they lie, they need to be able to lie to everyone. The only way to do that is to control the entire world, and they do it through their banks and through globalization and all that.
I mean, if that's the excuse you want to give it, I don't need an excuse to know that what the truth is, right? Like whether someone's lying to me or not is kind of irrelevant. All I need to do is go look at the world and take the measurements myself.
Yeah, but sometimes you have to wonder why they're lying too, right? And we're definitely living in a dystopian reality, that regardless of whether they're lying on the shape of the earth or not, which I think they are now, but if they aren't, I mean, I think they are, but even if they aren't, they're definitely lying about many other things, and they can lie and they can do mass brainwashing, because
I thought you were just telling us a half an hour ago you have to trust the government.
I was gonna say,
who are you and what did you do with Cryptic?
No, we absolutely need to trust the government when it comes
You
to
put
our
your left
own
hand
livelihood.
in, you put your left arm. I mean, what is going on with this guy?
No, listen. I still have the same position that you
Problem,
need
I
to
ain't
trust.
listening.
You need to trust the government when it comes to your
Speak for
own
yourself.
livelihood. You need to trust the government when it comes to your own livelihood. You're not in authority.
Bullshit.
Like you're not.
Well,
But
there's a difference. There's a
I'm saying
difference
they're
because,
capable of
hold on,
mass
I get what you're
brainwashing.
saying. I get what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying. And there's a difference. There's a difference between uh, trusting that there is a general baseline where everyone has agreed to certain things generally, like who's in charge of said like livestock and like who distributes what and stuff. Like we trust that people are going to follow what they have agreed to, even if we don't necessarily know the agreements. We understand a working agreement between one party and another at the very least. That's not the same as trusting, a government body or entity like wholly about information that they're giving. I think they're two totally different things because I used to quote unquote hate the government until I took my first finance test. And then I realized, oh, I just hate the people that are stopping me from just knowing simple basic shit. Like, but we're all going off of the same laws and the same rules, or none of this shit would work at all. There's nothing wrong with the rules. There's something wrong with the way people are twisting them. So it's like when I say trust the government, I'm talking about trust the laws. I'm not saying trust the fucking I don't know, pick any figurehead. So there's a difference. So I don't know if that's what you mean, but
No, I mean, you have to trust the government on certain uh,
give an example.
well, uh, okay, say the government says that they say the central bank says that the economy is not doing that great and they're going to lower interest rates, right? To be able to allow for more borrowing, then you have to trust that the central bank knows what it's doing, and most of the time they don't. But then, yeah, they get to control the economy through printing more money or lowering or increasing interest rates, right? Which affects your own livelihood. So you have to trust that they are doing the right thing, and then base your actions off of the likely consequences of what they're doing or what they say. So, say a business has to trust that the economy is doing poorly, so the interest rates have to go down, and they have to work with that, and they have to, structure their deals around how the central bank says the economy operates, because the central bank is in charge of actually determining how good the economy is performing. They give all the figures, so you have to trust their figures, and you have to base your decisions as a participant in this economy based on their things, which affects your livelihood. That's one way.
I mean, no, people don't trust that though.
No, it doesn't matter if you trust it or not. You have to follow what they say. You have to base your economic decisions based on what they say, or else, like, imagine they lowered interest rates, but then no one decided to borrow more money, and then the economy continued to collapse or whatever, right? Because, like, they everyone thought that the economy was actually doing great and the central bank was lying. Then the whole system would collapse if they don't listen to what the central bank says. So, and as a result, they'd lose money. So, you have to follow certain institutions.
Yeah, there's a difference between going along to get along and then like trusting the government, right? Like you can know what the government's doing, and you can, based off of their behavior, you can follow that behavior, but you don't have to agree with it.
You 100% have to follow certain institutions. You don't have to follow all of them, but you have to follow certain institutions. Like when the government says the laws are there for your own good, like, kind of have to trust them, right? What else are you going to do? Change the constitution? No. So, like, you have to trust them on that. But the more immediate thing is trusting the central banks, right? Uh, and their assessment of the economy. Like, that's something you have to trust.
I don't trust them at all. I trust them to be the worst possible people that you could trust.
Yeah, I mean, you have the luxury of saying you don't need to trust the central bank. But say I'm a huge business owner with so many factories in a huge country, and the central bank suddenly says, the economy is doing really poorly, and then we have to, or doing very well, and we have to increase interest rates to stimulate, I don't know, foreign investment, so that people would invest in the currency, get a higher return through a higher interest rate. So you have to deal with higher interest rates. You have to structure your whole thing, your whole business around increased borrowing costs, right? Yeah, like, even if even if the economy is actually doing well and you don't need to borrow that much, right? So like as a huge market participant, you have to trust this given entity. You have no choice. And I think there's many other examples of trusting government for your livelihood.
Well, we've kind of like covered a lot of different things. And I think we got to kind of like steer this back to flat Earth and what have you learned about it? I kind of came in late, so I don't know what you know about flat Earth, what you know about the shape of the Earth. Do you think the Earth is a globe, or do you think it's flat? Go ahead.
Here's a better question. Just like the example you gave, give an example of how we have to trust them about the shape of the Earth that they say it is, which is a globe. Like, why do we have to trust them then?
That's the thing about the Earth, right? You don't necessarily have to trust it. The trust that it's a globe. You can always conduct the experiment.
No. I don't need you to give me a double standard. In the same way that you just explained why you would need to trust the government, even though you don't necessarily agree with it, but you do have to go along with the rules, and you do have to go along. Give me that example for the shape of the Earth. I can give you one.
No, I know
one. I'll give you. Okay, go ahead.
Say countries of smaller governments. Smaller governments or governments of smaller countries. They have to teach their kids, their children, their students about the shape of the Earth being a globe. Because if they didn't, the larger countries could easily have trade sanctions and all sorts of.
They
You found
exactly. You've got to have that cosmology in mind already to begin with. So you're sharing that. Oh my, it's just a mess.
Yeah, and
yeah, you got the same size distance problem.
Yeah, you got the same. Thanks, Yoder. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you got the same size distance problem, and you think that if the moon is a sphere, it wouldn't. You couldn't cast a sphere. Wouldn't cast a circular shadow on a sphere. It would get distorted because the surface would be curved. Right? You're projecting a circle onto a curved surface. It's not going to stay a circle.
Wait, why would the
arc
shadow
section
get
anyway?
distorted?
Because
only an arc section
the moon would be curved, right? It's a curved surface. It's not a piece of paper. I mean, if you want to say the moon's flat and it's the shadow of the Earth, that would work fine. You mean the flat moon society?
I mean, I guess
how are you going to work it out anyway? How are you going to work it out anyway? You only have an arc section, unless you think that the Earth's shadow is perfectly fitting the angular size of the moon.
Yeah, and this is where the empirical evidence comes in, right? So there's observations that are made in nature that falsify the three-ball idea of an eclipse. Namely, there's eclipses that are observed. Yes, Sober the Fence is posting in the chat demonstration. So there's eclipses that are observed that are geometrically impossible. Namely, that the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon, and the shadow of the moon, the quote-unquote shadow of the Earth, is moving down the surface of the moon toward the horizon. But the sun is also above the horizon. So how can the object that's casting the shadow be coming down when it's under your feet? It's coming down towards you, but the Earth is under your feet. That's geometrically impossible. There's sunset eclipses that have been recorded, which is also geometrically impossible. There's all sorts of problems with it. They don't tell, like the globe. You got to think of the globe as kind of like someone selling you a used car. They're like, freaking man, it has a great engine. The stereo's freaking awesome. They don't tell you that the brakes are going, that the clutch is gone, right? that freaking smells like cat piss in the fucking trunk. They don't tell you all that. They're selling you the good points. They don't tell you all the things that don't work. There's a lot of things that don't work. And that's kind of what we did. We say, hey, we're not trying to convince you there's a sweat. We're just going to like, they say the earth is a globe, and then they say there's certain things that are observed in nature, and we checked, and it don't check out, bro. Like, that's all we're saying. This shit don't check out.
I see. Okay.
I mean, we take it at face value that it would check out if we checked. And nobody checks, right? We just assume, like, you know, like Eddie Bravo used to say, Google, what's the distance to the sun? 93 million miles. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How'd they do that, right? No one ever asks how'd they do that in checks. They just take it at face value that it's true. And I mean, I understand. People are also taught that to figure this stuff out, like, you have to be some sort of freaking super genius nerd astronomer and freaking via freaking 10 by 10 blackboard and 10 boxes of chalk.
Well, I'm not a scientist.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a scientist, yeah.
But we're here every day. I'm not a scientist. I couldn't possibly know that.
Yeah, you can't figure it out because you're not a scientist. But then on the other hand, you're dumb for not believing it. Yep. How does that make sense? How can you be dumb and like dumb and just like ordinary at the same time?
Yeah, and they say that too in the same breath, right? Talking outside two sides of their mouths. You're just too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't possibly know.
Only smart people automatically believe smart people.
Yeah, you got to be smart to believe smart people. Dumb people don't believe smart people because they're dumb.
But you're not as smart as the smart people. That's the other thing.
Are those smart people smart because they believe other smart people?
Yes.
Infinite progress.
Yeah, it's human centipede.
Oh, God.
There's some psychology for your ass, cowboy.
Oh man, nice choice of words.
I mean, you want to do a psychological frickin'. You want to have a. You want to see some psychology, man. Chill for a fucking week in here and watch the people that come in here in the absolute absurd psychotic rage this topic brings them.
Oh no, I know. I used to host Crit knows we were on this server together, and I used to host these really large talks. Like we get like 300 people in on these like things called stages, and then these I'd have people come on like a couple at a time. We might have 6 or 7, maybe 8 people on stage at once, and I would allow like let's say we're doing flat Earth, I'd allow like 3 flat earthers on, 3 Globers on, and then we'd all talk. And there's some pretty interesting discussions. I kind of get lost when the flat earthers like go down the whole the dinosaurs were placed there rabbit hole, and like the Catholics are incubating a bunch of babies and trying to and miseducate everybody, like shit like that.
I get it, dude.
Yeah, that's science
like what we call esoteric flat earthers. We're not in that group, bro.
I told him that earlier. I was saying that
we were
too.
talking about that earlier. Yeah,
that shit infuriates me. All of that.
But I like to come to it. I'm like, okay. What do we
listen,
know?
Cowboy, on interrogation, you'll find out they're not actually flat earthers. They're just they're just fucking edgelords.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if they cared anything about information being told, they would care more about how it's investigated, how people know what they know. Like, is it something that could be substantiated, that could withstand scrutiny? Mm-hmm. That's something you should be looking for if you have a talk with somebody. Be more concerned with how they got to the point of a conclusion of the information they're presenting you. And if they can't do it, then what are they saying? They just have another belief system? You know, like, that's not going to work. Yeah, we're trying to get people out of the muck and mire of just believing everything, you know, and not putting things to the test. So in order to do that, we need to have some sort of foundation for them to begin their journey, not just give them another thing to believe in. Well, there's a map of the Earth on the moon, guys. You know, like, that's stupid. Why the hell are we going to do that for?
A lot of people come into Flat Earth with other ideas, right? Like ether or like aliens. So, like, how do I plug all this in, right? Like, I'm not letting go of that stuff, as it's got to work with Flat Earth now, right? So next thing, you got outer lands that the aliens come from instead of other planets. Right?
Yeah, we'll move the reptilians underground, guys.
Yeah, the Masonic reptilian overlords. Dude, I swear, I don't know.
Yeah, it's infuriating. I think Nathan Oakley nailed it when he calls it the feast of nonsense. If you're interested in flat Earth, there's a veritable feast of nonsense out there being perpetuated by people who call themselves flat earthers. And they might be more numerous than us here in 24/7, sadly. So the general public sees all this crazy bullshit and thinks that that's what we think. So Globers come in to argue, and they're surprised to find out that we don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. And they think we're supposed to. And then they think we're being disingenuous. Like, what the fuck?
That's crazy.
This is your map, and you're supposed to believe in the ice ring Antarctica and lands beyond it, and toroidal ether, and all of that. What do you mean you don't believe any of that?
Like Professor Phil,
you're supposed to believe that gravity's electricity.
Professor Phil, after all this time, we've been saying that that's not what we're saying. Will still come in here and repeat the very same thing he does, like the same antics he did the last time. So you guys are saying that the ice wall, and it's like, dude, we've been over this. I don't know how many times with you. We're not saying that. Like, it's doesn't change.
Right. I mean, there may be some weird shit going on beyond our realm of knowledge. And that's fine if you want to speculate, but I mean, to hold yourself out as a flat earther and that these are the things that make you a flat earther is just absolutely batshit crazy to me. Yeah, Indio nailed it, man. These are edgelords. At the end of the day, you talk to them, you find out that they're either here trying to rage bait people and win online arguments, or they're here to try to be a guru and offer some really mind-blowing perspective on a new cosmology. And then meanwhile, 24/7's hanging back here, and we're like, no, man, we just want to talk about what we see and what's real.
They've uncovered the secret maps that are hidden in the basement of the Vatican. So they're here to kind of like tell the world about it. They come in here with like this little angle or secret knowledge that no one else has, and like, yeah, well, you guys never thought of it. Like, that's dumb.
Have you guys ever interacted with an individual who goes by Pickle or Newt?
Yes, dude.
I want to see what you guys think about him, because he had good things to say about y'all, and I love Pickle. Like, me and him go back and forth.
Dude, they were
like, used to.
Let me say this: they were touting him as the debate god. Before, when we got into this channel here in politics, everybody's like, "Dude, you need to watch out for Newt, man. He's like the best of the best. Like, that guy is top tier when it comes to debating." And I was like, "Yo, okay." Really like to have a chat with him to see what he's like. I mean, dude, it was far from like the expectation that I had, because of the way they built him up. They built him up to be some sort of like superior, like debate king. It was not that.
Isn't that where Heretic is like, hey, our plumb line straight lines? Our plumb line straight lines. Was that the guy that he was doing that with?
No, that was Great Angelo, and he's an entomologist. No, that's not him.
Okay, never mind.
Like, fuck you.
But it's like...
No, Newt, I have recorded with him a conversation. He thinks that there could be a container, but it's probably like a membrane around the Earth. I have him on a recording. He thinks it's like a ferrofluid kind of thing. The way he was describing it. I don't know what he thinks about now, but that's what he was saying back then.
I know that he's very into the esoteric stuff, so that's why I asked.
Perhaps.
Wait, is Newt the guy that says that he's building a large language model and he comes in here and he's trying to get flat earthers to add to it because we're kind of like an element of chaos and random elements that he needs to make his unique?
I don't know, maybe. I've never heard him say that, but he does have like this knowledge that he feels that he's more superior than another glober that comes in here speaking. And he'll tout his knowledge in a way like that, like, oh, that you got it wrong. That's high school knowledge. Like he'll say it like that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're thinking of the right person. He was drilling a hole through the event horizon or something.
Yeah, I remember that. That was Newt drilling a hole through the event horizon. I remember.
That's funny. Woo! Are you doing it now, Newt? Like, ask him, like.
Well, I guess, when you're smart enough to be paid by a private foundation to do anything you want on the internet, you can come up with ideas like that all day long and have fun.
When you speak, sometimes the last thing that you say is cut off. I think that you might need to hold down the push to talk a little bit longer or give it a second. I don't know why. It's like the last word, word or two. It's left off.
Okay, yeah. I mean, sometimes Discord lags. Like I press the push to talk and it doesn't immediately activate, and the other opposite happens.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'll kind of hold it for a kind of a millisecond longer after I finish saying something, just to make sure it gets through.
All right, cool. Thanks for the tip. I got to go now anyway, so time to get into this office environment.
Yeah, I'm going to be supposedly about 35,000 feet. I just wanted to see if you had any way for me to prove the dip direction on the airplane.
Correcting to what?
Where since it's got to bend down for the humpy curve of the Earth, so I figure the 2-hour flight, it ought to be dipping down about 6,000 miles.
You need to somehow like lock a gimbal to your initial reference point and use that as an absolute frame of reference to measure angular change over time against.
Yeah, I'm only saying in jest, but yeah, I'll be in the air here in about an hour and a half, somewhere in that vicinity. 2.5 hours.
Cool, man. Yeah, so a pitch reading that is a pitch reading that is not against an absolute frame of reference, but a local frame of reference only, is not going to show any curvature deviation over a globe, even if it did exist, according to the globe.
Oh, there's no way. No, I was just teasing because it's a bad argument. But anyway, have a good day, and I'll wrap with you soon.
Okay. All right. Have a good time. Have a good flight.
Yeah, I'll be back near that restaurant, not really far, that we talked about. So, talk soon, my friend.
Okay. See ya.
Stay blessed, man.
I've uncovered a lot of crazy information about avionics and the airframe gyro itself. It is just insane. So there's actually like CFR 49 is limits NTSB or any government's authorities in fully releasing the unprocessed raw gyro data from the ADARU. This data would include what is said to be the initial calibration alignment with the axis of the globe that is supposedly done on the runway, or on the tarmac rather, before they push off.
Fascinating. Why do you hypothesize they're not able to release that?
Well, I go based off of what they say, and they say that they're not in the business of releasing what could be considered extremely valuable trade secrets to these companies that develop these devices, because the uncompensated raw data would allow engineers to potentially back engineer how the device works, to include identifying flaws within the device itself, and then make a more competitive copy of it without doing their own research. That's just one thing. I mean, it goes into potential national security concerns.
So, protection of trade secrets versus passenger safety. Yeah.
Precisely. Yep.
Well,
so I pay for two large language model subscriptions.
It's just dumb.
It is dumb. It's contradictory to what the whole purpose of NTSB is for, to investigate crashes and malfunctions of equipment for public transportation. So it's bonkers, dude. So I've got a subscription to SuperGrok, and I've got a subscription to Google Gemini Pro version, and I've used both of their research agents to go find me raw uncompensated gyro data, particularly at the initialization of the gyro, which is supposedly detecting Earth curvature rotation around an axis. And both of them have continuously come up empty, saying this doesn't exist. And it probably doesn't exist for these reasons. Now, what it did find was, it did find simulated data and some NASA document and some simulated data for like a university class on this. And then it found related technology data that's not the same thing as the ADARU, and not the same thing as some INS on a boat, but something else. I forgot what it was called. But it too was only able to obtain second and third order data and not original unfiltered raw data. So I'm coming up empty. I mean, I'd really like somebody out there to go find this stuff and even validate that it exists.
May need to interview some people in person in order to get those questions answered.
Well, it's like, okay, let's go into commercial industry and let's go pull up some examples. I want to see like field testing of these devices. I want to see a meta study on a bunch of these devices that have been compared to each other. I want to see what kind of data they're spitting out, what kind of errors are also being put out, how errors are compensated, and so on and so forth. But none of this exists in the public domain anywhere.
Somebody once told me that if we knew how chaotic aviation was, we'd never fly or go anywhere.
Right. I'll tell you what I have found. Based off of their own claims, they claim that during the initial inertial alignment phase, where they are recording Earth's rotation with the airplane around the globe axis, that they use that data to then subtract it out of the attitude readings and velocity readings of the aircraft. And this subtraction then is delivered to a computer that goes ahead and adds in WGS84, and goes in and adds in Earth transport rate rotation, and adds in Coriolis, so that the output could be matched to GPS systems and other navigation conventions. So they claim that they take it out, that they zero out the instrument based off of physical readings of globe rotation, and then they add in a model afterwards. I find that to be pretty silly. I mean, I've got like a PowerPoint presentation describing this in my stack of stuff. I've got so much crap that I need to organize.
Should put it through the AI. Yoder, put it through the AI. Let it do it, the sorting.
I did Google Notebook and SuperGrok.
Then you're gonna have your own. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, would you consider yourself to be pretty knowledgeable about like prominent flat Earth explanations and models for like weather and stuff like that?
There we go.
Oh shit, okay.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat.
Yo, Crit, are you still here?
Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Yeah, it was fun listening to that Aussie guy fumble and stumble with Indio. Yeah, that was good. I think he was out of his element. He was out of his league.
Yeah, dude. Fish out of water much, huh?
Who is this Aussie character?
Roadhouse on Twitter.
Roundhound.
Oh,
was
sorry,
he the one that was doing the debate?
Roundhound, yeah, sorry. I got Roadhouse.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard about that earlier. I was curious. I guess he was coming from like a debunking flat Earth type of view.
They all do.
So, like,
they all do.
When people try to debunk flat Earth, do any of them come from a like weather standpoint? Like,
nope.
How does flat Earth explain the weather, cloud formations, blah blah blah? No.
Nope. They don't know half of the. Most of 90% of the stuff that they say, they don't know. So if they even start talking about anything, it's mostly mainstream information.
Okay. So like, because usually, like, well, not usually, like, one of the main things that I understand that like Globe Earth has, like, one of the best arguments for Globe Earth, at least from my understanding, is like weather patterns, and explaining how like different storm systems can have different like pressure outcomes on part of the world, and then as the Earth spins around and as the sun heats different parts of the ocean, then like we can explain weather patterns that are going to come up based on that heating and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, but
and blah, blah,
what does the rotation have to do with the weather pattern? Can you correlate that for us here in the room? Like, how does it make sense that the Earth spinning is going to cause some sort of fluctuation in weather?
Well, depending on like the rotation and the position with Earth and the sun, there's going to be different weather patterns because the sun will be heating more intensely, like different parts of the ocean.
That's the explanation you've been given. How can you prove that is actual truth? It's a truth claim. Like the truth of the claim that you're thinking about. How do you know that it's true?
Well, like outside of flat Earth, like I don't believe there's a lot of things that we can know for certain, right?
Are you certain of this thing? Are you certain of this one thing that you're saying that will solidify the point that what makes you think the Earth is a globe based on weather? Like, if you are, I'd like to hear it. I want to know how you made the connection to like weather patterns and the Earth being a globe. I want to hear it. Do you? I mean, does anybody else? I do.
Well, I'm not certain, but I would say that it would make the most sense.
That's not a good. That's not a good place. That's not good, bro. You can't say that. Like, you either know or you don't know. And if it's something that you don't know, intellectual honesty, I don't know.
Well, where I'm coming from is like, I don't think there's a lot of things that people can be certain of. It's just like with the models that that we're told are like the most likely. Like, there's certain bits and pieces of evidence that make more or less sense, right? Like,
based on what though? There's no standard though. There's like you might think you have some sort of standard by saying, "No, well that seems to check out in my mind. That works out." But you don't have something that you can put it against. Like, you don't have something to say, okay, I know that's true about the weather pattern and the Earth rotating because I have a base of understanding of how, the Earth rotating would affect these things. There's nothing you're putting it against. You're just accepting some sort of explanation that gives you a confirmation bias on the worldview that you think you have right now. It's not true, is what I'm saying. Nothing that you said actually manifests that information into the physical world, except for that you believe it. That's the only thing.
Okay.
I mean, the logic is sound here, Cowboy.
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, could you expand on, like, what your position is with regard to, like, weather systems and whatnot?
Right. That has to do with pressure and temperature. And depending where the sun is, in accordance to, like, your geographic position, weather patterns change and or fluctuate. So, and there's systems that are caused on the earth due to currents. The currents that run on the earth, like currents in the ocean, currents in the air, like the jet stream that they talk about. So there's a lot of currents that this earth operates off of and changes and fluctuates. So these weather patterns are cyclical in nature, right? They repeat. Yeah. And some are stronger, some are weaker. I mean, but either way, we don't need a spinning globe earth to actually talk about weather. You know, we can use just pressure and temperature to actually have a better cohesive understanding about what weather is and how it works.
But, like, how would you then explain, like seasons?
Well, like I said, the sun actually motivates a lot of the weather patterns that we have. So depending on what time of year it is for you and where you're located, the sun will be farther or closer to you in your area. So as it approaches and it moves away, there will be a fluctuation in weather that you would see. Like, you know, the rainy season or the hot season or, you know, the cold season, you know, like, just depends. So its proximity, its proximity to your geographic location usually dictates the fluctuating patterns in weather. I mean, that's apparent. That's what we know. So outside of the worldview that you need a spinning globe Earth, you don't need that. You just need the proximity of the sun. So you could think of it like a globe, but there's no evidence that the globe itself is actually attributing the weather pattern changes. You know what I mean? Like, except for you believing it. That's it. The only thing that you have is a belief that it does.
Some things still don't even make sense to me, like, either way. I mean, it's 11:45 p.m. for me right now, and I'm in a t-shirt and shorts. It's dark. And it's great. Like, it's so moderate. It's just lovely. But 2 months ago, this time, I would have been freezing my butt off. Like, that's just...
Oh, is it becoming summer for you guys in Australia?
Yeah. I mean, but it's like it's summer already, bro. It's like it's summer already this year. I mean, it's crazy. But, like, how does that work? Where's the sun to give me this warmth that I'm experiencing right now? It's gone. It's not here.
Yeah. So, yeah, regardless, I mean, you could think of it like a globe, but it doesn't affect you can't tell me how the weather is modified by the Earth being a globe and is spinning. You get me? But yeah, it works fine on the horizontal plane. I mean,
I'm gonna have that.
Unless, like I said, you have some knowledge that's superior that I don't know about, and you're going to tell me. But other than that, all I know is that you've been told a story that the Earth is spinning and it's a globe. And I mean, we got fluctuating weather patterns based on the sun, where it is on the tilt of the Earth, and how much sunlight it's getting. You know, that explanation. But
gotcha. So, like, under your model, like, the sun can change its relative distance to Earth or position to Earth, rather than the other way around.
It's just what reality, just reality, man. Just what you see in reality. You can only make, because those things, we don't know what they are and how they function. Right? The mechanism, all we have is like correlation to our experience of those things.
Yeah, this is true. It's true for several fields, you know.
Let's see, what time is it?
I mean, here's a question to ask, right? Because it seems like somebody that's very knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe and that does weather, they could tell you how the Earth being a globe would affect weather. Like a meteorologist. I think that's a question for one of those guys. And when you ask them the question, tell them what direct information do we have that the Earth, because it's a globe and it spins, that we have fluctuating weather patterns that, affects the weather. Like then they could give you a direct answer, and then you could actually build off of a case that from them studying weather, they could tell you. Because it doesn't sound like it's a solid case for the Earth being a globe, as you might have thought. Because it doesn't sound that way to me. Not from what I heard, anyway.
I see, yeah. Yeah, my knowledge only goes to like I know about the different like latitudes and longitudes. There's like these I don't know if you want to call them vortexes or like streams that are deemed as being responsible for like large scale weather patterns. So like there's a reason why hurricanes tend to form off the coast off of Africa and then move west until they keep moving northwest into the Caribbean and then into like the Florida Keys or whatever. There's like these explanations for that and how like the ocean warming coincides with these vortexes, and then it pushes the hurricanes and several different types of weather formations. And this happens too off the coast of Japan when they get monsoons and typhoons during their hurricane season. And I know about stuff like that. And I was in a climate change lab for a little bit as a researcher, so we got to learn about
good.
Different seasonal weather patterns and shit like that.
Now tell me,
those affect.
Well, it's important, right? But now tell me, from that study, what can you glean off of that you can really directly correlate that has to do with the Earth's rotation and or the Earth being a spherical planet? Like what can you say from those studies that ties directly into that?
Well, I don't know if there's too much of anything that'll tie into like the shape of Earth or rotation. I mean, we were studying how seasons affect snow melt and how that snow melt affects plant and animal life, and with increases in heat and decreases in ozone, how would that affect the plant and animal life, and would it increase diversity? Yeah.
But what I'm saying though is, in those conversations and the study, was the globe Earth being a ball spinning? Did it affect that in any way that you had to talk about it? Like it was a factor, in other words.
Well, I guess with assuming like the seasons and the way they work, I guess to that extent, but not really.
Right. I just want to make it make sense to you, because if it was something that you directly experienced with a study, and you're like, we needed to talk about the spin of the Earth right here, or the Earth's rotundity, like you would have mentioned that and be like very adamant about that position. Anybody would. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I just wanted to elucidate that so that you can actually be like, okay, I know that I've talked about this, so here's what I know about it. And it seems like the discussion was more on the fauna and flora and wasn't like really based on like the spin of the Earth or the Earth's rotundity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I vaguely remember us talking about the way that birds move, like between the hemispheres, and how with increased snow melt it could lead to changes in their migration patterns where you're seeing them migrate much sooner and staying in places for longer. And that would then change the food webs where, birds are preying a lot more and staying longer in these areas, preying on insects and whatnot. And they're increasing their populations. And that would change to much more larger migration patterns between the hemispheres, and it could change up the food webs. With the bird migration patterns, it's super interesting because like as most people are taught, like they move from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. I think it's like every 6 or 7 months, and they do that to stay in ideal hunting conditions and weather conditions and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess like a non-globe model would be able to explain that well as simply like, with because we already talked about like the weather patterns and seasons, like, they wouldn't need to be on a globe in order to navigate.
Yeah, exactly that. But I mean, I always like to strike at the heart of the matter, right? If somebody thinks that there's some type of relationship that the Earth has, being that it's spinning and it's curving, let the person actually describe in what way they interacted with that information that corresponds to the one that they know, like studying the animal behavior, like it interacts with it, because it would make sense to you, right, at some level to say it with assurance, like, yeah, I know how the spin of the Earth would affect bird migration or whatever, but it's not really being mentioned or talked about because it seems inconsequential when it comes to like that discussion. So thereby negating the fact that it did have a relevance.
Like, what do you mean?
So if bird migration had something to do because the Earth was a globe that was spinning in the vacuum of space, don't you think that would have been something that you understood was a true fact that you discovered? Or at least be happy to talk about it,
Well, like, I don't know. I guess I view facts as a little different because it's like one of the coolest classes I took in college was called epistemology. It's basically the study of knowledge, and it's like, what can you know for certain, right? Is like a really big question in that field. And when you dig deep into it, you kind of realize there's not a lot of things you can know for certain. There was one philosopher, Rene Descartes, who, and stop me if you know what I'm talking about, but he basically remarked that the only thing that he could know for sure is that he existed. Because in order for him to be able to think of these things and ask these questions to himself, he has to exist. Because he was thinking to himself, like, okay, what exactly do I know? And this was a dude who was like in the 1600s, right? He's thinking to himself, do I know that a chair is a chair? Like, what are objects? Do I know how do I know whether or not anything that I'm seeing is real? Like, there could very well be an evil little demon that is fucking around. It's basically the Matrix, where like, how do you know that you're in the Matrix, right?
Exactly.
Direct
the only
realist.
thing you can know is that you exist.
Yeah, direct realism. I don't know, Yoder, were you going to say that?
Yeah, I was going to say we're direct realists. We deal with these kinds of questions every day in here and talk about epistemology, epistemics at length. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
And we ridicule people who say that they're unsure if they have hands. Because
some of the are unsure if they have hands.
Oh yeah, or unsure if they had breakfast this morning. Who don't know how they'd feel if they didn't eat breakfast. We talk to people like this all the time. and we make fun of them.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
at
So
some
there was
point,
a debate. Me and AB talked to a PhD in mathematical physics. It devolved into epistemology, where he said, "I can't even prove I don't have hands." Meanwhile, while he's saying that, he's live streaming on TikTok, typing on his keyboard. I don't know what he's typing with because I don't know. He wasn't typing with stumps,
and his hand came across the screen at least once. So Clipcord got an image of him doing it. His hand was big, like went in front of his face. But it's the same mindset that you would. I don't know. Do they teach this in like the collegiate level, Indio? Like, is that why Cowboy?
Yeah,
he's got like this like epistemology where
for like 100 years, at least 100.
It's like a brain worm, dude. Once it gets in your brain, like you can't get it out. You gotta. I mean, unless you're able to like rationalize with it, like, okay, let me see if I know if that's even true. Thinking like that, because what it sounds like, Cowboy, you're borrowing from a logical worldview, bro, just to make sense of a incoherent worldview. You get me?
I guess so. I mean, I was gonna say, like, at least in that class, like we kind of got past the even the professor brought up that example of how can you know that you have hands.
Oh God, was it him? It might have been him.
Well, no. The professor was making fun of that. He's like, and I like to respond to these dumbasses by saying, if you're really gonna say you don't even know if you have hands, like, don't even try to open doors. Don't even try to wave to people. Because you clearly don't know if what you're doing is even like making sense, or and so like he was a really cool professor because he's actually the guy who wrote the entire Stanford encyclopedia on epistemology. He's a really cool professor. Ooh. And he basically gave us all these different types of schools of thought for epistemology, and my favorite one was evidentialism, where they think it's only okay to believe in something if you can justify the evidence for that belief. So, we went into all these different schools of thought. The hands one is really stupid, and the evil demon one is stupid too, because he basically was telling us how if you do actually believe these things, you might as well be a solipsist. And no one ever gets anywhere with solipsism. There's no point in having other conversations with other people who you believe like they might not exist. And there's no point of
nothing
doing
is coherent. It's an incoherent worldview. But and it doesn't listen. It's because it's self-contradictory. It's inconsistent, and just to even espouse it is a performative contradiction. Right? Who are you talking to? Yourself?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking to yourself? Like, if you're just a brain in the jar, dude, and you don't only are a mind,
the brain
every
in the vat,
reference at your ideas, chairs, books, what is your mind acting upon? Where like, the initial ideas, right, are they self-generated? Did it come from nothing? No, they come from the external world. Right?
Yeah.
The fact he even knows what the chair exists, so he can wonder, is the chair just in my mind? Well, where'd you get the idea of a chair in the first place? From the external world. The idea, so, here's something you probably didn't quite. So Thomas Reid refuted all these guys at the time, though it's not well taught in philosophy courses. He wrote, Inquiring into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. These people don't actually believe what they're saying, because if they did, like you said, they'd be solipsists. They wouldn't bother writing books. They wouldn't bother making arguments or philosophical arguments about, I can't know anything except my mind. They wouldn't bother doing these things if they actually believed it. They don't actually believe it. They're just doing mental masturbation.
Yeah.
It sounds cool and edgy. Oh, I'm edgy. What if we're all just brains in a jar? I'm so edgy.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous because there was a couple of people who would bring up these solipsist
something,
points.
Dude. They think it's like some deep, profound
come on,
idea.
Dude. Yeah. It's just like, this is some like low IQ shit, like That's a new phrase that I like bringing up in the middle of like debates or like conversations. Like, this is so low IQ, you know?
It really is. So low.
Well, like Indio's
we run
conversation
into
with
it
the lad
because-
yesterday.
Yeah. I just want to say this. So we run into this brain in a jar thing all the time because when they come in and they fail to prove the Earth is a globe, they try to blow up reality itself. If the Earth's not a globe, then we can't know anything at all because my entire identity and worldview is anchored in the globe. So if that's not real, I don't know if anything's real.
Mm-hmm.
So we deal with it on a daily.
Yeah, I think Indio, you hit the nail on the head. You did say it was an existential crisis, but I layered it with the identity crisis as well because they don't know who they are anymore, and also they don't know what world they're in. So they're trying to figure all this out, and it's too much for the brain to handle all at once. So then they just
true.
They go to the fact that they can't even know if reality is real as an escape hatch. They're like, oh, I could if I say this, I don't have to be held accountable for knowing anything. That way, I can feel safe. It's like a, you want the mind to retreat to its little safe haven where it doesn't have to feel like it's stressed out by thinking of these things.
That's a natural response, though, that they've found in psychology. Like, this happens to a lot of people who come across evidence that their religious beliefs are bullshit. And, they'll either become more religious in their beliefs after dealing with the cognitive dissonance, is what it's called, or they will have to go through the cognitive dissonance and basically disavow their previously held beliefs. So
Go through the stages of grief. We see it all the time, dude.
Yeah,
it's literally the stages of grief. They're going through the stages of grief to their old identity. They're literally burying themselves.
Yeah, it happens to people who get out of relationships. They're like, well, now how can I trust anyone? I trusted this one person and they ruined my life. And now I just,
There's songs written about it. There's songs that Michael Bolton, how can I live without you? People, they go into this. I mean, we see it throughout history, right? Like, in order to cope with that, you have to find some sort of way to deal with the issue. And that's how the mind forms this other epistemology of like escapism. Well, maybe we're just all in the Matrix, like nothing's real.
But when you really think about the implications of, say, Christianity being entirely false, or flat Earth, like a globe Earth being propaganda, like you have to think, okay, not only is it just the case that the Earth isn't a sphere, but I have been lied to by many people. Many people believe this lie. Many people have perpetuated this lie. What is the reason for them perpetuating this lie?
Believe it.
Huh?
It's not a lie if they believe it. Lying implies intent.
Well, yeah. Once
they believe it, then they're telling the truth. They're just wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but once they stop and then they start to think to themselves, well, like there's all these crazy lies about the shape of the Earth, which is like a crazy concept, like holy shit, people have been lying about.
I don't see them as lies, dude. They're just wrong. Nobody's lying, really. To lie, you'd have to know the truth that the Earth is flat and then start telling everybody something else. And then when you actually drill down and who would even know enough to even lie, that it's an exceedingly small amount of people. It's just more like a Western tradition, like Santa Claus. Everybody just says it. Earth's the globe, and just nobody's lying. It's just they all believe it, so they're not lying. They're just all wrong. There's a bunch of people that all in an echo chamber telling each other Earth's the globe. That's all it is. Echo chamber nonsense.
Well, so what would you say like about the people who've like NASA astronauts, or like people who've launched rockets into space or launched satellites and whatnot to get satellite imagery of the world?
Well, I mean, that goes, first of all those quote unquote imageries, they're computer generated nonsense. They even admit it, that they can't take a photograph of the Earth in the entirety. The only ones claimed to have taken the photograph of the Earth in the entirety is the Apollo astronauts. In fact, they're the only ones who even claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety. So that's like 27 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody else, including people that go to the International Space Station. You know, from the International Space Station, you'd only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the Earth. I do know that the Amazon...
So they couldn't tell from their vantage point if the Earth was a ball. And contrary to the pictures they showed, they wouldn't see Earth as a ball. And in fact, astronauts are on record as saying that the Earth looks flat from the ISS.
Well, like,
also,
I
Chinese
have
Space
seen...
Station shows a flat Earth.
I've seen live streams from the ISS that kind of make it look like a globe. Like, you can see the
I know, but
curvature.
no, you haven't. Far enough.
You haven't actually.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. So no one goes, hey, the geometry don't work out for that to look curved like that. No one even thinks about it for a second. They just accept it. Hey, it's not close to high enough. It's 250 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay, it's barely above the surface. Go ahead, Dita.
Right. No, just beside the math, right, that you're pinpointing. We've never had anyone come in here and show us this so-called live stream footage where at the bottom of the screen it didn't say offline.
You're meaning like you want to see live footage?
What they show even if it's a pre-recording of what was allegedly a live stream, right? At the bottom, when it's showing the so-called curvy horizon, right, it says offline.
Okay.
When it's not offline, it's just the nadir aspect.
Yeah, they're pointing it straight down. So I just posted in the text chat, the side chat. So this is the geometry. So if you look at the top one, this is Paul Larson. He's he runs at a planetarium. This is a scale model. This is a presentation on flat Earth, and he said from the ISS the horizon would look flat. Okay, even from that altitude, because it's not high enough. And this is a scale model he made, physical scale model. This the white circle, that would be the entire horizon from left to right. So if you were barely above the surface looking at it, it would just be a line because it's all equidistant. And the bottom one's a diagram showing the relative size. So this is in kilometers. So you have to ask, it begs the question, why does it look curved? You should see some of the stuff that's posted. You have to think about it like this. Okay, they say you scale down just so you can think about it in a way that's on your size. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, right? The diameter is 6 feet, so the ball is as high as your head, assuming you're 6 feet. The ISS would only be 2.5 inches above its surface.
Yeah,
super close. It's not even. You would not see. Now, next time you look at an ISS image or photo, go. Does this look like a viewpoint of 2.5 inches above a ball 6 feet in diameter? And no, it don't. It looks like you're freaking, would be a foot away from a ball 6 feet in diameter.
I gotcha.
What I have to say about NASA and all those things, only a small fraction of people, even that work at NASA, would have any knowledge. We have a person that comes in here. His name is Josh Ingersoll. He works for Amazon. They're trying to compete with SpaceX, though. They're supposed to be sending satellites into space to have internet connectivity. It's called the Kuiper. He comes in here, and I got him to admit the other day that he has no special knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Even though he works in the satellite industry and he sells, sells satellite technology to other companies.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, The closest I've gotten to proof, like direct proof of the Earth being a sphere, is like I happened to meet through like a friend, and then this guy lived in the neighborhood, and they had like a family meeting. Like it was a whole bunch of like rich people in this rich retirement neighborhood out in Virginia. He worked on the NASA commission, the funding committee or whatever for the original Apollo mission.
Yeah.
And he's very old now. But I got to talk with him about all sorts of different spacecraft and theories, and like what was the actual logistical planning, what were some of the hardest parts while planning on getting to the moon and whatnot. And I think the most interesting thing he told me was about how the planning was originally for the SR-71 Blackbird to be a spacecraft, but the main problem was that they couldn't actually get it out of, I think, the stratosphere because of cooling issues on the engines. So they weren't going to be able to get that thing, over to the moon without losing all the coolant and, yada yada. Like I personally love the SR-71. I think it's like one of the coolest aircrafts ever made. But
so let me read something to you. The Apollo flight director Gene Kranz recounts, in the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crew's and controllers' responses in normal emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures with the crew controllers for the use of later flight. Now, hold on. I'm going to read a very important part. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. So your old dude, he don't know anything. At best, he saw a simulation, which nobody could tell was different. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't a real rocket. There was a real rocket. But what they said to go to the moon, when Wernher von Braun first wrote about it, said it would take 3 rockets the height of the Empire State Building.
Wernher von Braun said it would take 3 rockets the height of the
you wrote a book
Empire State Building to get to the moon?
To get to the moon, that's right. You would need to transfer from one rocket to the other. But this is before they had rocket stages. So I've heard that used as an excuse. But there's all sorts of people that have made some widget for the Apollo program. There were 300,000 companies that made some little thing, right? Oh, we're going to make the sticker for their, we're going to make the little logo that goes on their suit. We're going to make the zipper. We're going to make, you know what I mean? The money was spread all over America. Now you have to remember, simultaneous to this, the Vietnam War was going on.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a little anecdote. I know a guy, he's passed away now. He passed away like a year and a half ago. He was in Vietnam during the Apollo mission. So when they went to the moon, he was in Vietnam fighting. Okay. He said he was a radio operator. He said he used to make a phone call home, okay, to Boston, and the 2-way delay was 18 seconds. And now this is called the Mars Auxiliary Radio System. Okay, so these are radio bounces. This isn't a wire. This is radio bounces. And it took that long because of all the switching. If you look at the Nixon's moon phone call, have you ever seen it?
No.
It's a landline phone call. So supposedly they picked up the signal in Australia, ran it through undersea cables across America to Richard Nixon's phone in the Oval Office where he had a conversation. There's literally no time delay in the talking. None. 0. Nothing. The moon landing is phonier than a $3 fucking bill, bro. Did you know they lost everything? All the tapes, all the evidence is all gone?
For the moon landing?
Yeah, the Apollo tapes. They actually had an investigation into it. They lost, allegedly lost, probably never existed in the first place, 2,600 bankers' boxes of tapes of telemetry data. Now, the telemetry data would have proven where the rocket went, but they don't have it. And you know how much 2,600 bankers' boxes is the equivalent of 33 pallets. You couldn't even fit it in a semi-truck. You would need to get a second one to fit the last freaking 5. That's a lot of freaking tapes to lose in the couch. The greatest achievement of mankind, they lost the actual evidence for it. I mean, it beggars belief. I mean, there's other issues. The easiest thing to prove is fake is the fucking Apollo mission. But that's way off topic. Whatever they did, so what? The fact of the matter is, nothing NASA says we can confirm. Right? We would just have to trust them. And then that goes, why should we trust them? Remember what earlier I said? We're not into trusting. We're into evidence. We're not into the trusting thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could trust them, but they've given me no reason to just trust them at face value, especially when they say crazy shit like I went to the moon. It would be less ridiculous to say you saw Bigfoot riding a fucking unicorn. Okay,
Yeah.
that's more plausible than going to the moon. When you think about it, how crazy that is.
Yeah, it's the
They
greatest
burn you at the
feat of
stake 1,000
humanity.
years ago. I'm going to the moon. Fucking tie him up, right? They fucking. In fact, Kepler wrote. Johannes Kepler wrote about. What do you call it? It was a work of fiction in which a witch rode a broom to the moon. In the first science fiction was written. It's called a True Story. It's the first work of science fiction is written during, I think, by Tacitus during the Roman Empire. It's a story about how the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Now they thought the sun was included as a planet back then, right? They just thought the sun was a planet, it was just a bright planet or something. So they didn't make a distinction between the moon and the sun as far as what it was. So they did the whole story is about people on the moon fighting people on the sun. You know what I mean? They had a war.
Mm-hmm.
So I alluded to this earlier, like these ideas of space and all, they way predate the evidence. People have been fantasizing about this shit for a long time. I mean, every culture has had some story about the stars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, why do you think we're the ones that are right?
Yeah,
Everybody else was wrong, and now we are right. Even though whatever we say, whatever anybody says about them, can never be actually verified. Too far away, right? Stars made of helium. Okay, fine. How can you check that? You can't. You can make inferences about what the light does, but they claim that this is what they claim to know by looking at the light, by looking at the rainbow, right? So they look at the rainbow and know how far away it is, how fast it's moving, what it's made of, how old it is, how big it is, how fast it's spinning, all this shit. They say that they know this from a little pinpoint and looking at a spectrograph. That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, it is, dude. Like, I mean, imagine just looking at, like, and analyzing the light and saying you know all this stuff about something. I mean, that's like a magician's trick, right? The Amazing Kreskin, he goes in the crowd and he's like, your birth date's, 1927, 6 o'clock. Your mother's name is frickin' Rita. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's guessing all these facts about people. Psychically. It's on par with that as far as I'm concerned. But I mean, when it comes down to brass tacks, whatever that is, we can't verify it. What they depict, the images they depict, we can check that if that exists in reality. That's all we can do. The same way that if you went somewhere, like say you went to 10 miles north of freaking Houston, Texas, and took a picture and said, "Hey, go get a picture of this building," and then someone goes there and there's no building there. They know your photo's fake. They don't need to know how you faked it or anything. If the building's not there, what's depicted in the photo, your photo's fake. Assuming they didn't rip the building down in the time period, say it's the freaking 2 hours later. Obviously, they didn't rip the building down. So they take images and they say, hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space. Well, it has certain things in the image, like curving oceans and things like that. Can we check that? Can we check the features in that photograph, before the photograph, to see if they exist on Earth, where we are, right? Because we should be somewhere in that photograph, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the resolution to pick us up, but like wave to the freaking camera, right? We should be somewhere in there, right? And since we're somewhere in there, we can check the Earth to what they took a picture of and see if that picture matches reality. And I hate to tell you, it don't. It's just a faith-based. That's the way a lot of us think about the globe idea, is that it's just a religion. It's just a religion without a deity. It's promulgated the same way. It's got a creation story. It's got a creation of man story. It's given to you by these, quote unquote scientists, which they're the equivalent of priests. And what they say, nobody can check, and they know better than everybody else. And like, only a special group of people gets to commune with God, as in go to his space. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing. The structure is like a religion.
Yeah, there's several structures like that
maybe that's just a human thing where we make structures like that. But like creation story, Big Bang. Creation of man story, evolution. The fundamental claims, can you check them? No, you're not a scientist. Just like when people couldn't read the Bible, right? They did. The priest interprets the Bible for you. What does God say? I don't know. You got to ask the priest. The Pope will tell you what the God says. He communes directly with God. Oh, what's the Earth look like from space? Oh, you can't go there. These special fucking astronauts got to have the right stuff. They go there. You got to just listen.
Shout out to Sunny in Philadelphia, right? I love that.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock where I'm at. So I'm going to get off and go to bed. But I'm going to hop back in here tomorrow, probably.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
What's your name? Indio? Gotcha.
Indio,
I'll talk to y'all again soon.
Yeah,
man. Thanks for checking in.
For sure.
Thanks for showing up, bro. You're cool, man. You're cool beans. Thanks for not melting down, getting triggered, and having a psychological episode.
No, I've known Crit for years. We used to talk back in the day all the time. I saw him in here chilling, so I wanted to catch up with him. Yeah, I've known plenty of Flat Earth folks and had some good conversations.
Yeah, well, you're welcome back. So,
yeah, I'll join back in. All right, I'll see y'all. Good night.
Later, man.
Take care.
Good night, man.
It's good to have a chat like that every now and again to cleanse the filth of the nasty Glovers that come through here.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, man. They must be sleeping because nobody ran interference.
I wanted to know who that, Crit, do you know who that professor is that he was referring to?
Yeah, I think he's talking about if you remember, you might not. He used to go by Purple Elephant. Or Big Purple Elephant. Like hold on a second, see if I can find him.
If he's a man of his word and what he teaches, then yeah, I would like to have a conversation with him, but also to kind of test the middle as well. Because if it's like one of those things is rules for thee but not for me kind of thing, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the guy I'm thinking of. He came to 24/7 to the check-in, and we checked him in, but he didn't want to go on the live stream. And then we went to like a chill chat or something like that. I can't remember which one, but one of the non-screen chats. And Cyclone talked to him for about an hour, and at some point evolution came up, and then kind of like people were skeptical. I'm skeptical of evolution too. So he's like, nope, fuck it, I'm out.
Oh, he's evolutionist?
Yeah. So they're like, why? I thought that everything was cool. Like your everything's going good. And he's like, yeah, but I mean, everyone's got their sort of sacred cows, and I can't be on a server that's going to deny evolution. And everyone's like,
crazy.
Yeah, I was like, wait. So everything else you're good with. Let's talk about it. Let's do. He's like, yep. Nope. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh, and he did come in here. The purple.
No, this is the 24/7 main server.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we had interaction with him.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Like, if Cyclone comes by, if it's a guy I'm thinking of, it might be someone different though, because there was a lot of characters, on that server who were all kinds of things. If I think that's the guy I'm talking about. I'm trying to find his. It might not be. It might have been Pachyderm or something like that. Or I'm trying to find his name on 24/7 to see, because it would still show up, even though after he left the server, unless he didn't type at all. But then the bot would show when he joined, or a separate account.
I've taken no like actual collegiate courses in like any of this epistemology, understanding. But to me, I think when logic is sound, it's very coherent. It transcends like having to sit there and listen to a lecture and just be like, "Oh, that guy's full of shit." Like you could actually hear the logic in what they're saying. It's coherent, right? So it would make sense to somebody listening, and it's not just something you're accepting because there's somebody that's intellectual speaking of the thing. But it would just be true, like that's the way I view it anyway. That's how I hear information. Like when somebody says something and it does make sense in the realm of like, physics or some way that you can have it, manifest in our physical world, like something that just rings true would be true no matter what. Like it can't be moved. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, I mean, do you feel like when it comes to epistemology that you have to be like,
I think you're lucky your brain ain't tainted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like a normal person, right? So it's like normal people don't doubt how they know things, but, epistemology is like the philosophy of how you can know anything. What is knowledge? Yeah. What even is it, right? And while it's a freaking entertaining intellectual fucking exercise, that's all it is, right?
Yeah.
In practical terms, like, how are you even having a conversation with me if you don't know anything or know how you know something, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
There's foundations of order that everything is built upon. And if you don't have that, then there's no coherence. And that's also in the physical world. It's the same way. We see what is order manifest in, like, the ecosystems that we see. So that to me, it's just like, if there wasn't any, if it was just all random, there would be no coherence whatsoever. Communication would be difficult. Like, you know what I mean? You couldn't relay information.
Well, so to me, amoebas. Why don't we talk to amoebas? Because they don't know anything. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. When you don't know anything, you can't communicate.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because it's almost like, I think about that, Indio, like just looking at like organisms and the way they operate and the function of them. Like they might not have eyes and a brain like we do, but they operate in some sort of like realm where things, they eat other, organisms, and you know what I mean? Like the microorganisms, like they're doing things as if it were like some sort of societal structure, like they don't attack certain ones. They choose to mate with certain, like it seems like there's a whole other world that's happening there that we don't understand. But we do understand it to an extent, but we don't know why. Like what makes the organism do what it does? Why did it choose to, eat this other one? And then it turns it into some other, like a protein, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, like how do ducks like know how to swim? Like all of these, how do birds know how to fly? Like,
yeah,
with these instincts that animals have, we call them instincts because they just do them, and we don't have like another word. But there's nothing that human beings just do, right? That makes us. We don't actually. I mean, we do have like impulses. I wouldn't call them instincts. I would call them impulses.
Impulses.
But we don't have no instincts like I'm gonna frickin' drag my ass on the ground like a dog. We don't do shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We have logic and reason, and that guides it motivates us and guides us. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there's a lot of the world that we seem to want to just say how it is, and we don't fucking have a clue, bro. Like, they just like, I mean, I'm just saying what's fascinating to me about the realm that we exist in is I see organisms like, I'll point one out, like a jellyfish, something that's you could see clear straight through. Where the fuck is a brain in that? Like, how does it know what direction to go?
Is a brain, according to science, the whole thing is a brain.
Yeah. I mean, but
the
like
disembodied brain, man, floating around in the water. They say that that is basically just like its cells are very close to like neurons.
Yeah,
in structure. Yeah.
What I'm saying is like it's so fascinating to me that something like that can choose to go someplace and decide is a wrong word, but like it's motivated to do something and not another thing. Like, and it chooses to mate with a certain, it's like, what's guiding that thing, man? Like, what's the hand behind the puppet?
Be fruitful and multiply. I don't.
Well, even the Bible describes, right? They're like each animal is kind of like a pre-programmed, almost like a computer, right? It executes its program, right? Dog executes its dog program, and
but it's not only executing.
Even the Bible describes ants as being a curious people.
Yep.
Yeah, dude.
People.
Honestly, like if we remove all the like studies that people have done, and they put like this label on things, and if you could just examine everything outside of what we like us, like who we are, dude, we're like a giant multi-organism. Like we're put together by like an enormous amount of different other small organisms. Like we're a compound like of all that, and each and everything is working in unison to make the other thing work. Otherwise things would break down, and you know what I mean? Like
an entire ecosystem.
Yeah, we're a walking entire ecosystem. The mitochondria that's in our stomach that breaks food down to turn it into energy, and like the process by which that happens, and how we can optimize ourselves. Like, dude, it's so like my mind when I start thinking about it all, it's like there's no way that you can tell me that all of this from an evolutionary standpoint that came from an incoherent thing of like non-living matter. Like, it's just no way possible, bro. There's no way you can convince me that all of this complex, organisms that seem to be moving with some sort of, motivation without like, some sort of, thing that's moving.
Ironic thing, right?
Like, I don't know how to put it. How do you put that into words? Like, what's
Isn't that so funny? That like that's an ironic thing. What you just laid out, and you're like, that's impossible, right? Random chance can't make this complex freaking systems. Like, it's not just one complex system; it's a complex system of systems that are all interlinked.
Exactly.
The people that advocate it is possible are the same ones that say they can't fucking know anything.
Exactly.
Which is the craziest shit to me, like, bro.
That's the brain screw up. Like, to me, it's like, and then the guy left because he, like, the way Crit was outlining, he left because people started talking about evolution. It's like, dude, that's what tipped you off? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't you see that you're just a walking
cowboy?
Not him. The other guy, the professor, were trying to figure out if what his name was, and it was like pachyderm or purple elephant or whatever it was.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Like, why he left because of evolution. If he was like logical and everything about like not being a brain in a jar made sense to him, Like, and then he turned around and he was like, well, evolution, man, that's where the line in the sand is. Like, I gotta go. It's like, bro, what? Like, you mean to tell me that the coherence of life itself doesn't give you the inclination that there is a greater process and a greater entity that's behind all of this? Like, to me, that, I don't know, man. I fall out with people like that.
He thinks
How
he's a
can you?
complicated rock.
Well, yeah, but how did the complicated structure of the rock even exist? Like, there had to be some transmission of information to input. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm getting far in the weeds, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Man, if a guy would let me get 5 sentences out, I'd say this. How is it evolution created something that created something called a theory of evolution? So evolution made some self-referent organism. How did that happen? Right? Fucking.
Yeah.
It's retarded. On its face, it's a snake eating its tail, as it always is with these guys. And like,
exactly,
I am perfectly fine with snake eating its tail. Seems normal to me.
Yeah, and that's where they draw the line. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're drawing the line in the sand where you want there to be some sort of like no cause for all the cause that we see. Like, non-living matter just automatically sprang from living matter sprang from non-living matter. It's like, wow, bro. Like, that to me seems more like a fairy tale. And then how all that incohesiveness, just randomness, like, kept together, like in these ecosystems that are so perfectly designed to keep together. You know, like, even if we say like the body, people are deformed and they're not born, like, but still life persists, right? It still continues. And then we see that you're a walking, organism factory, ecosystem, whatever you want to call it. And it's like that thing, however it's put together and working, it's still held together throughout a lifespan. Like, it doesn't just come apart or come undone. Like, the organisms don't decide like, I'm taking leave of this thing. Like, it's, I don't know, man. Fuck. I sometimes it does my head in, man, because it's like, how does somebody like have a hard stance on that whole, evolution side? It's just beyond me, man.
Yeah, me too. I don't. To me, it always comes to the problem with sentience, self-awareness. Where does that fucking shoehorn into evolution? And how would that even be possible? Like, it doesn't make sense on its face.
That's the one thing that when I asked Perplexity AI, I asked it, what's a question that you don't know the answer to? And it said, the origin of consciousness. It was the greatest mystery.
Yeah, it was a freaking muddy pool, man, and bolt of lightning freaking hit it, and then, rocks became people. Fuck.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, those rocks that became people were able to reason, like, I'm hungry. I want to go eat that thing over there. Like, dude, what the... Like, that doesn't fucking make any sense. You wouldn't be able to... The organism would...
How is that different than the fucking any creation mythos, right? Zeus molded fucking mortals out of clay, right? And fucking God created Adam out of the dust of the earth, right? From the dirt of the earth. Like, how is that any different? There's no difference in the story. It's the same story. They just go, well, this is science. No, it ain't. There's fucking no science in there at all.
Einstein said... Go ahead, Tito. No, you're good, Tito. Go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna build on that because it's the same thing. They say there was no Noah's Ark flood, right? But then they'll say, well, a few billion years ago, the Earth was completely covered in water, right? And then they'll say, there's no such thing as flying dragons. Next minute, they're showing you a pterodactyl. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Einstein said that George Lemaitre's physics was abominable because he didn't like the idea of creation.
Yeah, well, you think about it too. It's like even the creation story and what it was like, where like India was saying, if the creator made people out of the dust of the earth. They're like, that's fictitious nonsense. Don't believe in that. But we're made from rocks and stardust. And like, well, isn't that the same shit? Like, you're talking about the same thing, bro. Like, what, you're not saying anything different. If we're made of the same compounds as dirt is, then you're basically saying exactly what they're saying in the narrative of creation. You're not saying anything different.
They're saying that the periodic
difference
table
is it made
had a
itself.
primordial.
That's the difference. There's no outside agent. It made itself.
Yeah, they want to claim that the periodic table had its primordial soup orgy, and all of a sudden life just happened.
No, actually, dude, I've heard this, and I don't know if you guys, like, when you talk about like the origin of life, they were saying that it rained and rained on the rocks, and then lightning struck, and all of a sudden that was the first that ignited the first organism to become. So there was a
lightning bolt.
Yeah, there was a point at which there was a crossover from like non-living matter to matter that's animated. So people are trying to always come up with a reason to explain, the origin story. But either way, it was a complex process that it's like telling that complex process to a child. How could you relay that? There's no way. You couldn't tell them like the intricate way that the body was woven together, because we know anatomy, the way it looks, like it's still complex to us. We don't understand it. Like, can somebody tell you the mysteries of the brain? They don't know that. Why it houses what it does in language and certain areas of the brain. If you affect it in a certain way, it like turns somebody, it changes a person, Yeah, it's a giant mystery, but at the same time, I don't know. It just, evolution is never the key. It's never the answer.
I think the key takeaway is that academia won't allow a conversation like this to even happen.
But that's another thing, Indio. Why? If they're all about like furthering, knowledge and trying to have, they say that don't they say that they're all about these types of discussions? They want them to happen. Like, oh, we live off of like people disagreeing with each other. Well, that's not what I don't see that, bro. Like, and now you come from a more collegiate standpoint, and some other people do, but you could also be like, because you've experienced, yeah, but I'm saying, haven't you experienced the same type of environment? Like the individuals were saying about the same thing. They're like, oh, we thrive on diverse conversations, and that's how we come up with new things. Like, but it seems like that's an illusion. Like, I don't see that like being the case when you talk to people that are from
flat Earth, basically, and then he went on to do 6 more emergency flights proving flat Earth and that, and that's pretty good stuff. I thought, wow, this guy's really got his stuff together, and you get to see the flights and the dates and everything. Yeah, PDFs. It's pretty good. One of my favorite one is Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. I use that one in Gem Panda server when I'm talking about Pearl Harbor being an inside job, being a MyHop and a LIHOP. Okay, MyHop, make it happen on purpose, and then let it happen on purpose. And then I hit them hard with the flat Earth banjos. And by the way, Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. Video straight in your face. There you go. And then they're reeling by this time. Yeah, with the Pearl Harbor story, it was said that Roosevelt knew the Japanese were on their way, you see. Not a lot of people.
The academic, backgrounds, they sound like they have a worldview that's all there is, oh, the cosmos is this particular thing, and it's fine if you disagree in the like minute details within it, but the overarching, understanding is still the same. It's the cosmos are the cosmos. We all agree on that. Like,
I mean, when I went to university, it was okay to bring up like metaphysical topics and religion as long as you didn't go cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. I remember my philosophy class, the guy started it by bringing a fucking Buddhist prayer bowl, like dong, and like that's how we'd start the class. So it wasn't like it is now. It's totally different now, from my understanding. That there is no metaphysics. That there's only the material world, and that's how like the vast majority of it. I think part of it's political, in the sense that they want to promote the materialist atheist worldview, because then everything becomes like a pragmatic freaking nightmare where there is no objective morality, right?
Yeah.
You can just stick your dick anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually. That's a good way to put it. There's no repercussions, there's no accountability, and then the only way you ascribe accountability is based on what a certain group of people feel like ascribing accountability to. Well, these guys over here made up some laws, and we live in the area, so we abide by those laws because the body of those people, the majority of those guys, would agree that that's wrong. But if you move to this other place over here, now this group of people over here, they agree that you can do the thing that these guys disagree with. So you can do the thing that they don't agree with, and that's okay once you move to that area. So you're fine. But if you don't want to if you want to live in a place where you can do the thing that you say you want to do, then just move to that other area where the body of people over there agree that it's okay to do. Like, that's how they reason with themselves. Like, everywhere, there's no standard. Anywhere you go, so long as the group of people agree with your behavior, it's okay. That's fine. Where you live, they don't agree with it. Yeah, that's okay. They don't agree with it, and don't do it. Then it's against the law. But when you move to that other area, that those guys are doing the thing that you want to do, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong. You're not held to account. You're not. No one's holding you. There's no sky magic up there. There's no one no deities looking at you. Don't worry about it. You can do that thing because that's where those guys say it's okay to do. That's how they do. It's a hot mess, bro.
I know. That's why I say the globe and flat Earth they're an existential question. So like it's like it's one of the bottom bricks of the house, and then if it's a globe at the bottom of the bricks, they can build one type of house, and it's a flat Earth at the bottom of the bricks, another house is built. But the globe house can't support the flat Earth house, and the flat Earth house can support either one, right? So, I mean, you could take a materialist atheist worldview with a flat Earth if you wanted to, with no problem. But the goal, like, it's like to get you to the point where you're in this subjective morality thing, they have to build from like fundamental principles. The only thing that exists is the material world. We're just the consciousness and like an emergent property. There's no objective morality. Freaking religion and metaphysics, they're just mythos. They don't actually matter. All that matters is what works, right? We make models and we call it science, and they work, therefore they're true. And like that's all we care about is whether they're useful, and all these pragmatic arguments, like, which are really just selfish arguments, right? Does this make me feel better, or does it make me feel worse? Okay, makes me feel better. It must be true. Like that's really what it boils down to. But they have to build, right? They have to build up the identity, right? The identity is built from the first rung, stacked on top of it, like it's a big layer cake.
And they defend that position as if it's some sort of thing that if you take that away from them, it's like, dude, well, then if you're saying that this isn't the case, then what do I got? I mean, what am I left with? If you're saying that things have to be coherent and be in a way that order is about the rule of the day, then all the disorder that I see happening doesn't, like, how can I make sense of that if I can't ascribe to like if they're not being some sort of hand behind the glove, you know? So that they're trying their hardest to like try to make it seem like there isn't a hand behind the glove because they don't want to live in a world where there's something else that's motivating them to do the thing. Right? They don't want to be just. I think that's all it is. It boils down to they don't want to be held accountable to the shit that they talk about, bro. It's like no standards whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, well, why do you think that? I don't know. I get too far in the weeds with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
that's a common thing. If you look at scripture, dude, it's a common thing. The scripture, man's always trying to avoid accountability. That's what we do. That is really the fall of man. We didn't want to be accountable. Think of what Adam said. That bitch gave it to me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love using that. A weasel. He weaseled. Instead of like, he should have stood up there and said, "What happened, Adam? Well, I know you told me not to do it, but I was a little pussy whipped, and I did it anyway. But it's on me because I should have been in charge of Eve and told her not to do it. And then after she did it, I should have punished her myself. But now that I'm a weasel and a wimp, and I tried to blame her and not take responsibility, looks like both of us are going to get kicked out." He's like, "Damn right, you know."
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, but today, like, what does that look like, you know, as an individual that comes in here? Isn't it the same thing? When you tell them about the worldview that they can't explain is what they think that it is, you know, like what are you, Earth's not a globe. Like, what are you guys, nuts? You know, are you crazy? And you're like, well, show me the way that you know that information is true. What can I hold you accountable to that you say in anything that you're saying? Well, I'm not a scientist. You know, easy escape, easy way out. I'm not a scientist. You know, they're not held accountable there, so there's their escape card. And if you question them on anything else, it's like they don't want to be held accountable to anything. Not, the new word of the day is being agnostic to the shape of the earth. Have you guys heard it? That's a new trend. I'm agnostic. I'm not either one, or I'm not for or against. I'm just here to ask questions. Yeah, but why? What the fuck is motivating you to ask anything if you don't even think of the reason to know it have any meaning? Like, it doesn't have meaning to tell you anything because you don't give a shit. You're not taking a position one way or the other. It's not going to matter.
Well, there's the other thing too. There is. I think that they have some of these guys have a perception of accountability, and that's to the scientism cult, right? Because they always appeal to the cult. You go, oh, all the scientists, all the people, the 9.5 billion people in the world think the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? They appeal to some social structure, right? That approves the way they think, and they don't approve of the way we think because we're not agreeing with all those other people. Right, and disagreement in a socialist society is that's the worst sin, right? You got to go with the herd. Don't run the other way, cow. Like, run with the herd, stampede if you have to, and that's really that. I think there is an accountability, but it's a different type of it's accountability to their freaking herd mentality. That's why they come in here and lie. And they go, well, I saw a curve from an airplane. That's a blatant lie. It's like a weird, like, how many people come in the other server and they just come in just like, Earth is round, and then leave the server. It's like a fucking weird virtual signal. Psychotic thing, dude. I don't even understand that.
Yeah,
imagine going in a server, just typing Earth is flat and leaving.
That's so fucking fascinating to me. That's why, like, more than just like AI, we bring the facts to them. You know, we're showing them things that they didn't know. When we show them that, how do you know what you know? And they're like, oh, you know, that's what I've been told. You know, that's the way it is. And you're like, yeah, prove it. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not a scientist. You know, so it always falls back to the no accountability thing. But at the same time, there's this like reaction in their brain that they can't get over. It's like, fuck, I can't be stumped. A flat earther, a guy who rejects what I've always known to be true. Like, they keep coming back. It's just like a cycle. It's just like I'm examining these individuals coming. It's like some type of psychosis, like breakdown, dude. Something's happening to these guys, bro. And either we've caused it, like in their conversations, or I don't know. Like,
You mean like Scott Mackey, who's in here saying it's fascinating when flat earthers tell each other how smart they are. I don't remember us telling each other how smart they are. I don't even know why you would bring that up.
He hallucinated.
Do you feel
that.
intimidated or something?
No, he's suffering from hallucinations.
No, because nobody else can be smarter than Scott Mackey. He's.
Well, I mean, no one was even talking about that. Like, what? Like, where did that come?
Because
you're doing it right now. No shit, I'm addressing your fucking stupid comment.
Yeah, you think about like Crit, what he always says to like these guys love to punch down because it makes them feel special.
Yeah,
they know that it's Crit nailed it, bro. Like when he said, I was like, dude, I've seen this type of behavior, but I see it more prevalent with those who feel like they're in some sort of academic hierarchy. They've come from a collegiate standpoint. They're just like, well, I have a bachelor's in science, and you guys are simple-minded flat earthers, and they're coming in here, right? And I'm pretty sure he feels the same way. He's like coming from some sort of psychology background or whatever he says he does, and then he's coming in here like looking at us like with a microscope. Oh, well, look at these guys. They say they are acting like they're all smart, but look at me. I'm even more intelligent than that. So he's punching down, and it makes him. It kind of puts him in a state of mind where he feels good about himself. He can go about his day,
Yeah,
Twitch. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I'll say when I was on Chimpanzees one time, and they're fucking around with the roles, and they gave me a role that I could see some of their back chats and what they're up to. They're always kind of plotting shit, which is what the guy who originally owned the server was Mr. Memer. And it was really meant to kind of organize raids against other servers. But when Discord changed TOS, you can't do that anymore. They just kind of set the space for them to kind of sit in their own shit. So what you generally see is about 49% of them want flat earthers to either shut up. Your two choices. Like if they've got power, if they had control over anything, because they really only have control over themselves. Because you see how they just react to stuff. Like there's a conversation between people and he's in the side chat hallucinating and triggering. So he wants you to either shut up or die. Go away. As a flat earther, you don't get a voice in society. You've lost that. And many times you've even lost your humanity. Like you are dehumanized for wrongthink. And there's another 49% who think that they're here to teach you or help you. They're all they need is
to save you, to convert you back to the globe.
But they also are in a contradiction because they'll tell you that flat earthers can't learn also. So they're in this like back and forth ping pong where they're trying to teach somebody, but they know the person.
Great. Here's another one, man. The one where they go, you don't understand physics, and then they call you a liar afterwards. Well, what am I? If I don't understand it, then I can't be lying. I should just be like,
yeah, that massive cognitive dissonance where they're like, your answer is a wrong answer. It's also a lie answer, and it's no answer whatsoever. Like no answer was given. You're like, really, dude? How? Like, show me the mental gymnastics you did to adjudicate an answer you think's not an answer. Then the person was just wrong. But they also lied. So is it now back to like a right answer?
Dude. Yeah, you're wrong and lying somehow. I don't know how that works.
And you didn't answer at all. Yeah, and no answer was given.
And a third one, no answer. You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, so I didn't answer, but my answer was a lie and it was wrong at the same time. And they're like, yeah. And in their worldview, that makes sense. Like they really think that's possible. Like in the grand scope of things, that's how it works out for them. That they can use different like targets, like say that like call them balls or strikes, like an empire. Say that fits this sort of Venn diagram, but you try to ask them to explain it, and they can't. They can't explain their worldview. And then the last, like say 2% of these like sort of anti-flat earthers. They're just tribalistic assholes. They just picked it. They saw a debate, like kind of like a Rob Noxious. They saw a debate, they saw a topic, and they just wanted to be on the winning team for some reason.
I converted a flat earther in real life, and it was good.
You can write a book, bro.
And now we talk about actual conspiracies, and he doesn't think the whole world is lying to him, he's better at discerning what's a lie and what's the truth.
Neither do I. I don't think the whole world's lying to me.
Well, there's a lot of positive reason, you know. There's
Well,
it felt
I
good.
mean,
He
if
thanked
you don't
me.
know,
So
then like you tell somebody something and you actually don't know what it is. You just believe it. You're not lying. Like you'll tell me the Earth is a globe, but you're not lying. You believe that. You're wrong.
yeah, no, I was just trying to say there's maybe some people that are arguing because they want better.
You got to
for
ask your
you.
question. Lars, you got to ask a question though. What did you convert him into? If he's converted, what was he before, and now what is he now?
He thought the Earth was flat. He got the TikTok algorithm. He didn't have a why. He had a lot of questions and
There was
incredulous.
no why.
He had incredulity. He
I'm gonna
couldn't
ban you
believe
for
it.
lying unless you start substantiating shit, bro.
What's the question?
If you
I'm
don't
just
start
telling you.
substantiating shit, I'm gonna ban you for lying.
You want me to substantiate? You want me to bring the guy in that now thinks the Earth is a globe?
I do. I'm gonna interrogate him. Yeah, I do. Bring him in.
I'd like to know what he's got to say. Yeah, bring him in there.
The point is,
Yeah, it looks
it
like
was good
you
for
might
both
want
of
to
us.
rephrase it.
He thanked me. I said, "You're welcome."
hey,
Let's
dude.
talk about actual
You're
fun
a
conspiracies.
fucking liar, dude. What? This is so funny. You
No, it's just true,
are
buddy.
the person you say doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think you should rephrase it. You didn't convert someone. There's somebody who was sort of bi-curious.
Yep.
And then you brainwashed them, or you.
You'd be assuming assumption.
Why do you thank you? Why do you thank you, Lars? What do you thank you for?
He said thanks. I mean, most of the conversation was
what do you thank you
details
for,
about. I don't know. I
Why
don't
did he
think he
thank you?
detailed.
He
I
said
think
he
he just
thanked
said
you.
thank
Why?
you. I didn't say why. I said you're welcome.
Yeah, well, in what context did he thank you?
Because you gave me a cup of coffee or something.
You him a reach around? Lars, you're the very person you just said doesn't exist. You came in here, you just told us a cock and bull story. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
He's only doing that so that he can make it sound to the audience that's listening. Oh, somebody got converted back to the globe by
For you
this
to be
guy?
so sure that.
What did you say to him that converted him?
I am sure.
What did you say to him
I
that
bet
converted
$100 you're lying, dude.
Yeah, Lars, what did you? Yeah, Lars,
There's
hold on. What did you?
$100 on the table, Lars, to bring that dude in here. $100 on the table.
Let me
right
talk.
now.
For you
Go
to
get him.
assume that I'm.
Go get him.
All right. What did you say to him that converted him? That's what I want to know. What was it said to him? Let's hear your little conversion speech, Lars. Tell me what you said to him.
Okay, so for you to assume I'm lying, you'd be assuming way too much that you can't know. So don't
I'm
call
not
someone a liar.
assuming anything. You haven't substantiated anything.
All right. I'm going to ask you again. Hopefully you heard me this time. What did you say to the guy that converted him? Tell us the same thing, and let's see what you said.
I told him Google Maps works, and he's good at math. He's good at math, and he figured out that if it works on a circle, it cannot work on a flat. And for you guys to assume that not one person has ever been changed their mind from flat to globe, and to call me a liar, shows your character, because it happens all the time. It's a big world. You can't know that I'm lying. Makes you look stupid to call me a liar. Thank you, dude.
Cool story, bro.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time. It's a big world. Billions of people. You can't know someone's lying.
Oh, no doubt there's people out there.
Google Maps converted him. Google Earth, Google Maps.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's always been good at math. He understands geometry. If point to point works on a sphere,
Yeah.
convert that flat. It can never
What
work.
mathematics did you show him? Tell us. What mathematics?
I didn't go over any mathematics. He figured out the mathematics on his own. I didn't.
Really?
I asked him the questions that led him to globe. I didn't.
What?
I guess I didn't convert him.
The guy that's good at mathematics heard from somebody who doesn't know mathematics and got converted just as easy.
I mean, maybe he wasn't as deep into it as you guys, but
well,
he was bothering me for a while about it.
You think it could have been like what Crit said?
What'd he say?
That he was just curious about flat Earth, but he didn't really commit.
He was more than curious. I brought up stars and shit, and he was like, "You really believe that?" It was many weeks, probably months of us arguing till I got through to him. At a certain point, you get deep in enough. He wasn't deep enough into it
to the party, Lars.
Not change his mind. You know, if you're years into something, you may as well die with that mindset. But
You're not stating anything substantial, man. This is getting annoying. No specifics.
I wasn't gonna say
Tell us
anything
something
except,
specific
hey, I
you said
converted
to
a
them.
guy. All I was saying is it can be positive. I converted someone. There's other reasons.
bullshit.
There's some positivity, and you're the one asking for all this. There is no.
Yeah, we're
fucking
asking for the evidence you converted somebody.
Yeah,
The
okay.
same way we ask for evidence for any claim anybody makes. Every time they make it, we ask for the evidence. So we're asking you for the evidence.
All right, I'll have him make a Discord. I'll text him.
You'll have them make a Discord.
Yeah. You want to
Now,
hear?
I'm going to interrogate your friend. I'm going to interrogate your friend, dude. I suppose you as a liar.
Yeah, he'll follow me around like a little puppy now. I can get him to make Discords and cook my dinner.
He said, look at Google Maps, and it works. And that's what convinced him the Earth is a globe. It's the biggest horseshit I've ever heard in my life.
That should be enough to convince everyone in here.
Why?
Because if point-to-point distances work on a sphere, they cannot work when converted to a flat object.
Google Maps
And
isn't
the
a
only-
sphere. Google Maps isn't a sphere.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. And that guy whooped your ass.
No, it
last night. You
isn't.
just kept
It's a
interrupting him
cylinder.
like you're interrupting me.
It's a cylinder. The Mercator map is a cylinder.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere.
No, you could say that all you want. Google says it's not a sphere.
You can look at the North Pole and the South Pole.
That's
You can do it
cool.
on a
You
cylinder.
can look at, but listen. The calculations done in it are done on a cylinder. It's a Mercator map. That's what Google says. Do you think Google doesn't know what its Google Maps is?
Could you substantiate that?
You could have substantiated it yourself before you thought it was a sphere.
It is
What
a sphere.
gave you the idea it was a sphere? Nobody told you that.
It is a sphere.
Did it? Okay, then now apologize. Now apologize, dude. Say you're wrong. Concede. Here's the question, though. Why didn't you check? Now, think about it. If the person did believe you because you said Google Maps was a sphere and it works, now he believes you because you were wrong. Right? So now he believed you on a false pretense. Yeah, Lars. Congratulations, you brainwashed someone with erroneous information. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah. Okay. Follow me.
Yeah, I guess you weren't listening, right?
Yeah, conveniently had background issues.
Yeah.
Hey,
Lars. Side chat.
It looks like you're right, and the Google.
Goddamn right, I'm right. Why didn't you check beforehand before you brainwashed your friend? Why'd you brainwash him with wrong information?
I didn't mean to. I didn't
mean to.
Yeah, you
Now,
did.
Go back and tell him that I'm sorry I was wrong. Go back to being flat earther. Fucking clown.
You just hoodwinked the guy, man. I would go apologize to him if I were you or Lars. I would. That's the honest thing to do right now. So go tell
Actually,
him
say we're
you're
trading
sorry.
places. Tell him you're going flat earth and you're leaving him on the globe.
I talked to him a lot. I'm going to tell him about the cylinder thing. Look more into it, but
yeah, and admit
that is pretty shocking that it's a cylinder.
Yeah, but you also have to admit to him too that you were wrong. That's also going to be something that you got to do, man. If you're an honest Joe, you should do that.
Yeah, I just did to you guys. I didn't know it was a cylinder.
So, Lars, what you should admit to yourself is that the idea that they use a sphere You literally just made it up in your head. That's where it came from. You made it up in your head. Nobody told you that. You didn't read
I
it in a
infer it.
book.
I mean,
You didn't read it on the
it's
internet. You didn't. Nobody told you that. You just assumed that to be the case. And you know what assume means? It means make an ass out of you and me.
But if you zoom out, it's a sphere.
yeah. I mean, really, I didn't want any negativity. I just wanted to tell you that I told someone that the Earth is round, and he believed me, and it was a positive thing. I do talk to him often.
What bollocks is this?
I'll let him know that the one biggest thing that converted him was
Was
untrue.
a lie.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well, this is a good reason.
No, we're not unaware of people saying, like having previously said that the Earth is flat, and then turning around and saying, "I was wrong. It's a globe." It just happened recently with Jaron, Antarctica. Then some of his peers, Rob Davison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to convince someone about a lie. I want him to believe it for 3 reasons. Another thing, you guys didn't get into it. I was listening for like 30 minutes. The evolution thing. Something interesting is, I agree. You guys have good questions, and I think you mischaracterize academia or scientists, because I think a lot of them will say, like, they believe in the fossil record, but they think maybe it was God. There's a lot of agnostic or theist scientists that believe in evolution, but evolution doesn't violate entropy, which intuitively I always thought it would, but it doesn't. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm just gonna go back to listening for a while.
The idea of it doesn't, or the actual process of it.
Because organisms create a lot of disarray in their consumption and waste, and it's enough to offset their.
I said, does the idea
That's entropy.
conflict with entropy, or does the actual process, which has been demonstrated to be true, not actually violate entropy?
I always just thought, what I learned about evolution first, then entropy much later. So I thought.
So the idea of it. So the idea of evolution doesn't violate entropy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what the difference is between the idea and the practice of it is.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that?
It's basically the spreading out, the trend towards dissipation and disarray.
Cool. Well done. Okay. And now, does this violate whatever you said? Evolution?
Yeah, it doesn't violate evolution. They don't violate each other.
Okay.
That's all. I always thought it would. Goodbye. Going back to mute.
Bye.
that, Josh, or you disagree?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so I think that would be like the important part. So whether we were on the scale of a mosquito or a human or a giant or whatever, the surface would equal, like it would still be curving in reality. So do you think there's a way to detect that?
Yes, but not with, human senses are have only, so much resolution, right? It could be imperceptible to your organic sensors.
Fine. And so, what methods would you suggest we use to detect the physical curvature?
Increasing your altitude.
And then using the senses that you said, or what? What is it?
Oh,
So
hi, Josh.
We increase our altitude, and then what? Because I guess the way I see it, you would want to go to the thing directly as opposed to going away from it. For example, if I wanted to know, say, your shoe size, I wouldn't increase my distance from the thing I want to measure. I would go to the thing directly that I want to measure. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, by going directly, if you want to measure the size or the nature of the Earth, right? To go further, go directly towards that thing that you want to measure, you actually need to back away from, your direct position. It's like if I was standing really close to a painting, like really, really zoomed in, and you asked me, okay, what is this painting of? And I can only see like a square inch of it, right? I would need to take a few steps back to really take it all in.
Remember earlier
Because go ahead. Sorry.
Well, we talked about we're not just trying to physically, or we're not just trying to optically, view it. We want to measure it. So I get what you're saying, but the painting, I don't think it's exactly equivalent. Because
No, it's not equivalent because we're standing on the painting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
You're saying they're physically curving. So, and then how do we detect that? You said, well, you can't use your organic senses, but we'd have to increase our distance or our altitude to then use our organic senses to look at it. We still want to physically measure.
Like I said, zoom in a circle, right? When you zoom in, you like literally like go into like Desmus or any graphing calculator.
Well, this would be figuratively.
I get what you're saying. It's more about we're not just trying to look at it. We want to measure it physically.
Okay. Well, you have some field of view, optical sensor, right? And you go to some determined altitude ahead, above, and then you.
Which would be.
I have no idea.
Did you give us
I'm not going to make any claim to know.
But that's how you know.
No, you don't know how I know. I don't think
you told us how you know.
You could just tell us how you know. I guess what would be the altitude?
No,
you just mentioned a specific image.
Altitude. But no, it's the image.
So
the
what are
image
you
is
talking
reinforcing. About? Why?
Your delusions.
Hold on.
Well, because every time, dude, the first time you, I know it's getting boring.
I'm happy to keep going.
I'm happy too.
So
you said you had to get high. I said how high?
For content? Like, come on. I don't consent to be the victim of your shock jockeying.
It's fine, bro. So
how did you establish this elevation?
Oh, I have no idea what the elevation is. I understand.
So how can you make claims to something that you have no idea about?
I understand the relationship between your visual perspective and elevation if it was a globe, right? So
if we were 1 foot high, where should the horizon be?
So what is it? 3 miles divided by 6? That would be a half mile, right? 1 foot high.
And you've been listening to this shit for 5 years. I'm calling you out as a liar. Game over.
Okay. I didn't realize that your personal claim was what constituted a game over objectively, but
it's not a personal claim.
I know that now.
It's easy geometry.
What?
Your studies are obviously lacking, Josh.
Okay.
They're incomplete. Oh, okay.
Why are y'all grilling me? I don't understand this. I'm just here to listen. God damn.
Just want to try to carry the conversation forward. So
I understand that. I do not want to be your content.
No need to
is what I'm
damn
trying
God
to
over
say.
this.
Hold on, just chill, bro. So we're increasing our altitude, and so you're saying we would just look and then see that it's curving, and then that would be us physically detecting curvature.
Well, I'm saying that would be us observing curvature. Detect, like it depends on how you want to use the word. Like, or, you know, measure. Like, are we measuring using our senses? Do you want to use a tool to measure? Like, you know, choose your own adventure on that one.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, whatever you think would be able to determine that it's physically curving. I mean, you did say that. I mean, maybe this. It seemed like your sentiment was that we can't just look and see that it's flat and then stop there. But for some reason, you also think that we can just look and see curvature and then it's over in that regard. So I think the best way to go about it would be to like physically detect the Earth's surface curving.
What tool would you like to use?
I mean, that would be kind of your claim, right? I mean, I don't whatever tool you want to use. Do you think
like
it's been? Do you think it's already been detected?
I don't have any strong claims there.
So you don't think that anybody in history has ever like measured or detected curvature?
I mean, we can go back. You know, we can talk to Aristophanes.
Oh my goodness gracious! So it's 2025. We can put tin cans in orbit based on the measurement of a shadow in a stick 2,000 years ago, but we can't directly measure the surface of the Earth to be curving.
No, because we do that all the time, but it's from space. So the instant that I bring that up, you know, we go into storyline.
People get their packages, so Earth's a globe.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah, dude. That's what I was trying to bring up earlier. The whole Arthur C. Clarke aspect of this is you don't even know that the Earth is a ball. How the hell do you know that your tin cans in the sky are going around one?
Because we get signals from them on the ground.
Because of all the wonderful things he does.
But y'all are awful, Jesus.
I mean, it's all right. It's fine.
Right.
So
Are we on a podcast right now? Like, what are we doing here?
What's the sun made out of? This is real life, Josh. Relax.
No, it's y'all are playing characters. It's quite interesting.
You're having an issue with just old Hoss, bro. It's not a characteristic of everybody in the panel. But so you're saying that Eratosthenes' test would be a good way to determine, yeah?
I mean, we could. I've said that was. I didn't say that it would be a good way to do it. I'm saying we could do that.
Do you think what would be a good way then?
Honestly, I have no clue.
What methodology is being used to, like, what do you claim is being used to measure the curvature from space?
Oh, it's optical, and then it's kinematic, right? The acceleration vector over time of the object. So that's
Whilst witnessed
where
from
it
a
actually
moving object, allegedly.
Allegedly, correct. Which is why I don't make assertions in these rooms, because my firsthand experience is exactly. That's why I don't make Like, I'm agreeing with you. Like that's why I don't make assertions in these rooms.
But you made an assertion about what the sun is.
Yeah, because my understanding is that local spectroscopy and celestial spectroscopy are provide identical results. That's my understanding of how, you know, emissions work for specific,
that sounds very religious. It doesn't sound like from any point of authority or.
Oh, I just haven't seen
you're
anything.
Certain of it.
Oh no, I just haven't seen anything to the alternate. Like, if anybody has a primary source that shows that, you know, helium and hydrogen spectra.
So
in a
you've
lab
got the
is
coolest
different
story.
than,
What's that fallacy? Appeal to the coolest story?
no, I'm not making an appeal because it's not a claim that I'm making.
Why I don't understand, dude. Why do you talk out of both sides of your mouth? You just said I'm not here to make any claims or speak with any authority, and then we go back to the sun. And
I just
what
said
are you?
my
What are you, Jim
understanding.
Morrison?
That's why I said my understanding is that, and then the
Okay,
claims
so
in the
you
room
can
that have been made
categorize.
is
So
that
you
they're not the
can't.
same.
So you can categorize it with all the other things that you're not ready to make a pronouncement about.
My MO
It's in the
here
bin as far as I understand.
exactly. I'm trying
Your goal is here. I thought you didn't have an agenda.
Okay, my MO, my prerogative
Same
here
thing.
is to
Bobby Brown, everyone.
What?
Bobby Bobby Brown. Yeah, it's before your time. This is you're kind of
you're correct.
You're kind of showing how limited a window you've had.
Well, no,
this world.
I mean,
yes.
I have. Okay.
You forget that we lived through when I was a kid, they carted the Challenger around on the back of that jumbo jet to the Air Force bases for all to go see. I stood in front of it. You forget that we lived through that.
Okay.
And then people lived prior to me who listened to them land on the moon. You've just arrived.
Okay.
So yeah, I think just
that's why I don't make assertions.
Weird. It's weird, man.
Right?
It's like you admit that the Earth being a globe isn't something that you can give any. You walk away from it. Yet you
because
think it's real.
Productive. There's no.
So if you're
claims
here
I can
to
make in this
learn, if you're here to learn something, if you're here to learn something, maybe learn to face that.
Okay.
Why is it? Why is it? Can't I talk about the Earth around me? Why can't I talk about reality? Why do I have to frame it as y'all's perspective when it's also your perspective?
I disagree with that, but I understand that
you agreed with that because you said that you had to go to a space movie to show us ball.
Okay. But it's my personal hardware that I
so
designed.
You can disagree with it, but you're just kind of whatever. But yeah, I'm glad you're listening.
That's fine. Yes, exactly. I'm navigating this conversation right now with the purpose of trying to not make enemies.
You're saying the part you're supposed to keep quiet aloud, Josh.
I understand. What? No, the reason I'm saying it aloud is because it's not some, I'm being paid here or I'm some sort of spy or whatever.
Who would have ever said? Who would have ever thought something like that? Methinks the space cadet doth protest too much. Anyways, carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the quiet, quote unquote, quiet part out loud because it's not sensitive. I'm being as open and honest with you as I possibly can be.
Yeah. That's what open and honest people always preface their words with.
I mean, that's why I have my own face.
I'm just saying, dude, you're not okay. Listen, I know you want to go back, sit on the sideline. I know this is a bore of a conversation, but I do find it interesting that you're not even hearing yourself talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Because me outside of this conversation is different than me in this conversation.
I don't want an excuse of why you're not hearing it. I'm just telling you want to learn.
Well,
you're not realizing that you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
I do realize it. Yes, I do realize it.
Well, that's weird.
Because if I was in a different audience or a different context, I would stand on 10 toes.
Hey! How about you guys get to talking about flat Earth sometime this year? How about that?
Well, I tried to bring up water to him, and he avoided the topic. So
exactly, because I do not consent. Right? You stop engaging.
What does that mean? You do not consent, bro. I don't know. I was just asking if all I was asking. since they tell us we're on a ball that's covered at its surface with 70% plus water, the water that we interact with in reality doesn't have that nature. You agreed it's not controversial that water. No, you always have. Prior to this flat Earth conundrum, you can imagine. You remember the good old days, Josh. Even though you're young, you still have some good old days already. Back in the day, was the term "water seeks and finds level" controversial?
I don't actually remember.
Okay. I rest my case.
Okay. I'm glad you have a case to
That
rest.
was a joke. That was a joke, Josh. What?
I understand that.
Anyways, I don't know I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go from that. Do you not? Is it that you realize the damning nature of that? That you have to play dumb about it?
Futile. No, I realize that it's futile in this context. Therefore, me standing on all 10 toes trying to make claims and defend them is not a productive exercise.
Well, you won't tell us how high you have to go to see the curve of the Earth.
Because I have no idea.
Okay, well, how much water do you have to accumulate until it starts curving?
It always curves, but it's imperceptible at human scale. We already talked about this.
Okay, fine.
That may be true, but it's not immeasurable at human scale. Okay. We have equipment sufficient to the task. Okay, yeah, with your naked eye, yeah, we all agree with that. You don't need to repeat it. We all understand what you mean. It's not kindergarten here. Okay, but it is measurable by the tools we possess. If it wasn't measurable by the tools we possess, then it wouldn't be the case that many globers are claiming they're measuring it with the tools we possess, such as theodolites and other type such things. So if it's the case that it can be directly measured, which it should be able to be by the tools we possess, such as lasers, etc., then all you have to do is arbitrate the one principle, and that is water level. If water level is indeed flat and not curving, then the Earth is flat, ipso facto, period. If water level is indeed curving, then the Earth could be a globe. So all you got to do, Josh, is just demonstrate to the flat earthers that the water's curving. And then you've proven that it's not flat.
Okay.
Well,
there's no argument. Real quick, there's no argument that water seeks level, and that in its equilibrium, water is at rest, and it's the definition of level throughout human antiquity. Like anybody who argues that just needs to be slapped upside the head with a mental stick, right? We all agree water's level. The globe claim is that water level is actually a curve around a giant ball, and not a level, flat, horizontal surface, just like we all experience from our direct observations.
Yeah, I mean in spherical geometry, level is just holding R constant, right?
Yeah, I know, and that's sure. I mean, you could write that on a piece of paper. Well, that's great and all. You could draw that on a piece of paper. Nobody doubts that. Nobody doubts that if you made a sphere with a 3D lathe machine, that you could then make a concentric circle around the sphere, right, and say that these two arcs are parallel to each other. No one's doubting that either. Okay, the problem is that's all theory. Practice is when you apply it to the actual Earth and prove that there's parallel arcs, one of which is the surface of water.
And the other, which would be a laser you shoot over it.
Why would a laser have a parallel arc to the surface of the water if it was curved? We think lasers just follow the curve of the Earth? Are you kidding me, dude?
It's traveling through a medium of specific pressure and temperature lines. Like I mean, you can say the R word if you like, but that's how these things work.
Yeah, that's great. That's great, and all of which your side claims that they know all about it. So give us the accurate model so we can use a laser and apply it and measure the sucker already, instead of hemming and hawing and having to listen to people like you saying, "Well, I don't know how I would prove it."
Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't done that. I appreciate.
I know we agree. Yeah, no worries, brother. No worries. We understand. Nobody's done it. Okay. That's the real problem, is that nobody's ever given any actual quote unquote the refraction model that we can use to understand what we're looking at. It's always a post hoc excuse of I see something that's geometrically impossible on this geometry if the Earth was this size. Therefore, I'm going to assume, based on the prior premise, I already know the Earth is a globe, that the light must have curved to reach my eye or my optic, therefore it curved. That's how it actually goes in reality.
Yeah, because in reality, folks have other sources of data that are beyond, local long distance experiments or long distance observations. Like they have
they have that premise.
They lean on.
Yeah, they have this premise. I already know the Earth is a globe. And then when you actually test them on how they know that the Earth already is a globe, that's also stacked on a bunch of premises that also have to be proven separately, right?
Correct.
So we've never gotten down to the brass tacks of where's the foundation of this mighty, long, tall tower that's been built on the premise the Earth is a globe, when the premise the Earth is a globe hasn't been proven in the first instance.
From your perspective, yes.
Josh, so they're not leaning on it, they're kneeling on it and praying.
The leaning tower of hopes and dreams.
Just people, man.
He acts like
it is what it is.
We know the books are cooked for them because they've been wanting this to get God out of it, and that's all there is to it.
Okay.
Right, so reverse the Uno card. You came here to sociologically study flat earthers. We told you straight up. You believe the Earth is a globe based on a whole set of presuppositions and premises that aren't proven in the first instance, that are circular reasoning, and a whole bunch of loop-de-loos. And when you're just asked to demonstrate that the surface itself is just actually curving through a direct measurement, you have no answer. And so if that's the case, my friend, then you understand already the sociological phenomenon of why flat earthers are flat earthers. Because everyone experiences the Earth is flat and stationary, period. And someone like you who should know and should be able to help them out and give them the one truth to rule them all, that supposedly is the truth of all truthiness, which everything is founded on, that the Earth is actually a ball floating in space, you can't do it. So why do they care? I'll tell you why they care. They care because you're denying their experience. You're basically saying what you experience is a delusion. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but you're a delusional person for just coming to the conclusion, well, it's obviously flat and stationary, whereas you claim it's something that you don't experience. So who's the delusional one that should be studied?
Well, no, I think the delusion is not that. It's the extrapolation that because I my own observation, my own senses are telling me A, that A must also be correct at at a scale way larger than myself. Right. It's that faith in that extrapolation.
Yeah, cool. So basically, you just shot uniformitarianism in the foot. So, for example, the same thing applies to you, and I'm having a faith at scale that spectra in a lab and something that looks similar to that spectra coming from something which I can never go validate. I'm going to say is the exact same thing and functions in the exact same way based on that quote unquote extrapolation by faith. So, yeah, I would agree with you that your belief in the cosmos, where it is, what it's doing, and where it came from is just out of faith. Borderline a religion, if not a religion de facto.
I can get down with that.
I know you can.
You are
because you're an honest guy, and you recognize that your worldview is a religion, and I applaud you for being honest.
I was going to say where usually my head goes here is just diving into a pragmatic fallacy. Which is,
pragmatic.
No, shit works. Therefore, the way that
I knew he was going to say that. People get their packages. Therefore, Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
that's lunacy.
I understand that. I'm just explaining where my head's at.
Yeah, fair enough. So I could also say the transverse is true, which is the alleged claim of the globe being a shape that actually has any impact in anything we do is so negligible that it's technically irrelevant. And even if you account for it or don't account for it, the end results will be that everything works within a small margin of error that's inconsequential for pragmatic ends. In other words, shit works. So we both have the same answer, dude. So the difference is how are you going to prove one or the other? Yeah. So the burden of proof is on you. I know that. I know you're not. That's how it works. That's how it always works.
Because that's not my purpose.
Well, yeah, that's fine. So meanwhile, people go out, they measure with lasers, they use dual bands, they use multiple frequencies, they account for refraction, they apply PhDs in optics do it. All kinds of people go out, they measure the Earth, they find the hump of Earth curve isn't there, and so they know it's flat, and they know that you believe it's a globe, and so they're happy to go to sleep at night and have you sociologically crunch them because you're curious of why people don't believe in your religion. So cool. I think we solved it. So now you know the answers and the reasons for your sociological write-up. So good for you. You win.
Well, there, like I said, there's a lot of nuances person to person, but I think that's a good general thesis. I appreciate that.
So when did you learn, person to person, when did you learn that you're participating in a religion? During your time here?
No, I don't say I agree with you. I say that
You said you could get down with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Please define you can get down with that. I can't believe it's come to this.
I'm saying that perspective makes sense hypothetically to me. From the person, from the worldview of the person.
That's what you're demonstrating. Every time one of your claims a thread is pulled, you say, well, I'm just believing it. So it's not hypothetical, it's what you are. Self-admitted.
Okay.
So you're the one that should be studying delusion.
Sure.
Okay, good.
So, guys, I'm trying to figure out here. So, our friend Josh here, especially early on in today's conversation, told us about 100 times that he didn't want to talk. He just wanted to do his laundry and listen to us, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like he continues to talk from almost a compulsion that none of us have controlled his microphone. None of us have forced him to transmit. All he had to do was just say, hey, guys.
I never heard him say that.
Now,
so
what is it, Josh, that keeps you coming around? Is this like a study for a course of study that you're doing? Like, what is it that has you continuing to return to us?
Well, I mean, I'm writing an IOC paper for not next year. I'll give it another year. I got already one cooking for 2026, but there's a big space conference every year in October ish. And I like doing independent research for it.
Are you going to be talking about the phenomenological expansion of the social phenomenon, of the social pretense, of the social expanse of the flat Earth movement?
No, I mean, I haven't really put together a full abstract yet of what I want to look at, but I think there's some interesting
You should talk to Scott Mackey, brother. You should talk to Scott Mackey. He's been a quote-unquote studying flat earther psychology, and he supposedly has psychological credentials in some regard, and he's putting together this study. I just got to warn you, though. Scott Mackey said that if the Earth turns out to be flat through direct measurement, he would check himself into an insane asylum, because his belief is that he's concluded that the Earth is a globe based on its faculties, and if that was proven wrong, he must be insane. And he chose insanity rather than mistake. That's pretty weird, don't you think? I think that type of behavior should be psychologically studied.
Yeah, I can get down with that as well.
Yeah, imagine the ego on yourself. There's no way I could be wrong about my premise of what the Earth is, so if it turns out to be wrong, I must be insane, and I'm literally going to check myself in an insane asylum, then just admit I was wrong.
The funny thing is, Mackey, if past performance is indicative of future, he would even call you out on some of your bullshit, Josh. But yeah, include a chapter, since you haven't decided what you're going to include in your writing. Include a chapter on yourself.
Oh, sure. That's
Yeah,
just like
include a chapter.
Chanting religious zealot thought they were speaking science.
Yeah, let's do something more important. Let's include in there that there is tensions between people, individuals, family members, sectors of politics, governmental agencies, social companies, et cetera, that are exacerbated by this not being definitively with a stake through its heart by a direct measurement of the earth. And get some plea funding for a direct measurement of the earth that can be actually direct. That's something that doesn't require a whole bunch of loop-de-loos and la-di-las, but it's just straightforward. Like, a structure like Brian Mullins, the engineer, came up with called Force the Line. It's less than $1 million in cost. You just need a piece of land and a crew to execute it. Or like the gyro box thing where you take a multimodal gyro system across 35 miles of the surface of the earth. 3,500 north, east to west, and then
who's the Force the
1,500
Line
north to
guy?
south. Brian Mullen. Oh yeah, let me tell you real quick where he went. A Globe zealot decided to attack his family and his livelihood by attempting to get his license pulled, harassing his workplace, harassing his customers, basically saying, oh, because he's a flat earther, he can't be a competent engineer. Right? That's what we've had to deal with, this sociological study that you're so interested in. I suggest you study Glober zealot crazy people and why they are so psychotic about the idea of flat earth, why they are
It's
so
cognitive
visceral
dissonance.
and full of vitriol. Because rest assured, friend, people's mothers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, loved ones, spouses, children are flat earthers. Okay? Your family members are flat earthers. Everybody you know, there's somebody that's a flat earther. Do they deserve derision, hate, disrespect, being called that they can't have a job, et cetera, et cetera? Right. So why is it the case that that kind of nonsense is not only tolerated, but often endorsed in the public sphere?
To be fair, like I tend to go to bat for y'all pretty hard.
Good. So go to bat and say we want a funding for either Force the Line or the gyro box, which is, by the way, just a whole bunch of gyros that are going across the surface of the earth to be the longest continuous measurement of the surface in the history of mankind. So any of those types of things could be funded and just done, and it'll be over. Because let me rest assured, Will Duffy thought he was the savior of mankind, right? I'm going to save everyone from flat earth, including flat earthers from themselves, because being a flat earther is morally bankrupt and you're poor and all that stuff. All his ad hominem nonsense. And he said, the way I'm going to prove it is by going to Antarctica and looking at the sun. That's not a direct measurement of the surface of the earth. That's why it wasn't final. Because what flat earthers want, and if you want to help them out, you got to give it to them. You got to give them a direct measurement of the surface. So get some of that funding into that, because let me tell you what that's going to do for you, Josh. It's going to increase the esprit de corps to be tolerant of all this space nonsense and to be exuberant about paying money for it and to be like, yeah, let's do more of it. So it'll help you out.
What do you mean? I got asked, dude. What do you mean?
One more second. Plus, you could write a big Amazon sticker on the top of the structure. Be like, Amazon finally proved the Earth was a globe through a direct measurement methodology that you can drive down I-40 and just look at with your own eyes. Look, there it is. Force the line. Clearly, the Earth's curving away from the level line structure. Boom, shabam, it's done. Amazon. Buy now. Subscribe.
Just making it very clear that my presence here and my this endeavor is 100% independent, has absolutely nothing to do with my employer.
Well, fair. Then have the UN fund it.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm glad.
What was the question?
See, the problem is, brother, instead of guys like you actually helping us out or helping the Globers out, either way you want to look at it, we got guys like Dr. Shiva, right, who says he wants to oversee the scientific method to prove the shape of the Earth, which is a category error. You can't prove the shape of the Earth with the scientific method. You need to just directly measure the thing. This is what we got to deal with on the globe side. We got to deal with doctors, right, in front of their name that are too stupid to realize that a direct measurement of something has nothing to do with the scientific method. These are the kind of morons we deal with, Josh. You see my problem? You feel my
Oh,
pain?
yeah, they're awful. No, they're awful. I mean, honestly, like, Indio and Jin can tell you, I tend to call out bullshit Globers in the other rooms as well.
But they think, brother. They think the thing is, they think they're self-appointed to teach us and save us from ourselves with their knowledge of how they're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe or not, and they're too stupid to realize that the scientific method is not the thing to use. This is the problem, brother. These are the kind of morons we deal with. All the way from the average person up into the most educated person, even people that allegedly search for quote-unquote exoplanets are too stupid to know any of this stuff.
Well, they spent the first, 18 years of their life catching up on quote-unquote human history and human knowledge, and then they go off in their specialized field to go...
Exactly. Like we had a guy who was an astrophysicist specializing in the finding and classification of exoplanets. And the dude didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. These are the kind of morons we're dealing with, bro. He has no idea what he's doing. He could be fed any kind of data, and he just sits there and puts it out like a stupid person that's no different than a temp that says, hey, when the A button flashes, press the B button. That's about his intelligence.
What were you saying? Sorry, I had to do something real quick. About going to bat for y'all. Go to bat for y'all to who?
Well, so I've been asked during interviews, like I actually just got awarded a fellowship that's run by a former Google CEO that'll let me do a bunch of travel for a research project next year.
Yeah, and you're the GM of the Yankees. Go on. So you just mean in your day-to-day, if you're at a job interview, if you're at the supermarket in the stand and someone says, hey, you ever heard of Flat Earth? You go to bat for y'all. You mean, but the funny thing is, every time you're faced with the Flat Earth, I don't see how you could go to bat for it because you have to go, you have to,
not the topic.
No, but you have to go, you yourself have to go into some cope rationalization every time we talk about the reality of Earth.
I understand because I disagree on the topic, but I agree with the people. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, it's a classic.
That sounds like some
classic. No, it's a classic. I disagree with what you have to say, but I'll fight for your right to say it.
Yeah, exactly. And that there's a lot of people.
Thank you. But I don't think you even know what quote unquote we're saying.
I don't care what it is you're saying. I mean, I do care.
What the hell are you talking about then?
Real quick, I'm saying I don't care as in like I go to bat for you because there's a lot of folks that think that y'all are very, very dumb or ignorant or overly religious or anti-government or conspiracy theorists, and it's like no, they're
bigots. Bigots.
I'm just saying, like when folks
those are people practicing bigotry. Yeah, those are people practicing bigotry,
and I call them out for it.
Who? You say you're being a bigot?
What? No, I'm saying that when people are acting like bigots and referring to y'all by stereotypes, I inform them of my.
But that's how you refer to us. But that's how you do as well.
What?
Y'all's perspective.
Yeah. People's perspective that share this worldview, but it doesn't mean that because you share this worldview, I'm not
Who cares? If you have alternate worldviews, then you have different perspectives. It's not wrong to say this group has a perspective. I mean, good grief.
No, but I was asking. I know, but I was asking him about the nature of water. Does that require? That's when you entered into the conversation. So let me just ask you something, a little thought experiment, Josh, and then I'll shut up for the day, or at least 20 minutes. Say you were able to dig a big enough canal, because you and I both agree, well, you can't remember back in the days about water seeking and finding level, whether that was controversial. But just a little thought experiment. since Brian Mullen got brought up in his proposal, you should look into that, Josh. There's videos out there. Maybe I'll dig one up and ping you with it. Say you were able to dig a big trench of water, dye the water, and have, paint the walls some color, white or whatever. Dye the water and dig this giant trench and then got rid of the water. Do you think it would be possible to measure the surface of that high line of the dye, whether it's curving or not?
I'm not sure. I don't think I 100% followed your setup.
Say you have I'll shrink it down for you. Say you have a fish aquarium. You have a saltwater tank, and then you move, and when you set up at your new place, you notice that there's a ring of salt around the top of the tank where your old water line was. Follow?
Uh-huh.
Do you think you'd be able to measure whether or not that line is curving?
No.
Clip it.
Oh yeah, I mean the tank would be too small, right? Like the curvature would be so small.
So now you understand my thought experiment.
Okay.
So, how big a ditch would you have to dig until you were able to show that dye line was curving at the rate that a 39-59 mile radius spheroid?
It's a good surveying question, right? I don't know.
No, I'm just asking if you how big a ditch. I'm just asking. Say you had a 20-mile ditch.
Yeah, I have no idea what the minimum distance would be.
Okay,
but I feel like there would be some distance where you'd be able to like have a plumb line at one end with a tripod used for surveilling, and then you.
No, I was just asking about the dye line. The salt in the tank. It would be the same thing as that dye line. Yeah. Yeah, like dye, DYE, yeah.
Okay.
Like when you dye, like food coloring, but something more permanent. I guess food coloring would even work probably to stain it.
Oh,
anyways,
the walls are white. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, because I think you would have to zoom out a ton, right? You'd have to be able to. You'd have to be able to.
No, I was just asking. I was just asking if you'd be able to measure. Why would you? I'm just asking if you'd be able to measure that line, whether or not it was curving. You could do it step by step.
Well, because it would be locally flat everywhere.
Because you're right. See, it's you who has to extrapolate out to get the curve to an imaginarium, Josh.
Well, I'm saying even if it was curving, I don't know if I'd be able to measure it. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
And you think you're sending 10 boxes around a ball Earth, and you want to be our latex salesman? My goodness.
I'm just trying to be open and honest with you.
Your open and honesty has unveiled your naivety and gullibility. Thank you.
Okay.
It's more than okay. It's great.
That's why I'm not here to argue or prove a point or anything.
I know.
So if
that's kind of your catchphrase, isn't it?
Well, no. If you make the claim I'm naive and gullible, like okay, that's fine.
It's great. Thank you.
I got a quick question to Josh. Since you're like psychologically evaluating us flat earthers, I kind of psychologically evaluate the Globers in a way where when I YouTube, flat earth stuff, right? The very first things I get are debunks from Globers, right?
And Simon Dan and all them.
Yeah. So I try and listen to them, but I'm just so repulsed by the language that they use and the context that they give it to. Flat earthers are dumb, they're scum, etc., etc. And I'm just curious, why is that acceptable in, quote unquote, I know it was kind of going off AI's point, but why is that like in the mainstream, the biggest guys? Or do you think that's like a little comedic twist they're doing to get views? Or like, is that just like the quote unquote, how a Glober makes it and how a Glober communicates? Because I don't find
it's
that
content, right? Right. It's like dunking, right? It's cathartic to think that you're so much smarter than this other group of people, and that you can like go like, no, stupid, this is how it works. And so there's both cathartic for the content creator as well as the audience, right? Like even if you had a really shit day, at least you're not a flat earther, right? It's a example of social division in order to make one's own circumstances seem better.
Jealousy is a terrible thing.
People have conflict. Conflict gets
right. But you find that kind of like bad taste. You know what I'm saying? Like I
100%.
Yeah, it's just strange that like it's all the big guys, all the mainstream ones like that, and even like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like even like he doesn't make like the quote unquote like edgelord videos, but like he still like disses any flat earthers at any point.
Well, then he also doesn't spend a ton of time debating or anything because it's seen as too high of an opportunity cost versus other things that he could productively be doing. Like, that's the one knock that I get.
Like what? What productive things?
Well, he does a lot of science communication work. So like
pseudoscience communication. Yes.
Okay, but I'm just like
charlatan, modern day charlatan. No, that would be good because he's kind of he's an oft-used meme and gif around here. What? Please, not right now, but sometime maybe. What you think is his masterpiece of science communication? I'd love to see you post that sometime.
I mean, a lot of his Cosmos stuff.
Yeah, any of it. Yeah, just
digestible.
Yeah,
but that's the only reason he's a meme. That's the only reason that he's a meme is because the only reason you know him is because of his science communication work. Like because he's goes out to the public.
He's a modern day charlatan. Yes.
I mean, it's the same thing with like Bill Nye.
Okay, folks. Do you remember? You may. I don't know. Do you remember when Neil deGrasse? It's the 10-year anniversary of when Neil deGrasse Tyson. Do you remember his tweets about the football game?
No.
Okay, he made a tweet. Still out there. You can find it yourself. I'll post it if you want. Made a tweet saying that a 40-yard field goal, football game, the ball ricocheted off the post and went in. And it was able to ricochet and go in because during the flight of that 40-yard field goal, the earth spin readjusted the field goal and everything as the ball was suspended in air, allowing it to go in.
That's bullshit.
No, he's your guy.
He's not my guy.
Is he right about that?
I don't think so. No. Let me double check.
Bullshit. I don't think so. Anyways. I mean, dude.
How would you calculate that?
Just be time, and then you'd need what latitude the kick was at, and in what direction, right? And then you could.
So is that occurring? Is the ball, since you're the satellite guy, when the ball is suspended in the air, is the Earth spinning beneath it?
No, it's spinning with the Earth. It's like jumping up and down on a bus while it's moving forward. You don't like fly to the back of the.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence. You know the bus is moving.
Okay, I'm just trying to communicate.
So there's no Coriolis effect in the U.S. on Earth then.
Well, the Coriolis effect is due to a change in latitude of the object, not like that's why it said like it's spinning with it at the moment that it's kicked. But if it changes latitude across its trajectory, it could.
I love it.
It could It could start moving relative to the Earth.
So you do agree with him? It's not bullshit.
It could.
I'm going to post. I'm going to post.
I'm talking about the
I'm going to post the original. I'm going to post the original.
I'm looking for it now.
I love it. I'm going to. Oh, I've got it screenshotted. You'll be able to find it. He actually mentioned it on a few occasions.
Some stuff in.
Coriolis effect could have an effect, but whether or not it's going to be bigger than just random air fluctuations is the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if a helicopter hovers, is there a spinning beneath it?
No, the helicopter's spinning with the Earth.
As you gain altitude, Coriolis would have an effect.
Oh, two different answers. I love it. Anyways, guys, I love
saying hover and increasing in altitude is two different things.
Why, since they're both on the same side, why don't we allow the two of them to come up with a unified message? So,
no idea.
which of the two is it, fellows?
Great idea. Let them discuss it. Brilliant idea.
I'm wrong. If it's hovering, then there's no Coriolis. I concede to my fellow globehead.
Yeah, it's just a delta in position that would cause it. Helicopters are evil, man. I took 2 or 3 classes on them in undergrad, and I'm convinced they don't actually work.
Explain.
Well, yeah, you need to watch Airwolf.
No, just the fact that like the swash plate that causes the angle of attack of the rotor to change as a function of theta as it goes around. The fact that the force is experienced 90 degrees off from where.
Josh, have you ever read a book called Games People Play by a guy named Byrne?
No, I'm actually really shitty at reading.
You're a test. You'll recognize yourself in one of the descriptions.
Okay. Yeah, I need to read more. I'm working my way through the Mr. Mercedes series right now.
It's too late.
Stephen King.
We're in the post-book stage. Strangely enough,
and by read, I just mean audiobook before I go to bed. I was gonna say it's just audiobook before I go to bed.
Books are great. Speak for yourself. Yeah, books are amazing.
Yeah, asshole.
Listen, I was moving boxes of books that I'm waiting for the proper rainy day to read. I know, I'm a book lover. It's the golden age of books because the libraries are selling them by the bags. But I was being a smart ass. What I was referencing is, I had a friend like you who, I know I'm no saint, but I had a friend like you. If you ever brought something up to him and he wasn't privy to it, he would always bring up something sort of parallel to it with extra information. I don't know, man. I need. You're here to learn. I'm here to learn. I need to have more level conversations. I got to be in my bonnet. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the bullshit stories, but you seem to have this in your back pocket, always wanting to substantiate these stories as if they're real. When it comes down to it, you admit that you're just believing that they're real. I think you want to have your cake and eat it too.
I mean, I have first-person observations of our spacecraft working in the way that they're described to work, and that tends to be the crux of my understanding. But that's just me. But I'm not going to make that assertion and what?
That's not true. Come on, I brought this up yesterday in terms of what actual evidence there is of any of these craft, any of these probes going to any of these places, and there is none. Beyond the odd
disagree with that.
CGI image or attempted video, there's
all the
absolutely
trajectories
nothing.
are public. like an exercise I did during grad school was I built an antenna to downlink imagery from NOAA satellites because they're not encrypted.
Yeah, there's no evidence for any of these fantastical claims about robots on Mars, robots going to the sun, robots going to a star. None of that is real. We all know that it's not real. And I mean, you sound like you're trying to be a nice guy, which is fine, but everyone in here already understands that none of that is real. So it's almost like you're just trying to convince yourself at this point. Because all of us understand that in order for any of those stories to be remotely true, it necessitates a physical geometry of the surface that we do not have. Right? And it's like you know this as well, because whenever this subject is brought up, you avoid it. Right? You cannot even discuss, let alone substantiate, the base assumption of all of your stories, which is that the surface of the Earth that we live on is curving commensurate to a 3959 radius ball. And if that is not happening, Josh, you would have to be honest with yourself and say, well, then, yeah, all the things I'm saying consequently cannot be true. And you're not even making an attempt to substantiate that. You're jumping right to the pinnacle of this house of cards, which has no foundation. Right? So, I mean, you're fine to be here and talk to us and stuff, but really, I mean, I can't imagine that you don't understand what we're actually saying here, which is like, I know you say you're not trying to convince anyone, but it's like you're trying to convince yourself, because we all know that this fantasy globe in space story is just that, a fantasy. Now, I don't know what it is you're doing in your work or your day job, but you can't say, I've seen it. You've seen none of it. You've seen, arguably, data on a screen with no idea of where it's coming from. I mean, these people are on interview with people saying they don't have any kind of observation or physical knowledge of where these objects are, where they are purported to be. So none of this is real. None of this going to Mars or sending a robot into deep space, none of that is happening. And really, I would ask, before you go on talking about those things, you would have to make an attempt to substantiate that they are leaving a globe, like you're claiming. Because so far, all the empirical data is telling us that that's not the case. We don't have any curvature. So we can't have little robots blasting off from a curved ball into space. That can't be the case. Right? So sorry to burst the bubble. And I'm not trying to say that your work has no value and that you're not setting up, I don't know, communications for people. That could still all be happening, not to take anything away from your work. But it's certainly not taking place on a 3959 mile radius ball hurtling through an infinite vacuum. If that were the case, we would have some evidence of that, when we don't. At best, what you tell us is, oh, you could apply to go to a radio telescope in Spain and maybe they'd let you hear the robots on Mars. Like, dude, come on. Are you serious? In 2025, this is what we have to resort to know that we live on a spinning ball? Just hearsay stories from unaccountable, unaudited organizations that say they're doing Star Wars sci-fi stuff when they can't even measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature, but they can travel hundreds of thousands of miles with little robots and take samples and send them back to Earth. It's Star Wars on one hand and Dumb and Dumber on the other. Can't measure Earth curve, can't explore the galaxy. It's just contradictory nonsense because it's just propaganda. Not to say what you're doing necessarily is propaganda. Your work, I'm sure, has real world impact and benefit, but it's certainly not in the technical backdrop of what you're purporting it is, because the geometry that is required for that does not exist. And I would really like to hear you, after the amount of time that you've spent here, address that point. Because surely you would agree logically that if the geometry of the globe does not exist, then the globe does not exist. Therefore, all these stories ancillary to the globe, such as space exploration around the globe, consequently cannot exist. I'm sure logically you would agree with that. Therefore, the curvature being in contention is really the thing you should be addressing if you have an interest in purporting that this whole thing is true. Okay?
The last line there is important. I don't have an interest in purporting that's true.
Okay. Well then, I would recommend that you stop suggesting that it is true by talking about we have satellites going here and going there, because whenever you say that, you are implicitly, explicitly making the claim that it is all true, when we know that it's not, by direct measurement. So that's not to say you shouldn't hang around here and you shouldn't talk and ask questions, do all that stuff, but you can't on the one hand say, hey, we're going to space and we're doing all these things that NASA claim we're doing around a globe, and then at the same time say, I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are. By pushing this propagandistic nonsense that flies in the face of observable, measurable reality as every human being on Earth knows it to be, you are implicitly, explicitly pushing this fantasy, whether you know it or not, whether you mean to or not.
Can I say something just for a second? I don't have a lot of time, but just for food for thought. So, orbital propagation models are built off of WGS-84. So just like what AI Overlord was talking about with regards to the cosmic distance ladder that the astrophysicists didn't know about, WGS-84 is built on the same or similar a chain of requirements. And if you walk the dog all the way back to its original premise, you're going to find the same thing that we're talking about today. Like SGP-84 built off of WGS-84. It's an arbitrary coordinate reference system, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy or whatever, but I mean, the fact is, you can't push space stories and then say I'm not arguing for a globe. Yes, you are.
So I'd like, if you don't mind, Wolfgang, I'd like to hear Mr. Ingersoll reply to Yoder. So please, Mr. Ingersoll, do you have commentary to share with Yoder there?
If he can't reply, he's taking care of kids. I mean, that's totally understandable.
I may have missed that. No. I may have missed him saying that if he said he's taking care of kids. That's 100% understandable. That's not
So maybe we have some kind of genuine person here we could talk to. That'd be cool. Is there anybody else? Lewis is here. Methuselah. Anybody but Josh would be amazing. VLTK. Glad you have supporters, Josh. They love you. Entmonk. What'd you say, Neil? Kopsky's back. Love you.
I was kind of interested in the satellites there that Josh was talking about, because I had put up my own there for Dish. You have your 110, 119, and 129. Those are those dishes that have the 3 eyeballs. And then I had a special one, since I live close to Canada. I had 91, where I could grab the Sunday ticket. So I know about, and those dishes, they just point up a little bit, like you're pointing to a tower down my street.
Yeah. The higher the latitude, the more horizontal they go. typically, I mean, there are going to be some cases where there are going to be some orbital propagation that puts them at an inclination that sends them close to what's called a polar orbit. In which case you could aim them up higher. But most of these things are said to be orbiting above the equator. So it's going to be facing south from you, or north if you're in the south.
Yeah, sorry, Yoder, I was just going to add in, so the more north you are, the more your dish would look like it's pointing, like you say, to an antenna down the road, or the alternative, the further south of the equator you are, then the same phenomenon it would.
Yeah, so like Globies will show us like two pictures, one of images of people getting reception from Ecuador with their satellite TV pointed straight up, and then people in Canada pointed more horizontally for the same satellite TV. Ignoring the fact that, like, if you've been to a third world country in South America, people take these massive satellite dishes, like what's shown in these images, and they hang their clothes to dry on them. It has nothing to do with TV reception. At least for the meme.
I don't think I've seen that meme.
Okay.
But it is interesting here that obviously he's admitted to having some research grant that he's attempting to obtain to study us, and he goes to bat for us. So I sincerely appreciate his honesty, but I'm a little more curious as to...
Please, I'm sorry. Going to bat, I mean, that is just so obviously a ploy. Please. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, those big bad Globers, they think you guys are dumb. This is the other side of the coin of Mansky from yesterday, Kopsky, who's like, did you guys know that other people think you're dumb? Do you not see that this is just a snake oil salesman version of that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue with your thought, by all means.
Yeah, so anyway, it'll be interesting to see who... He's already mentioned a former executive of Google, and it'd be interesting to see a little more of this. Who, what, when, where, how, and why. That, because it is interesting here that I do detect in him what I detect from people who are doing research that is not here to actually learn and discuss the topic, that he's definitely here with an intention on a purpose. And so, frankly, all of our breath on talking to him about the subject is wasted. He's not here to actually talk about the topic. He's here for whatever that research is. And
that's my feeling as well.
When you're surrounded by all the belief, okay? When you're surrounded in this industry by the power and technology of belief, this topic is absolutely 100% interesting, a curiosity. Like, it is such a bizarre canard that it is absolutely interesting to somebody like this. I totally get the mindset because I was there.
Yeah, but his line of questioning leads me to think that he's making some kind of research, which is, I think, this is what Mr. Barrington was talking to.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Yeah, he admitted
maybe for marketing.
Yeah, he said that in 2027 he's doing an IRC, whatever exactly that means for a conference. So he's admitted to it. He's told us a timeline. He's told us that some of the grant money might be coming from a former executive of Google. So he's been transparent. So I'm going to give him A+ for transparency. So
I smell cap.
Right. So it's an evaluation of our thought processes. But what he seemed to when he was asked what is our position, basically, that was the first question asked of him. He said, "Oh, it's because you don't see the curvature, it's flat." But it's a bit more than that because we actually measure. It's actually being measured whether or not it's flat or not. It's not just we look and we don't see it. He was a bit basic on that. He didn't seem to speak enough to that we actually painstakingly taking the time out to go and check and measure over a given distance. So it's not something that you just look at with your eyes and then you don't see curvature, that's it. Because it can be deceiving. So you make sure. That's all. So
yeah, every time he describes it, he forces himself to be dismissive to frame it in that way. Yeah, he says
putting psychological distance between the thing that's causing psychological harm in you. It's a total ego protection.
Yeah. And he was pulled up on that by saying, "You all," yo. That was a perfect timing to pick him up on that because he's excluding himself from the experience that we all have and we all know. So well done anyway. I thought it was good. He deserved. We treated him amicably, and that was that. I don't think we were harsh on him.
Yeah, I don't think he's nefarious at all.
We just
curious.
Dealt with him. Yeah, we just dealt with him fairly. The logic was pressed to him. If you haven't got the radius of the Earth, and that would be a Wolfgang cyclone, if you don't have that dialed in, you can't claim the Earth to be a globe. Therefore, whatever you're making isn't going to where you think it is. You might be making it, but it's not going there. So you can't claim we have satellites in space. If you do that, then you're doing that disingenuously because you know that you don't know that they're up there. You're guessing or just what's the word I'm looking for? Guessing and believing. That's it.
Yeah. Well, he believes he knows and thinks he knows.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he has.
But this is the problem, though, because
not at all. No way.
Well, but to be fair, though, and this is why I would step in, is because it is disingenuous. Because on the one hand, saying he's not trying to prove a globe, but on the other hand, all the stories he's telling are exactly told to persuade of that notion, and he's not actually saying this is what I think I know. When pushed, he is actually saying I know this. And we had this conversation yesterday when India was asking him about the nature of the sun. And we said the same thing to him. Well, I said exactly that to him. I said, would it be more fair to characterize what you're saying as you believe you know or you think you know what these things are, but you wouldn't actually say you definitively know? He was like, doubled down. He's like, nah, I know. So
yeah, that was the end of it for me. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolfgang. I was just going to continue on with your thought. But I just wanted to give you amazing kudos for both yesterday and today, your incredible patience, adherence to the topic, and so on. Indio replayed, or he posted that audio last night and replayed some of the audio from that, because for me that was like the end, for me, because the way he treated both you and Indio was so incredibly rude, while also saying, I'm not here to argue. I 100% applaud you for calling him out on that disingenuous, used snake oil salesman nonsense. I get it. A bunch of people here want to be your buddy, Josh. You got so many buddies. You can DM all of them. They love you. You love us and they love you. I'm not one of them, as we know. So thanks, Cyclone. Love it.
No, you're very welcome.
I can relate with him personally.
And yeah, I'm sure. But I'm sure this is discombobulating. I'm sure it's discombobulating for him because a person like him, I'm sure, goes into these spaces and has a raptured audience waiting to hear about the space stories and what robots have been sent to what light in the sky and what they know, as if he's some shamanistic priest come down from on high to the Amazonian tribes to regale them with infinite wisdom. When it's the total opposite here. Not only are people not enthralled or raptured, we're calling it out as bullshit. Because we know that's what it is, at least in the setting that he is trying to insinuate all this is taking place. without actually arguing that that's what he's arguing. So it's a kind of underhand way of convincing an audience of the globe without actually having to confront the fundamental arguments that we're having here, which is about the geometry of the globe, just bypassing all of that and going straight to the space stories. So I'm sure, I know some people have time for that, but personally I don't. It's like, well, we could sit here till the cows come home talking about the Dungeons and Dragons rule of space exploration and satellite fantasies. But if we've got none of the geometry that requires, then it's not an argument. How are we going to waste our time? So that's what annoys me about it. It's that he's not just harmlessly like regaling space stories. There's an intention to promote the globe space fantasy without actually having to have it scrutinized. Well, that might be his
He's
job.
an evangelist for his product.
Here, it's not his job. Here, his job is to provide some evidence for his claims, and if he can't, well, then don't make the claim.
Good point. So maybe the point of our discussion should focus on the epistemics of this and the philosophy of mathematics behind what he understands from a more technical standpoint.
Well, to me, it's not getting into the mathematics or the philosophy of what he's saying. It's prove the geometry of the Earth that you claim this is taking place on, and is essential for the story. Because if that's not the case, if that geometry isn't there, then none of these stories hold up. I mean, that's not to say that there's not some alternative possibilities in terms of high altitude technologies. That's not to say that. But that's not where he's coming at it from. He's coming at it from globe in space. And that's what I have a problem with low-key pushing, but being entirely unable to actually defend or evidence.
Good point. Yep, you're right. Yeah.
Anyway, it makes for some reasonable exposition. But yeah, if there's any other new people in, or people who have been hoodwinked by the Star Wars space fantasies that have been paraded in front of your face since you were an infant, please let us know. We can talk about it. I'd be interested to hear it.
How about you, Monk? You spoke up when the Neil deGrasse Tyson field goal story and helicopter stuff. Welcome.
Thank you. I haven't been in this server in probably 5 years. But I a couple weeks ago I came on to either I think it was in politics, and someone on there, we were talking about the Walter Bislin website was down, and I think we were talking about like how much curvature you could see at different level at different altitudes, and I got frustrated because the Walter Bislin site was down, and so I decided to make some visualizations, and so I made a little website that I could share with some things.
How come you need Walter Bislin's website to
now I
know
don't.
How much there could be, or see the globe?
Now I don't.
Yeah, you made your own website? That's kind of cool. Let's see it.
How do I post it?
Voice chat, go to the bubble, and then live stream voice text.
What do you think is the best evidential justification of this curvature that the likes of Walter Bisling are claiming exists?
Well, so one of the things that I found, so I did one that was like it was specifically to be a airplane, like a view from an airplane. And I'm seeing that, at least the way, if I have things set up correctly, that curvature should be visible under a globe. Curvature should be visible slightly from an airplane. And I didn't think this before.
Have you been on an airplane?
What is that?
Have you been on an airplane?
I have.
Did you see the curve?
I did not. But what
does it make? What sense does it make to say? What sense does it make to say? According to this website I just built, it should be possible to see the curve from the plane if there is curve. But I've actually been on a plane and there is no curve. You've answered your own question.
Very slight. It's very slight, but it's definitely it would be perceptible to if you took a picture. And a lot of the stuff that the website does, I'm trying to get as close as I can to like what different types of cameras would see.
But I mean, that's a roundabout way of doing it then, because even if you want to make the argument that, we could take a picture and we could put like a straight edge on the picture and we could see if it deviates slightly, then you're just going to get into the argument of barrel distortion and the window that you're looking through. Right. So then we're inevitably going to come back to, okay, well then what surveying techniques have been used on the ground to evidence that what you're saying you're seeing here is curvature commensurate to a 39-59 mile radius ball is actually detectable when measured in reality? Because the high altitude stuff is can be argued either way till the cows come home.
So what I tried to do is build all of that into the visual. So if you look at the airplane one, I include refraction in the airplane window, and then you can also select
in the airplane window
the FOV and the projection type of the camera. And see what different effects would have, and then you can change whether it's a flat or a globe Earth.
All right. But outside of simulation and all of that, why has no one been able to detect this curvature through measurement of the surface?
Well, I think so. What I'm seeing with this thing that I made is that there's a certain curvature that the globe model would predict, that the globe model predicts from a plane. And when you look at images that people have taken from airplanes, on good days with good visibility, it matches the curvature that the globe predicts, and it does not.
Well, I would say that's very debatable, but if you're saying that, then you could also say, well, the globe model predicts a certain curvature over a distance on the surface, let's say 10 miles over a lake. That'd be 66 feet-ish. So why can that not be measured or detected?
I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
No, that's not a whole other conversation. That's the exact thing you're trying to argue. You're trying to say you see that 66 feet over 10 miles curve from a plane. So if that were the case, why can it not be detected on Earth?
Well, that's I don't know. It's sort of like we have to compare we have to take all of this evidence. So
no, you just have to be able to provide measurement of it on Earth in reality, or concede that it's not measurable, not there.
I see what you're saying. I think to me, the fact that the curvature is of that's seen from planes and with good.
Well, no. But you can't say the curvature is seen from planes though, because I've just pointed out that that's not measured in reality.
I mean, we can look at pictures of we can look at pictures of people who have taken pictures of the horizon on planes and see which model fits it.
Right. But then we're just going to come back again to then why is the curvature, that 66 foot a drop over 10 miles, why is that not detected? Well, if what you're showing in these images is that 66 feet over 10 miles, why, when we go to the ground and someone tries to detect it, is it not there?
I mean, this is an argument that I've had it before, and it's a matter of we have to take all of these pieces of information, and there are obviously globers who have taken measurements that they believe to have shown curvature, on the ground.
Right. But is there actually? Well, people can claim that, but is there? Well, which measurement would you refer me to if I'm saying who's measured that 66 feet a drop in realate?
That's the question. We have to look at all of these pieces of evidence, and to me,
this one here for 5 years. You were here 5 years ago. So in that 5 years, have you found any measurement of that?
No, I mean, I dropped off the debate for a while, and I just got interested in it again. But I've not.
Well, I'll
I mean,
tell you,
I've seen.
we've been here the whole time, even longer than that, and no one's measured
actually,
that.
when I was looking at, like, when I found Walter Bislin was back up again, he did a measurement on, I think it was the Bedford level, that was very exhaustive. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, the Bedford level, that would just be level water. And that was actually the measurement done by Robotham at the Bedford level, which started this whole thing in the modern day again, because he wasn't detecting that curvature either.
Right. Let me find the.
I've posted some of the material from J. Tolan Media One, and also from a pilot, SR-71 pilot, who says he could see the whole of the West Coast, California, from his aeroplane, no curvature. Okay, so there you are. Three videos there for you. You can look at. They're not long, and they're quite concise. All right.
Let me see.
From the horses' mouths.
I'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Cyclone. Well done.
I'm not as. I want to make some simulations like you on this website that try to handle this whole refraction and laser tests and visuals and stuff, but I haven't made them yet, so I don't know. I'm not read up on the topics, but like the one that I can speak for is this airplane one, that we do expect to see a particular curve.
Yeah, why don't you post one of those? Because when you're looking out the window of an airplane, you're seeing a city beneath you.
Yeah.
At most. Sometimes parts of a city. And you're seeing curve as well?
Can you explain what you mean?
That's what you said.
So, like, it's easier. This is what, like, why I made.
Can you explain what you mean? You said you see curve of the Earth,
right?
And you also agree that all you're seeing out the window beneath you is just a very, very small portion of the overall Earth.
Right. This is why I made the visualization. Like, if you go to the website, you can see.
No, I'm talking about your original claim that you know the Earth's a ball because you've seen that airplane window.
That's a piece of evidence that gives credence to the.
Yeah, post one of those images. I'd like to see that. I'll be back.
Okay. Someone mentioned Jay Tolan's. I think that I actually looked at some of his videos. Was one of these Jay Tolan's video? Let me find one.
Yeah, you were asked to find a material from an aeroplane window that you've seen. That you've seen. Yeah, that you've seen, because Jay told me that he uses a Canon camera, infrared lens, and the videos I've posted show you what you can see without the glare. So it cuts through the infrared, cuts through all the noise, they call it. All that glare is called noise, and you get a sharper resolution image. And he was able to see up to 1,000 miles.
Okay, yeah.
Hudson Bay, 500 odd miles. Yeah. So, and then the Colorado Rocky Mountains, 35,000 feet above the earth. That's what he could see. I've traveled by plane many times, and what amazes me most is the infrastructure. What man has actually created on this earth is what blows me away. And then now that I'm a flat earther, how flat everything is on top of that. Wicked. Amazing.
Yeah, the distance things, that's something I want to look at too, because I watched a couple of his videos, and he gets really in depth with how far he sees, and I want to see, like, I want to maybe add a thing where on the crosshair of the on the website when you're visualizing, you can see.
Yeah, the only way you could really debunk him is to actually go out and replicate that. That's the only standard, really. Your critiquing here is not really going to work, really. You're going to have to go out in an aeroplane with said equipment and make that same observation, or somewhere similar anyway, and start showing us how he couldn't have done that, because here I am on a plane with my equipment, and this is what I'm finding. Okay? It's got to be done that way. Because that's what he's done. He's taken the time to do that. And we're looking at it and we're thinking, amazing. Okay? Now, and that goes with what we find. We're measuring Earth flat, you see. That's what you must remember, that we're measuring Earth flat. So if you want to say there's curvature, then you're going to have to prove that, show us what you've got. And as Neil deGrasse Tyson has stated, that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from 24 miles off the Earth's surface. That stuff is flat, he said.
And I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's because what with the visualization that I made, I'm seeing that we should definitely have visual curvature from planes. I'm still trying to find. I'm looking through Jay Tolan's videos. I want to get a screenshot.
Apparently, even from the ISS that we know is not up there, when they show the curvature, they show you something that's incorrect, because what they show you is far too much curvature, actually, from the ISS and the images they give us. Apparently, we should only be able to see 3% from that 250 odd miles from the Earth's surface. We should only be seeing 3% of the Earth, right? But they show us far too much curvature there.
Right.
So there's discrepancies all over the place, right?
What I found when I do the math in this visual is that we definitely should see curvature. So whoever was saying,
but can you not apply the maths to the surface of the Earth? Can't you do that? That's the standard, isn't it? To actually go to the surface of the Earth and use your methodology and measure the surface of the Earth. That's going to be the most accurate, isn't it? At the end of the day, because you haven't done that yet. You haven't done that yet. That would go a long way to helping you understand how the curvature is not there. You haven't made that measurement yet, have you? Have you made that measurement?
But I mean, if I post,
I didn't hear your answer. Have you made that measurement?
I haven't personally made
No, well, then that's what you're going to have to do, then, aren't you? You're going to have to go out personally and make the measurement, because all of us here have done that. See, when you've gone out and actually endeavoured and spent time trying to find that curvature, it strikes home much harder than all the critiquing and all the maps that we have. That's fine. But you've still got to go out onto the surface you live on and check it. That's where it's at. That's the place.
There's value. So, like, even in Jay Tolan, he's a perfect example. He does a lot of work after his videos, analyzing them and, comparing them to maps and things. And there's value in, even if looking at someone else's observation and trying to interpret it and see. So I just posted a link to a video of Jay Tolan's where it's one of his pictures on a very good day with one of his infrared cameras, and the curve that's seen there matches the curve that my visualizer has for
unfortunately, I'm not going to be accepting that as a flat earther. What I will say to you is this: I will accept you measuring curvature. That I will accept. You spending time actually going out there on the surface of the Earth, doing what I've done and what all the other flat earthers have done, and then bring that stuff to me. I'm willing to look at that. That's what I want to see.
I do
that's what I'm waiting for. Sorry?
I do want to go try some.
Please do that, because that's all I'm going to accept as Gene CBR1. That's the standard I put down upon you. Go out, measure the curvature, show me that. I want to hear you critiquing a man of integrity and his work, and then some other video you've watched that states you should see curvature. Not interested in that stuff. That's not my interest. I have no interest there at all. I'm interested in what you can do.
I was complimenting him.
Yeah, because that's very important.
He's done some. I mean, he's done a lot of work. He's put a lot of work and thought into these.
He spent a lot of time and money and effort. You haven't done no such thing as yet. You're doing a lot of effort critiquing, but you haven't done anything yourself. And that's easy for you to do, because the outdoors, just open your front door. There's great outdoors. Get out there. Plan a weekend. Take some friends. Rent it. Don't even buy equipment. Rent equipment if you need it. Go rent the equipment. So you don't waste any money, because you may not use the equipment ever again. So go out and make a good day of it. That's what you've got to do,
I agree. I should have done it this year. I'll
Exactly.
plan to. What are
Exactly.
the? Is it are if I tried to do measurements during the fall or the winter over like a lake? I live in the Midwest. What are there any tips?
I would suggest that, if you can, do it through all the seasons if you can, in different places, and then see what results you get.
Yeah.
Really. See, that's what I would suggest. I mean, I can critique J. Ptolemy and stuff because I've gone out to see the Earth and I've seen it as flat. You haven't done that yet. So to be critiquing when you haven't even checked, because actually checking drives home the fact that the Earth isn't a globe. That's why I'm suggesting you do that. Okay? It's a must do for every person on Earth. Must do. That way you know.
I made some. I want to make more, but I wanted to show the things that I've made. So the other thing one of the other simulations that I've made so far has to do with something that I didn't see it wasn't a common argument when I was here a while ago, but there's this very reflective lake in Bolivia.
Yeah. Specular highlights, they call those, I think, where you're seeing a reflection on the lake that is a mirror image, which proves that lake is dead level, because if it wasn't, then the image would be distorted. Yeah.
Right. So what I did is the simulation I'm using, it's a ray tracer. And so I actually just made a mirrored sphere and then a layer of clouds on top. And you can change the height of the clouds and you can change the size of the sphere and see what distortion you see.
Yeah, in all my life, I've always seen distortion of any image. It could be a car bumper, a chromed car bumper. As I'm cleaning it up, I see my image; it's distorted. It doesn't matter what curved surface I've seen. I've never seen a perfect mirror image ever, not from a curved surface. Never in my life. A mirror, that's the back side of the mirror, that's chromed. The mirror itself is showing me lovely picture of myself, but when I look on the back of the mirror, it's distorted because it's chromed and it's got angles and curvature. I don't see a perfect image of myself. I see a distorted image on any curved surface. This is what's so good about God's earth. Simple. The lies just don't happen. It is what it is. A curved surface will never show you a perfect image of yourself. Can't, because the surface is curved.
That's what he's about to say. Is yes, it's a mirror image, but we would expect it to be in a mirror image on a ball.
So not quite.
Wait, aren't you? Yeah, close enough. Aren't you? You're the guy who said. But you started by this whole thing by saying you saw it curved from an airplane.
I've never taken a picture and compared it to this from an airplane, and I think
you're the same guy who said his best Earth ball evidence was you've seen it from an airplane, right?
No, Hawk. I got him to clarify on that. Remember, he said he'd never.
I had to go away. Okay, I missed 20 minutes of it. I shouldn't have. Okay.
He said he'd done a simulation which said, according to the globe, we should be able to see it from a plane. And then I said, well, have you been on a plane? And he said yes. And I said, well, did you see the curve? And he said no. So I said, well, there you go then.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had to go away for a few minutes.
No, that's fair though. It's a fair assumption. The way he's arguing, you would think he has seen it from a plane.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting back to that.
Though I should clarify that it's harder to say. It's harder to say you should visibly see a curve, because then you need to get into
also that's just not true, because we've all been on planes and you can't see the curve, so we know that's not true to begin with.
So I should clarify that my claim isn't about being able to see with the human eye, but with a camera. If you take a picture, and if you know
even with a camera, you don't see the
camera and the
and that's going against the globe model again. So you're even at odds with what they're actually telling us about this globe in terms of what we should see.
I disagree, because the simulation has all that all of the math for what you should see baked into it. So if there are people claiming that curve,
but that's where I was that's why I was getting to the point where what you see from the plane is a city beneath you or a portion of a city.
Okay.
And you're seeing the curve of the Earth when you pull out your camera?
City or a portion of the city. I mean, it depends on where you are. Maybe there's a city.
Yeah, you said like a 35,000 altitude flight, 35,000 feet altitude flight.
I don't know what you mean when you're talking about like a city.
Goodness gracious. What do you mean? A city is where people live.
So yeah, you could. I'm sorry.
So all I'm trying to get you to realize is you're seeing such a small portion of a particular state, let alone a continent, yet you're seeing the curve of the Earth. Well, you have a lot of land masses and oceans to fit into this ball, remember?
Right. But what I'm
tiny earther.
Right. What I'm saying though is that even though it's not what we expect when we think like, okay, I'm like not that high over the globe. When we do the math and visualize what it would look like, we should see a very slight.
Who is we? Who is we?
Me. I mean the math in this visual.
Which visual?
I'll post the one that I'm talking about.
So strange. So Entmonk, how do you think
the code is open source, so you can look at the code for each of the visuals to see.
Yeah.
Can you think that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is the PhD planetarium guy, they put him on TV, he hangs out with the astronauts. How do you think he messed it up so bad where he's saying, no, you can't see curvature from even 120,000 feet? Do you not think that's a bit odd?
I think the realistic answer is that he just did it wrong. I think that a charitable answer was that he was talking about like where you could visually discern it with your eyes. But the claim I'm making here is particularly about cameras that you could take.
But they had a camera. It was the camera that he was talking about where he was saying, no, this is just a portion of the lens.
He
right, but that's what I'm saying though. So how is it that they've messed up so badly that they've got this guy who's PhD planetarium director, he's on TV, he's teaching children all across the earth, he's hanging out with astronauts, but you think he can't do the basic math to figure out when the globe should be seen or not? Like that doesn't make sense.
That's a good question. I don't. I mean,
has anyone called him out on this? I mean, have you brought this to the attention of the people, NASA, or him? Like, who's calling him out on this? Are you the only one, or what?
Sure.
Is this under review?
I don't know. I would say that this is kind of like a side thing. If the math sort of will stand for itself. The code is
the math.
There.
You keep just saying the math. What is the math? Yeah. What are you using for a coordinate system?
So I'm just using this visual is just a sphere. It's just a camera.
How is the image being created?
With ray casting.
In what coordinate system?
We don't really need a coordinate system.
You don't need a coordinate system, so you're not using homogeneous coordinates.
What is that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you have no idea, you don't have a fucking clue about 3D rendering, is what you're telling me.
Can you explain it? Maybe I used it and I don't know that.
Homogeneous coordinates, a coordinate system. It's a generalized geometry coordinate system for creating images where you have a projection plane and then you have a 3D scene and the points in the 3D scene get projected through points on the plane, and the plane is your image.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yes. So,
okay.
Yeah, that is how we're.
What radius value are you using?
So how does that predict what a camera sees versus what a human eye sees? Because what's the difference? The difference between a camera and a human eye is the diameter of the lens.
So, can you?
The diameter of the lens, right? The human eye is like 10 millimeter. If I whip out a P1000, it's something like, I don't know, 4 inches or something. The diameter of the lens, I don't know why you don't understand this. Is this your app?
Yes, I made this. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the.
Did you use like pre-made libraries or something?
This is all from scratch. This is with WebGPU.
From scratch, and you don't know the coordinates you used.
Well, I mean, I hadn't heard it defined that way before.
In homogeneous coordinates, it's a standard in all fucking 3D graphics.
I just did it kind of just from first principles kind of thing. I don't know what all of the ways of doing it is.
Euclidean geometry, then? Yes. Like XYZ?
Yeah. Everything is in Cartesian coordinates.
In Euclidean geometry.
See, you've also got stuff like, I can see in your code, you've got use flat Earth, and the description is toggle between spherical Earth and infinite horizontal plane.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is...
let me go.
If you've done all this yourself, fair play for the effort, but this is all just fantasy, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what radius are you using here? Like, I don't actually see a number for the radius.
There's a constants file that has the radii of that I'm using. I'm using the Earth radius in meters, whatever that is. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right, but see, that's what's in contention, because we would point out that you don't actually have a radius of an Earth. And so this would all be, theoretical imagination.
This would be like testing to see if, using the radius that they give us, what would we expect to see? That's what I'm trying to achieve.
No,
right.
Not what we expect to see there.
But if you're showing any curvature in that, then that's not what we expect to see, because we know what we expect to see when we fly above the Earth, and it's no curve. You already said that. You didn't see any curve. None of us see any curve.
I didn't see any curve with my eyes, like perceptibly. But
your visuals on this are showing a curve.
Yes. Yeah. No,
which isn't what we've seen.
By the way, if I may quickly...
so how can you say this is what we would expect to see, even though we don't see it, and then you're going to depict a curve that isn't seen and say this now makes sense? Like, the whole thing doesn't make any sense.
If I may, and Monk, sorry, gentlemen. Where's your code? Where'd you post it?
It's linked in the website. On each one, there's a link in the top left.
The link is at the bottom. What's it written in?
It's written in TypeScript and in WebGPU shaders.
Okay, TypeScript.
What I want to know is this: how did you get from Euclidean geometry to projective geometry? How did you convert from one to the other to create an image?
What we do is we have the plane, like you were saying, where you have a pinhole, like you have the camera location in Cartesian coordinates, and then you have this plane. Or for the fisheye lens, we just go out based on the angle projection, and then we trace that ray through the plane window and refract against the layers of the plane window, and then that final ray we check to see if it hits. We just analytically check to see if it hits the sphere that's below. And then we return the color after that.
Are you like reinventing the wheel or something? This is a I'm serious. This ain't like a standard way of like doing a 3D engine or anything like that.
It might be, yeah.
It's a standard way for ray tracing, but like, how did you get? You said you use Cartesian coordinates XYZ. How did you get to the plane in the image it creates?
Like, how do I create?
Because you have the 3D world, right? And then you have the plane, right? Ostensibly, let's say that's the eye or the camera sensor, right? The retina or the camera sensor. Let's assume that to be true, even though it can't possibly be true. But let's assume that's true. How do you go from a point out in 3D space to a point on the? Did you say the lens? You were using a fisheye lens?
There's a fisheye lens setting, yes.
And that's projecting it onto a virtual sensor?
Yes, yeah. We use it's different for the fisheye lens. For the fisheye lens, we just go straight from the projection geometry, where the angle of the ray that we look for is just based on the fisheye projection equation.
Also, where have you gotten all the math for the window properties that you're calculating here? You've got the thickness, you've got the index of refraction, you've got the outer pane thickness, the air gap 1 thickness, inner pane thickness, air gap 2 thickness, scratch pane thickness, all sliders. What math were you using to program the refractive properties of a view from an airplane at however many thousands of meters, which would also take into account that's not taking into account air conditions, right?
That's true. Yeah, I haven't added air conditions yet. I wasn't able to find great sources for like what airplane windows are. If anyone has them, I would be happy to add them. So what I did is I basically we have those layers, and then the most common material, we have the index of refraction for that. But then just to demonstrate kind of what an extreme, what an extreme level of refraction would look like, if you use the simple window model, then you can just select a single layer and then the width of that layer and then the refractive index and see what it looks like. And
have you treated the window as a flat window or a curved?
Hey, why do you got 35 millimeter sensor, dude?
It's a slider.
Yeah, I know, but like a 35 millimeter sensor would be fucking gigantic. Sensors are like tiny, dude.
Oh, the size of the sensor.
That's the actual place where the image is being created is on the sensor, right? So when I move the slider, all of a sudden it stops being a curve,
When you're choosing the advanced camera and the advanced camera things.
Yeah.
So that's going to change the size of the sensor. You can move it down. I guess what are the common sizes of sensors that you'd expect?
Like the size of your thumbnail.
Yeah. Hopefully, if the ranges on that are not accurate,
let's see what an A4 sensor is. Oh.
How long did it take you to make this? Could I ask? How long did it take you to make this simulation?
I started working on it a couple weeks ago after I was in here talking to, like when that first started.
So it's taking you a couple of weeks
real quick
to make this.
If I may add,
obviously a lot of effort went into it. I'm just kind of surprised that you've gone to this much effort for this, but you're not concerned about the lack of empirical detection of this curvature that you're trying to simulate in reality.
And if I may point out, dude, checking your constants files under core utils, and I don't see anything about Earth's radius, Earth's circumference, Earth specific any geometry or any geometric characteristic. Is it one of the? Do you compute that on the fly with a slider or something somewhere? Rather.
Well, it's that on row like 400 or something. It's something about the spherical radius in meters, but it doesn't actually give the number there. But I guess that's
which file?
Somewhere under the code lines.
Yeah. Well, there's several files, right? So in the file source/core/util/constants ts, where I would have thought that he would have put a radius because it's a fixed.
Oh, this value. Is under airplane. This is under airplane window.
Okay, source.
Under
scenes, I guess.
Scenes airplane window line 402 or 403.
I'm also back if there's any questions.
Are these working sliders, dude? Do these like actually work, or are you adding features?
System bodies. Okay, thank you. Got it.
Which sliders?
The index to refraction sliders don't seem to be working. Inner pane thickness don't seem to be working. Outer pane thickness, air gap tooth thickness. None of these seem to change the image.
That's kind of what I found is that the panes are so thin that it's basically imperceptible, the effect that it has on the angle of the light. But I kept it in there just to test it. But the reason those sliders are changing the values. They really
also, I meant to ask as well, you've got reference to a cylinder surface. We've got distance from camera to cylinder surface, radius of the cylinder. What's that referring to?
Where is that?
That's lines 404, 405 under the airplane window.
Which file?
Airplane window under seams. It's talking about cylinder radius underneath the sphere radius. I was just wondering what you were referring to there.
Okay, yeah, this must have been, I think I repurposed this part from something else. Yeah, where is this coming from? I must have copied this code over from something else, but this is just an issue where the variable is named incorrectly.
Also, do you think it would be an issue that you've used?
Cylinder. Never mind. The cylinder is the plane. I'm just rendering the plane as a cylinder.
Right. Okay, I did wonder if that was maybe what it was supposed to be. Okay, but also, so you've got flat Earth as an infinite horizontal plane. Is that what you think we're claiming?
No. It's just the way that the ray casting works is just that it's in you take the ray and then you just analytically figure out where the hit would be, and I guess I don't know how else to do it other than just make an infinite plane. But obviously beyond a certain distance, I mean the angular difference between the sizes of the planes are going to be, they won't matter.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, fair play. At least you're putting in some effort. That's more than 99% of the Globe believers are doing here. So I'm glad you're engaging with the topic. What I would suggest, though, is not to try and get into simulations of what the globe is claimed to be, as much as seeing if the globe as it is claimed to be is actually showing itself in reality when people attempt to detect it.
Yeah, I definitely want to make some measurements. I still have not tried measurements myself. What I'm going to do though is I'm taking a plane soon, and hopefully if conditions are good enough, then I'll try to take some pictures.
Okay.
And see if it matches. But yeah, so that's the plane one. I also made the mirror sphere ones, which is kind of attempting to address the mirrored surface things, because I was curious too when I heard this argument what different sphere sizes would look like when you mirror them.
But they're only but they tell us that they know what the size of the sphere is, right?
Right. So yeah, if you pull the slider up on the mirror surface one, that max value is the claimed Earth radius. And if you zoom in really far, you do see some areas where I think it's either that things in the sky don't appear mirrored at the very far distances. And so if you're able to get a mirror like a
it's kind of difficult to tell with the pattern that you've put on it, because it's like an irregular pattern. It would almost be better to have like a uniform pattern to make
those patterns are supposed to be clouds.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be clouds.
You can change the scale of the clouds to make it a little easier, and if you change the density of the clouds, to make them kind of so there's fewer to deal with, and it's not as visually cluttered.
Okay. Well, this is a trip.
He still thinks the Earth has a radius. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's baked into. But here's the real kicker, though. By the way, just want to point out, dude. I'm looking at your code and everything. Good work on this. This is really clean, and the app itself is very, very smooth. So I can congratulate you on that. Okay, like Cyclone was saying. Like Cyclone was saying, obviously you put some good work. You put some solid work into this. So kudos to you on. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a blast. I always learn I always learn so much when I get into Flat Earth. I had never used WebGPU to this degree before, and WebGPU was very fun to learn. So I'm glad
this spherical mirror was like an acid trip. Playing with these sliders. It's like an acid trip. Watching these.
Moving the I was actually kind of scared. I was almost considering putting like a epilepsy warning on the on it. When you throw those things, it flashes at you.
Yeah, you start like messing with the Earth radius, like decreasing it and increasing it. That's a real trip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found it in the code there. You didn't. Yeah, you had it under a different file, so that's there. And it's in meters, 6 point something times something to the e to the 6 or something like that. Yeah, it matches out to 3959 miles there. It's all good.
Do you know what I like about this?
You can change the unit if you on certain ones. You can change the units if you'd like.
You want to standardize it in metric or whatever, and then convert. It's not a problem there.
Yeah.
You know the good thing about this, and it's something that I've thought about for a long time, is like if we made a video game of this topic, basically, and you just made it a fairly rudimentary, you'll either spawn on a flat surface or a curved surface, and you're given some straight edge tools, let's say something that simulates a laser or a line of sight with 2 points that you can make. Everyone would be able to figure it out super quick. Because if it's a video game or something like that, people's logic would actually work. It's only when it gets into the real world that people tend to avoid what's obviously apparent here. But this is almost like an example of the world you'd be building, which is these infinite planes or a ball with a radius of a certain size. This is almost the start of our Flat Earth video game, end guy. So maybe you can help us out with that.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in this ray casting to perform super well with lots of geometries, but who knows?
No. We just need to use the 3959 mile radius geometry, and then we could assume the infinite flat plane that you mentioned before, and it's like you're dropped onto the surface, and both of them might look flat to your initial observation, but you can plant, let's say, an observer at one point, and then you can move him across the surface to, let's say, 20 miles away, and you can swap between the two views and see what it is, and say, well, if I'm not seeing the laser coming from that initial point that I set up, and I can see the laser going over my head at this distance, I can say this map that I'm on is a sphere of this size. But then if it doesn't do that, they would say, okay, well, this is a flat surface. And I just imagine that a lot of people would intuitively get that right, because it's a video game and there's none of the high stakes involved like what we're talking about here. Because people's logic and reason tends to work well when it comes to a video game, but when it comes to reality like this, they just can't get it. But anyway, interesting stuff. Thank you for sharing.
One thing I'd like to point out, maybe you already spoke about this and I missed it earlier, so forgive me on that, but I'm looking through the parameters here, and I see you've got a index of refraction for the window, right? You have that supposed index of refraction for the medium outside, because a lot of people argue that, light is bending and shit like that through the medium of air, depending on the conditions and all that. Do you have that baked into this somehow anywhere? Like, have you factored that as a thing to account for?
I'm not in the plane one. I'm not doing like continuous refraction through the atmosphere. I'm not doing that.
Okay. Yeah, I figured not there. Like, how do you even model that, right?
I do. Although I've made some drafts to try doing it, but it's it's difficult because the web GPU or like the GPU does all float 32s, and a lot of the like really far distance things, I almost would just rather use like more precise float. And so I've been experimenting with that, but I haven't published it yet.
Okay, no problem. But the other thing I wanted to ask though is, if I'm not mistaken, this window that we're looking through, it itself is curved, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we distinguish between the results that we see, the curvature that we see, being a direct result of the window itself being curved, especially if you're, considering a window index of refraction and all that, as opposed, so the window being the responsible agent in creating the apparent curve, as opposed to there actually being curve outside.
So that's what I tried to do with adding this whole window refraction thing, is if we can get an accurate enough model of what light would do in a window, then you can like turn on the flat Earth mode and see what the result would look like through the window if it was a flat Earth, and then you can turn it off and see what it would look like without. But the underlying the basic result that I've found after implementing the refraction through the window is that it's for a normal, like for the model that I have for the thin materials, it's a very, very small impact, imperceptibly small impact on the image result.
Okay. And then what are you actually comparing this to, as people were pointing out before, like the real world observation? Like what are you comparing this to say, oh, well, this is accurate because it actually matches X? Like, what is X?
Right. So I posted a link to Jay Tolan's video, and he has a whole bunch of these, and I haven't gone through all of them, but what I looked at some of them, and in some of the images where the horizon is very clear and there's not a lot of clouds, those are the images that I was comparing them to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
The only other one that I have up right now, and I will make more, and if people want me to make some certain ones, I'd be happy to. But the other one I made was a simulation of gas particles, basically just kind of talking about whether or not gas needs a container, that kind of thing.
Right. Could you simulate a collection of particles with gas particles without a container? Could you do that simulation?
Yeah. So I guess it depends on what you mean. So kind of what I was intending with this simulation.
Well, it's very simple. Just listen to the words. Listen to the words coming out of the speaker. A collection of gas particles without a container.
Like, so I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to kind of explain what my intention was.
Okay, more than one gas particle in relative vicinity without a container. How is this, how does this require another 30-minute elaboration on what you did and Web 3D and the constants file? Like a collection of more than one gas particle in relative vicinity without a container. Simulate what's going to happen to that system of gas particles.
You could.
Are they going to coalesce into a sphere?
If Newtonian gravity is applied, then yes.
Right. So you could have different switches, right? Turn it on, turn it off. Do maybe some double in Einsteinian with a little bit of tensor calculus, right?
Yeah, sure.
I love tensor calculus.
Who doesn't?
I love it, man. I breathe it actually for finance.
Yeah.
What is tensor calculus?
Of course, in your wet dreams, you do.
Multi-dimensional matrices.
Yeah, in your wettest dreams, you and Pamela Anderson from the 90s are doing tensor calculus together and killing on the stock market. But let's come back down to reality.
So the gas simulation that I have, I'll post it. You can create particles, and then you can what is happening? And then you can turn on or off gravity, and then you can turn on or off a top boundary for this container. And again, it depends on what you qualify as a container. But there are I just wrap it around. So like on a flat Earth, I guess what I'm trying to claim
too is a physical container, right? A physical container. I think everybody understands what that means.
What I want to try to say is that even on a flat Earth, if you just have downward little g acceleration, you don't need a top to the container. It can be an open lid, and it would still work. So this is not necessarily even a globe versus flat, thing. This is just saying that.
Yeah, we know this. We know that you can contain gas particles using electromagnetic fields, for example. So we know that. That's not new.
This is. I think that's true. You can contain it with electromagnetic, but what I'm trying to say is that even with just little g gravity, you don't need a lid to the top.
Right, but don't worry about this. The definition of gas pressure says it's a normal vector of the force exerted on the walls of a container, right? So if you don't have a container, you don't have pressure. You may be containing the gas using electromagnetism, but you don't have any pressure because there's no wall of the container. So anyways, just show us what happens when there's a bunch of gas particles without the container in your simulation, right? And then let us flip different switches, like,
Yeah, it's there. It's I just posted it. That's the whole.
For example, you could make the gas. You could have a setting for ionized gas, so positively or negatively charged molecules of gas, and then you would allow us to control different levels of electrostatic field, right? Different intensity, and see what happens to the particles.
But the what I'm trying to see is if downward acceleration or gravity, whatever you want to call it, if that is enough. I think that it's if we're not disputing, whether or not gas can be contained by electrostatics, then.
Well, so let me help you. You're a glober, right? So you kind of believe in Einstein and the equivalence principle, right? So you don't need to argue with us about gravity. You can just say, imagine a box full of gas, right? Contained. Now imagine you open the top, right? Well, gas is going to come out. But now imagine that you accelerate the box, that's the equivalence principle, at 10 meters per second squared upwards in the direction of the open wall. Now imagine you accelerated more, right? 20 meters per second squared, whatever, 100. What happens to the gas, right? Will it form a gradient just because of the acceleration? Like you could simulate this as a thought experiment, right? That's what Einstein did in his head.
You can try it right now. Exactly what you described there. That's what I did.
Right. So basically, you could title this "Equivalence Principle and the Effect of Acceleration on a Slightly Open Container Full of Gas." Right? You could write a little paper here. We're going to review. We're going to be your peer reviewers. I mean, by we, I don't mean me because I suck, but people like Indio. And we're going to go from there.
Sure. I'm
doing a peer review of your performance right now. It's quite laughable.
It is. I'm laughing my balls off.
Peter's a fake flat earther trying to pose. He's actually here to run interference so that we don't talk to you and that he freaking gums up the works. He thinks he's clever, but he's not.
The person who I'm talking to is not a real flat earther?
No, he's not.
Oh, shoot. Well, I got
Not at all.
He actually was in a group called Globe Force 6 that tried to take us down on the politics server. Well, not take us down as in get us like banned or kicked off, just like, whatever. Defeat us or whatever they thought.
I see.
Yeah. He's not just a globe earther. He's an anti-flat earth globe earther that has spiraled so bad. Now he runs around pretend to being a flat earther. So his reasoning is he is sick of bad flat earth arguments. And since he is a newly minted flat earther, he's trying to fix everybody's arguments.
I see.
That's his
I was suspicious, when he brought up the upward acceleration thing, because wasn't that something that was on like the Flat Earth Society, that they thought that the Earth was accelerating up at 10 meters per second squared?
Yeah, Einstein wrote about it apparently, that the Earth would be equivalent to a disk accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's kind of where that comes from, that idea. But nobody here believes that shit.
Yeah. This is always a question that I've had. Do you think little g is real? Like, what do you think of?
Yeah, I think all that's real. Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah.
You know that empirically. We don't need any theory to know that.
Right. So do you think that means that we don't need a lid to the container of the Atmos then?
Well, see, that's where it gets crazy, because if you look at the kinetic theory of gases, there's no G in any of those formulas. So when we try to predict using physics what gas behavior is, we don't use G. We ignore it.
Right. But the kinetic theory of gases is accurate on small scales, but if you want to predict gas pressure at large scales, and like if you want to predict gas pressure in the atmosphere, then you need to incorporate the hydrostatic equilibrium, and in order to get the.
Who told you that? An astronomer?
No. This is just like the way we.
You see the problem there, though, right? Is that hey, in the lab we can do all these things. Oh, we can't do that, and our theory that we've gotten from empirical experiment, it can't extend to explain the atmosphere. So we're going to come up with a different theory.
But we can explain, but we can test the accuracy of like the barometric formula or other more advanced versions of it, because we can test air pressure at different altitudes.
Yeah, but it varies, so it's kind of.
But it does vary. It does vary with temperature and things. But like airplanes need to know, like, so airplane altimeters use barometric pressure to know how high they are. So they need to know with high degree of accuracy. And it turns out that altitude has a much greater effect than temperature at higher scales, and that's because of the barometric formula.
High degree of accuracy. I would say they need to know it good enough for practical purposes. I wouldn't want to test your theory of barometric pressure flying an airplane. How accurate is it? What's the precision of our model? Oh, 10 meters, crash.
But obviously, if
you're not testing it to that level of accuracy, buddy. I mean, there'd be a lot of dead pilots.
But if you're close to the ground, then you are going to be using other measures other than like you're going to be using other measures than just your barometer to know your altitude. But when you're really high and you can't see the ground, then it's useful to use barometric pressure to use like the standard understanding of the pressure in the atmosphere to tell how high you are.
Well, I think they would know from the performance of the aircraft how high they are.
Yeah,
but within a pretty degree of certainty, a difference of 1,000 miles at 50,000 feet or 1,000 feet, right? The accuracy. So you don't know within 1,000 feet how high you are. That doesn't really matter at 50,000 feet. You're in no danger of like smacking into the ground or hitting a meteor.
They need to know it precisely because it will impact performance. Like it's good to know, like, okay, we are at 35,000, we should stay here. And that's what the altimeter is for. And the altimeter is based on, it's like the idea of...
Yeah, I understand. I just don't think the method is that precise. Okay, I just think it's good enough for practical purposes.
There's an international standard for how how pressure changes with the atmosphere that relies on.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand all that, but like, how are you going to test that precision? You understand? Like, my altimeter says 50,000 feet. Okay, great. Am I going to drop a tape measure?
You could
see
use
if I'm at
radar,
50,000 feet.
You could use.
Yeah, that is an alternative method they use. They do use radar. I don't know what the precision of the radar is off the top of my head. Say a problem is like it doesn't look straight down; it kind of looks up at an angle. So,
yeah. So this is kind of a side argument because.
Well, I'm only bringing it up. I'm not trying to get. Hold on, I'm not trying to give you shit. Because some globe earther sent me a paper with like 5 different models of the atmosphere, and then they come to the end where they're going to try and validate one of these models, and they're like, well, it can't really be tested. We just have to go off the U.S. Standard atmosphere model and compare our models to that. So it's not just me blowing smoke. It's in a paper that someone sent me.
I think that we just have very good reason for the barometric understanding of the atmosphere to be the case. And like in this simulation, when you have gravity, gravity turned on, and you have a bunch of particles bouncing around, they just I don't have the barometric formula encoded in this simulation or anything, but they form a gradient that we would expect from the barometric equation. They form that gradient just from simulating collisions between these particles.
Okay, I've already seen one of these, but
yeah,
no one can actually. The problem is demonstration that it's possible. Ultimately, you can have whatever theory you want, whatever hypothesis, whatever you want. Eventually, it's going to have to be empirically demonstrated in nature. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think that the accuracy we do have, airplanes rely on the barometric.
You seem to be not an empiricist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just being honest. We encounter 2 types of people, pretty much. People that go with the empirical evidence, what's been tested and shown in nature, and then people that are more like lean towards the theory, hypothesis, physics models, blah, 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 right? Regardless of what your stance is, if you want to call it science, it has to be tested empirically. It can't just be like theory. Oh, we have a model of gas, blah, blah, blah. Great. Eventually, you're going to have to go into the lab or in nature and test it, right? Would you agree with that? You have to verify it at some point? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come up with, hey, we have a model. I made my good old gas particles take hyperbolic arcs due to 9.8 meters per second squared. Eventually, you're going to have to go into nature and test it.
Yeah. I personally
think that's fair.
I don't have the means to test it, but I did live in Colorado, and I felt the air, getting thinner the higher I was. Even in the summer, even in the winter, I felt air getting thinner as I went higher. So that's, I guess, as close as I've come to testing it. And that's an instance where the temperature doesn't seem to be the cause of it. It seems to be the altitude.
Yeah, I mean, gas pressure gradients exist inside a container too. You know that, right?
Yeah.
As long as they're not static.
But they
I'm liking your little mirror thing because I'm looking at this and it's not a symmetrical reflection in your little mirror app.
I agree. It's there is distortion. There's especially at the edges as you zoom.
You're gonna turn a mathematical physics PhD into a flat earther. You know that, right?
What'd you say?
You're gonna turn a dude with a PhD in mathematical physics into a flat earther with this.
Really?
You really helped me out, man. I should freaking give you I helped out India roll or something. Because I had a debate with a PhD in mathematical physics, and my evidence was the symmetry of the reflection in the Bolivian salt flats. And he asked me if I did out the math, and then I gave him the math, and he was like, well, that's not how we see. I said, so you want it in homogeneous coordinates? He was like, yeah. You did it for me. So,
well, what?
He's gonna be a flat earther now. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Did you like take a screenshot and kind of? I didn't actually implement that. Did you like flip a screenshot or something to see?
I mean, you didn't implement it. I clicked it. It worked.
Well, I guess
taking a bunch of screenshots so far.
Yeah. The question is, if you take one of the pictures of the Bolivian salt flats and you compare it to the I mean, the distortion is just very slight. It's a very, very slight amount of distortion. It's only at the edges that it's really visible to the naked eye.
Well, I can see it definitely in your simulation easily.
Yeah,
it's not even difficult.
How high are you? Or if you can just link
2 meters, 1 meter.
Yeah. I was not able to perceptibly see it.
I look at this shit all the time. Maybe that's the difference. I mean, one thing you can do, right, is you can try to use the horizon, and like I did measure difference in distances. So if you measure from a point on the horizon, pixel count, to some point on like a cloud, up and down, they won't match up. That's another way.
No, I agree that there is distortion, that if you measured it in ways like that, or if you flipped the image, you could see some distortion.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's, when I've seen pictures of the Bolivian salt flats, they're usually not like zoomed in, and I've never actually I haven't flipped one to see what the distortion is like, but we wouldn't expect it to be like super obvious distortion to the naked eye.
Yeah, but it'd be visible. Would certainly be visible. That was what the contention was, is whether the symmetry would be visible, just the break in symmetry, and it certainly is. And then so I debated this guy, his name is Dr. Blitz, PhD or something. I don't know if the PhD name. Anyway, he was on TikTok. He's got like 1 million followers or some shit. Anyway, I told him, I said, hey, when you flip the image, they overlay exactly. And this dude flipped the image freaking horizontally instead of vertically, or did something like that. This dude does have a PhD, dude. It's freaking almost embarrassing. The point is that at the end I said, so if I show you that there'd be distortion on a globe, and that the reflection in what's being reflected is not symmetrical, you'll be a flat earther. Did he say yes? I think he said yes. So that'd be great.
Yeah.
Either way, I have to jump into one of his streams.
I need to look at some of these images. I guess I feel like it would be, for one, it would have to be really long ways and ideally zoomed in so that you could see the distortion. But yeah, I'll have to try flipping one.
I got one I flipped. Hold on. F you. So hold on. I'll show you. So here's the image that I showed him. Oh, Sasha got a nice one. There's one with a sunset too. That's fucking badass. But the water's a little rippled, so.
Okay, yeah, I see.
So I'll show you the horizon isn't exactly in the middle, so you have to line up the horizon. You're going to have some over. You'll see. Hold on, I'll show you.
Ideally, what we'd need is like clouds that are far away.
Well, look. You see what I posted with the red X? Right?
Yeah.
Dude, it's like, look the arrows. So like you have a person there. The tips of those arrows are right at the bottom of his feet, and you can see the horizon divides it. right in the center.
Yeah.
So this little box, right? You can find the center of a box by drawing lines between the diagonals, and you'll find the exact center of the box. So the corners of the box meet clouds. There a cloud on the top, a cloud reflected on the top and the bottom in the same place. So I just made this little box to make so I could find the center, and it also meets exactly on the horizon. So there's a bunch of different ways you can measure whether the image is actually symmetrical. You don't have to just eyeball it.
Yeah.
Now there can be alterations because of tilting the camera and shit. You can get like, I wouldn't say it wouldn't be symmetrical, but problems when the horizon isn't exactly in the center. There's problems when it's not in the center of the image. As you can see in the image I posted, you can see some excess, right? Excess in the top and bottom because the horizon isn't in the center of the frame in the original image. Right, so I have to line them up to flip it. I have to flip one, line up the horizons.
Yeah. So when I zoom in my simulation, I have to be at like a 15 degree FOV and be able to really easily see clouds at the very distance, and you can see that some of the clouds are not reflected where in the same place as the horizon. I just don't think that we have enough detail in these photos to notice, because the distortion in the near part of the image is like nil. Like I can't visually see anything, and I can only really see really far away.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it nil. First of all, it's not really nil because if you look at if you look in, well, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. This is a screenshot I took. This is the full frame that was shown. I drew X to note the center, which way the camera's pointed. Okay, so as the globe would have a horizon dip. I couldn't get the fucking.
It looks like your altitude.
I couldn't get the angle. Yeah, I couldn't get it exactly. I turned the mouse sensitivity down all the way down too.
Let me.
And I couldn't get it at 0.
Let me see if I can do that. So if you zoom in, something that could make it easier. If you zoom really far in, you can zoom by scrolling. If you zoom really far in, then you can put the cursor right at the horizon and then zoom back out, and it'll stay there.
Oh yeah, that's a good trick. Yeah, but the horizon should be dipped, right? So the horizon isn't going to be at 0.
When the observer is really low like this, like a meter off, then the dip from the horizon is going to be extremely small.
So, but I don't need to be zoomed in to see that they're not symmetrical. It's pretty obvious to me. I mean, maybe it's not obvious to you, but it's very obvious to me. Maybe because I look at like this type of shit going on 10 years and like just looking at an image and looking at the horizon, looking at the sky and the ground is kind of like second nature at this point. Done it probably fucking thousands of times at this freaking point. Jeez.
Yeah.
But I can see it's not symmetrical. I can just look at the horizon boundary and see where the ostensibly the water, the simulated water, isn't the same as the sky in a bunch of places. It's not like just one place.
Yeah. If I will say, because of the way because we're limited by the resolution of the screen, if you zoom in and out, you'll see that some pixels leave and some pixels come back, and that's just a rendering artifact.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
So
it also does it when you rise in elevation. That's a weird. If you look at the horizon, if you change the elevation, like go up and down, and just look at the horizon, the way it kind of like unfolds is kind of weird. Are your clouds curving too? Are your clouds a sphere?
The clouds are a sphere, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
You can put the camera height really far up to and see the whole globe.
And what about that information that 4,000 miles squared, it's only elevation change 1 meter?
What do you mean?
Salt Lake, Bolivia, 4,000 miles squared, elevation change 1 meter.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not heard of that measurement.
Well, I heard that. I can find, you can find it every explanation that it's more or less 4,000 miles squared. Let's say 3,000 miles squared.
Mm-hmm.
Elevation change 1 meter.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar with that.
How much elevation change on the sphere? Or how elevation change on the sphere?
In this thing, or just in general?
In general.
It depends on how far, I guess, how you're calculating.
Can you post me one elevation profile with the curved surface? Of Colorado. You are living in Colorado. Can you post me Colorado elevation profile?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean, but
I can post for you if you cannot find. I have it.
Yeah.
You want?
Unfortunately, I should.
There it is. Look,
I've been on, but I will be back. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, this is.
Okay, that's the elevation change. Do you see the mountains changing? Everything, do?
Yeah.
Do you see the baseline? Is it curved?
This Globers claim that altitude is going to be relative to like mean sea level, which Globers say that sea level curves. So this is a linear plot of altitude, but Globers are going to say
sea level hertz. What definition level saying? Not what Glober saying. What Muslims saying? What I don't know. What Azerbaijan people saying? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What level is saying?
I need to hop off, but I will be back this week, and I've got some more simulations and visuals that I just haven't. They're not ready yet.
I only want to see that anyone can provide elevation profile with a curved surface. Any land, you can choose the land.
He's in La La Land.
But simulation of the realities would be nice. Next week. Does Salt Lake Bolivian, why people calling that the biggest mirror in the world? Is that biggest curved mirror or biggest flat mirror? Because it will be biggest curved mirror if it's curved. Or mirror is mirror. We know that all mirrors almost are flat. Yeah, they are not all flat, of course. But they have different. If you look in curved mirror, they are giving you different images. Yeah.
Yeah, distorted images. Yeah. Yeah, the image is definitely distorted as soon as you curve it. The beautiful images of the specular reflections, they're beautiful, all of them. All of them are beautiful. You know, clean, no distortion. That's amazing, isn't it? That water can be like that. Huh? Amazing.
That's not water. That's a little bit of water.
Yeah, I know. It's just a little bit, but...
Yeah, but that's the surface. It's still flat, you know. If you clean the water, you cannot see it anymore, you know, the mirror, but the surface is still flat. There is no elevation.
Yeah. You can see that it's flat, and it's beautiful, clean. You know, if the Earth's curving, that should curve as well. Sorry, according to their model.
I don't know, because you want to speak about pixels in the photo, how that maybe there is some, you know, something is going on with optics, you know.
I know. I heard him. I was cringing. But I'll give him. He gave a valiant effort. He kept going on. He was a little bit tentative, a little bit nervous, but he carried on. And he said he's coming back. So he hasn't given up yet. There you go. Round one.
They're speaking of, what if you fly like 500 meters, like these airplanes, the sports ones? What they are flying? What then? Are you accounting or gas pressure, or you are looking the mountains in front of you that you don't hit?
Exactly.
Elevation profile.
Yeah, I think the flat earthers gave some empirical evidence and good explanation. He gave a good account of a number of theories, but as India said, the problem is, can you demonstrate this in a laboratory and then take it out into nature and let's see it at work? Not been done, you see. And then I asked him as well, before that, I did ask him, had he made any measurements regarding the surface of the earth and finding curvature? He hasn't done that. And then, but you're busy critiquing a man you haven't even done it yet. Because I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be critiquing a man if I hadn't gone out and done my own measurements first. Wow. So he said, yeah, I haven't got round to that. I goes, yeah, well, get round to doing that. And if you're worried, you can rent equipment if you don't want to buy it. Just rent the stuff. Get your friends and that, and get on, make a day of it. Because you can't be going around, critiquing people who have taken the time, that spent money. They're in a plane, so they've bought a ticket, they bought the equipment, the infrared lenses, and then the time, and they're doing the work over a period of time, several places over the earth. So, no. You need to make sure you've done your due diligence as well. Show us the practical application of your theories. Then we might get in there. That's why I said I'm not interested in videos that are critiquing Jay Tolan. I want to see your stuff. Your stuff is what I want to see. Where you've gone out and actually done this.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jen. I noticed that. I looked that up for our camera shop that's in the city near here, that you can rent a lot of fancy cameras for a reasonable price. People could totally do that. It's weird how people make a lot of claims, without ever having checked it out. I think that's great advice. Renting. And Mansky could do that. Hey, Cody, did you know you can rent cameras? Because he's been talking about buying a P900. Kopsky, you could rent one. Did you know that?
I'm in China. I have no idea how I would do that.
Did you? Well, I don't know. Like, the way I looked it up was I looked up the camera shop that's right down the road here in the city, and I looked on the website, and then they had camera rentals. And then they had the price for each one. I think you could even reserve it online, and then you go in and pick it up.
Yeah, because some people may not want to keep the camera, just want to use it for a test and observations, and then return the camera back to because they're not going to use it. Theodolites, you can rent theodolites, all sorts of equipment you can rent. GPS equipment, you can rent a lot of stuff, and then go out and make all these observations and then return the stuff, and then you haven't lost that much money because because once used, once or twice, then it starts gathering dust. There's big stuff.
P900 has 87 times optical.
Okay.
So the P9000 has 125, I think. But even with the 60, that means all other cameras has 60. You can buy them for 200, 300. Depends what, pounds or dollars. They're cheaper, and you can do it with also that one. It is not doing like a P900, but still you can zoom it a lot with the 60 zoom.
Yeah. So don't be shy. Get out there. The world is waiting for you. And then once you've proven to yourself that the earth is indeed flat, you will then begin to look back at the rest of the places that you've been to in the past, and you're going to say, that means when I went to so-and-so, that area was flat then. Wow. And then when I went to, that place was flat. Wow. And I missed it all. Yeah. Because that's what it's going to mean. That you've been living on a flat earth all of your life. That's what happened to me. Basically, that's forever my embarrassment. And I like that forever embarrassment because it keeps me off the ball, but keeps me on my toes. You thought I was going to say keep me on the ball, eh? No. Keeps me off the ball, but keeps me on my toes. Yeah. Because we don't live on the ball, remember. I've got to be very careful with what I say, man. Gotta be. You see you guys ready to jump in there. Oh, what do you mean on the ball? Yeah, I like to mention my embarrassing moments of being a Glober and missing all the clues and using the Eyes Wide Shut title of the movie by Stanley Kubrick. That was me, Eyes Wide Shut. I was that man, definitely. Wow, can't believe I missed all the flat earth clues. Yeah, just cannot believe I missed it all. And I missed them all. I didn't clock once. Not once did I realize I should be seeing this. Well, it's nice and flat. Didn't think that at all. I just thought, wow, look at what I can see. Is what I was saying to myself every time. What a view. And then your camera's on the go. Chink, 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 chink. And then you hear the when the film rewinds itself. Auto rewind on the film. And you undo the back, take that one out and load another one. Of course, it's got a little bit hanging out. You put it through, close the back, and then you hear when it winds it on. And then you wind it on one more time just to make sure, and then look through the find and ka-ching, 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 you know. That's what I was doing. I just didn't clock how level everything was.
The hell did you just call me?
I didn't call you anything.
I'm just joking.
I remember once or twice, well, many times actually, going into high-rise buildings, special offices, and I'm waiting for a package to be given to me, and I've got the whole view of like central London, and I used to take pictures because you don't get up this side usually, you just don't. So I'm taking pictures, and when I look at my pictures, it's all level. But I didn't realise at the time, didn't realise that. I'm just looking at all the buildings. But as a flat earther review, wow, yeah, all level. Look at that. Look at that shot I took back in 1988, 1985. You know, flat earth clues there, and I didn't even pick them up. I was more amazed at the infrastructure and how far it spread across London. All the buildings, you know, hundreds of years old, 500 years, 600 year buildings. And you think, wow, look at this. This is London. Look at it. Wow. All the while I was on a flat earth. That's the thing. All the while I was on a flat earth. See, the memories help to strengthen your knowledge. That's what that is. Because you can look back when you didn't realize it was flat and you can see the images. If you've got photographic images or even in your own memory, you can say, wow, I didn't realize. And then maybe you might want to go and revisit, and you go there and you look and you think, yeah, look how flat it is. And all the time I thought we were on I didn't even think. And and the land is telling you, I'm flat. Look at me. Look at me. Helium balloons rising in your room, playing with the helium balloon with your kids. There's no gravity because I'm flying up. Didn't realize that. Didn't realize that at all. Even more of a clue. Children's balloon, no air in it. You drop it on the floor, it drops straight down, but then you bump it up, and then you tie it up and that, and then you play a slow version of badminton in your living room with the kids over the sofa. Pop, and it's floating over the other side, and the sun goes pop, and it floats back over, and then you do a spike, pow, it goes a little bit, but it still slows down. These are the memories I have. And all the while, we're being told gravity doesn't exist because look at the way the balloon is behaving. Yeah. Yeah, I got lots of those kind of memories, man. Yeah. I did one test around about 2019. I had a helium balloon on the ceiling, right? It was made in the shape of a love heart one. It was attached to my son's birthday present. So I said to him, "Can I have that one? Because I'm doing the gravity thing." Yeah, okay, thank you. So I snipped it off. But the long string was there, and I left it in the classroom, and it was there for a year and 3 months to be exact. And then it started to come down. Okay, and all the while I was teaching the kids in the classroom and the adults, what would happen if we removed the gravity in this room? So we locked the room, locked the door, and everything, and now we just removed gravity. What would happen? Everything would be floating around in the room. I said, where did you get that idea from? Where have you experienced that things just float around when there's no gravity? Right? All the while, the helium balloon's in the classroom, right? I haven't mentioned the helium balloon yet. I wanted to know how they knew this. And they were thinking, and someone said, like the movies. We learned it at school. Oh, really? That you're going to float? So you've got no proof here. Okay, but what about, how do you explain it? If the room is full of gravity now, why is the helium balloon going up? And then they went quiet for a while. And then they said, because it's lighter than air. I said, that's correct. Helium is lighter than air. So what about this table? Is it lighter than air? No, what then? So it's going down because it's heavier than air. Nothing to do with gravity then, is it? Okay. And then they learned something. Wow. And the balloon remained on the ceiling for a year and 3 months. And then it was floating in the middle of the room. And I took their pencils and rulers and dropped them. You see, is it gravity? Why is gravity pulling this ruler down? But yet that helium is lighter than the pencil and the rubber and the ruler. Why is it not being pulled down to the floor? It was a great experiment all throughout 2019. Yeah. Kids coming into the classroom, hitting the balloon because it's in the middle of the room, yeah? I left it there deliberately as a reminder that gravity doesn't exist. Not the way it's been described anyway. There is a downward vector. Things do go downwards, but it's not due to the gravity that they explain it. I don't accept that. No force. As they say, gravity is not a force, yeah. And up until conducting that experiment, as I said, yeah, I used to play with the helium balloons and other balloons and not think. Everybody does the same. Nobody realizes it. I'll tell you that now. No one realizes it. They know it's lighter than it goes up, but they don't realize that it's disproving gravity. They don't realize that at all. No connection. And then you witness a helium balloon picking up a tank from the floor, from the ground. Helium balloon lifting up a whole tank. Military instrument. And you think, how can that happen? And then someone said, yeah, the helium is stealing the tank from gravity. I said, yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot to realize and then drive home the points. That we've all experienced a lot of things, but we haven't experienced living on a ball. Yes, and another interesting behavior from the Globers when they mention gravity, and we happen to mention Sir Isaac Newton and that famous citation where he totally thought it was an absurd idea that mass would be attracting mass, and he wanted to distance himself from that to the point where he didn't want his name associated with it. Now, you explain that to the Globers, and it just seems to go over their head. I mean, I instantly thought, why didn't I learn that at school? That was the first thing I thought of. Why didn't I learn that at school if that's what he said? They kept that a secret, didn't they? Okay. But then you say that to the Globers. They don't seem to think like that, do they? It just goes over their head and they just march right through the citation like you didn't say anything of any importance. So you've got to drag them back. I said, hold on a second. This is the person who was supposed to discover the gravity thing telling you he didn't agree with it. What do you mean? Why are you not acknowledging that? You have to keep dragging them back for a second attempt on comprehension of what's been said. But they just march on. And they jump from one proponent to the other. When it suits them, it's Newtonian. When it suits them for another situation, it's Einsteinian. They jump from one gravity to the other. Very funny, that. Very funny indeed. And then you say, can you make your mind up? Because what you're talking about is Newtonian. But we're talking about Einsteinian bending and warping. It doesn't, what's going on here? And vice versa. They're switching.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Thank you, Denmark. Thank you. Yes, Globers, if you've got any questions, any queries, please don't hesitate to ask. Every question is welcomed here, and everybody learns. But no matter how strange the question might seem to you, we all learn from it. So please don't hesitate. The Earth is an amazing place. And when you see land that looks like a mirror, just because it's got a thin layer of water on it, that in itself is just a massive clue. Wow. It's breathtaking and moving. That the whole ground is a mirror and you can see your own reflection and then the reflection of the sky, not distorted. Yeah, it's interesting. Earlier on, we were talking about, the War of the Worlds and the fake news bulletin that got everyone scared. Aliens were about to land and that. Well, in October, I think it was October 30th. Hang on a minute. October 30th, 1938. That's it. Yeah, October 30th, 1938. A news bulletin came out, I think it was in the United States, whereby it reported that scientists had witnessed three explosions on Mars, and a comet had landed on Earth, and it was visible from 700 miles, right? But it was obviously fake news. But back then, they were doing it back then, 1938, pushing out fake news, about space and objects falling to Earth on the radio. I said scientists, probably are astronomers. Yeah, they'd witnessed, three explosions on Mars.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Over in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
That soundboard sounds really low. That last clip needs to be turned up a little.
Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see a real Icelandic hero on here?
Figured this was coming.
Yes, sir. Hey, it's good to see you, sir. It truly is.
Oh snap! Welcome back, man. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. I went over to the hot tub, and so anyway, I'm gonna pop off here. I just want to say hi to Drace, and I'm sure that question really was for you, Drace. So have a good evening, and I'll chat with you all in another day or two.
Stay blessed, Jay. I was just kind of trying to yes and what you were saying. Welcome the hero back.
I'm just listening and acquainting myself with some new AI systems.
Awesome. You got any new songs to share with us, man?
We got a bunch of songs. I don't know how many songs are. I don't think we have many Flat Earth songs.
You have
You
one
might have
that I
one.
made that was a bit one.
Yeah. I would need to find it. Like, my files are a mess right now.
Yeah.
Give me a moment. I'll look for it.
Awesome.
Yeah, my voice mod is loading up and all my stuff is turning on, and I'm looking for the stuff. I was looking at Minimax's new agent. That's what I was playing with while I was listening to you guys. Okay, I think I have this set up. Let me know right away if it doesn't sound good.
The arrogance, utter arrogance, so you wanna dance, no chance. In fact, I require recompense for your incompetence. Are you daft, too dumb for even the draft? Can't master any craft, hanging onto your fallacious imaginary raft. Can't keep your cool, resort to being cruel. Such a fool. So petty, unnecessarily catty, obnoxiously chatty, no substance, just ratty. Rationalization, ill irration, not frustration. Imagine slide, not too bright, no end inside. Such contempt, do not tempt me to be ruthless as I address your distress, your weakness. God as my witness, you do not wanna mess with my calmness. That's the source of my kindness. But I digress, talking of self-discipline, that's more the area of my kin, not yours than skin. So let's begin to dissect your sin. The arrogance, utter arrogance, so you want it, no chance. Don't require recompense for your incompetence. Are you daft, too dumb for even the draft? Can't master any craft, hanging onto your fallacious imaginary raft. Can't keep your cool, resort to being cruel. Such a fool. In Zanzibar, this would be courting death. Maybe learn the math and drop the myth. What an umpty, so brain did it stump me. Somebody tap in, I'm running empty on sympathy. Such contempt, do not tempt me to be ruthless as I address your distress, your weakness. God is my witness, you do not wanna mess with my calmness. That's the source of my kindness. But I digress, talking of self-discipline, that's more the area of my kin, not yours in skin. So let's begin to dissect your sin.
We hope you liked it. This song Karma made not long ago. We're working on many different records. We got songs for the games we're playing. We've got
Icelandic song.
Icelandic songs that we've been making.
Latin Icelandic song.
Yeah, the Pig Latin Icelandic song, which is it's basically it's a secret, weird version of Icelandic that's like most Icelandic don't understand. And then we're building an album also, like which basically is just about the creator. You can play your song from that, I guess.
The unexamined life will never be free. The only true wisdom's in knowing you're weak. A journey of 1,000 begins with one stride. Fortune will favor the ones who don't hide. The world is a riddle. Every word is heat of flame. The past just a teacher. The present's the game. As above, so below. Every truth is the seed we sow. What we are, we choose to show. In the rhythm, the wise will grow. He who has a why can bear anyhow. Time's a great healer, but only the now. To know yourself is the start of the plan. Eyes on the stars, but your feet in the sand. Every step is a lesson, every fall a sign. The future is a mirror that you helped design. As above, so below. Every truth is the seed we sow. What we are, we choose to show. In the rhythm, the wise will grow. Education's not the vessel you fill. It's kindling the flame, igniting the will. Knowledge is fire, it burns in the mind. The brighter it glows, the more it will shine. The obstacle's the way, the fire is the test. He who dares nothing will never be blessed. Change is the constant, the flow and the fight. Darkness is fleeting, the dawn brings the light. As above, so below. Every truth is the seed we sow. What we are, we choose to show. In the rhythm, the wise will grow. Wisdom's a flame, it will never tire. Truth is the spark, the passion is the fire. Every step we take, every seed we sow. The wiser we walk, the brighter we glow.
I can play you a song we made for Kingdom Come Deliverance, where you're Henry the Peasant.
You made this, and it's my favorite.
Yeah, I made this song.
I love it.
Yeah, you guys can enjoy it. We like to make songs like for the games we're playing,
Or
so
whatever the fuck we're doing at a time.
yeah, and then like we just play our music all the time.
Sneaking through the alleys, still on my head, halo on my head. Do it once, rewind, do it better. Yeah. Groundhog Day, baby. By night I'm a shadow, slit throats in a line, stacking bodies naked, treasure on my mind. By day I'm a saint, healer with a smile, blacksmith of the kingdom, marksman with style, scholar with the sermon, savior in the town. But in the dark I'm ruthless, run them to the ground. Groundhog Day, rewind, replay, sane in the morning, send a by night's ballet. Groundhog days, come save my way. Groundhog days, come save my way. Groove with the danger, dodge the pool where I lay. Groundhog days, groundhog days. Kick in the door just to see what they'll do. Kill the whole guard, then I vanish like who? Looting all the chests, captive crying in the dark. Sorry, not sorry, I'm just playing the part. Horse at full gallop, arrows never miss. Bless me, Father, for I play like this. Pile 'em up, strip 'em down. Pile 'em up, strip 'em down. And don't step in the pool. Don't step in the pool. Rewind it back. Life depends on the sidestep. Dodge that crap. Ooh, rewind it back. Kill 'em all, then heroin tag. Yeah. Ooh, rewind it back. Life depends on the sidestep. Dodge that crap. Ooh, rewind it back. Kill 'em all, then heroin tag. Yeah. Groundhog day, rewind, replay. Chain in the morning, send a by night's ballet. Groundhog days, come save my way. Groundhog days, come save my way. Groove with the danger, dodge the pool where I lay. Groundhog day, groundhog day. Once more, once more, once more. Saint or sinner can't keep score. Groundhog day forevermore. Groundhog day forever.
But in essence, we could play you songs forever if we just wanted to play random songs. Of course, I still have my collection of FE songs. If you want to hear other older FE songs, I have 1,000 of those. And if you want to hear the really weird shit, according to Karma, we got
Hotty totty.
Hotty Totty. If nobody's gonna be speaking, guess I'm just gonna have to play the weird stuff. Because that's what Karma wants, yeah.
Go toda no no tot so fo ro tot en un goglo la ro vova koki fo viror thadieror ro lo le koko hei tot ro koki tot abo beita podrore munaror Bobby sola solinon hohamo minon goyoya Bobby soluror solinon no no rorgo non Bobby soluror Bobby totrori toda gouroi Bobby totrori sol Bobby totrori sol Coco sola no tot so for
Oh, I can't search folders. Well, I was gonna put in a non-song clip from William Shatner.
And can you confirm that the Earth is round? Because there's been a lot of talk that the Earth is flat. Are you able to tell that from space?
No, I have not seen complete proof that the Earth is round. There is a pancake store near me that makes very flat pancakes. You can put stuff, jam, honey on the pancake. It's flat. It does not look unlike when I look out the window and see the flatness of the Earth. You can't tell me that it's round with any great proof, other than somebody said, oh, I went around it. Well, that's their journey. My journey is, as far as I'm concerned, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that was William Shatner after having gone on Blue Origin.
That's a trip.
Yeah, but this is your chance to object to the weird song that Karma was making me play. How did you like it so far? Because
The drop was almost there.
the drop was about to drop.
How dare you stop it before the drop?
I know, right? He's outraged over here. I'll fix it.
Yeah, you gotta let it go now.
And the only problem is this voice mode thing doesn't allow me to jump into the middle of the song, so we're just gonna have to enjoy it from the start again. Yay!
I think it does let you pause it. The new bot should. But I digress. Go ahead and start it over. It's all good, man.
Yeah, I'm using voice mod, just playing it through my soundboard.
I got you.
Well, there's something wrong with my voice mod. It's just not working very well right now. It's not playing my clips anymore. Stop it. Get help.
Oh, try forcefully shutting it down. Turn it off.
Damn.
Stop it. Get some help.
Okay, it should be working now. I could play that. I'm gonna try again.
Go so that no so for and on go glola vova koki for viror lole koko hei koki dabo beita podrore munaror bobi soda sodinon hohamo minon goyo ya bobi soduror sodinon Bobe totrori toda gouroi Bobe totrori soru Bobe totrori soru So for tot en on gogoloror voa koki foiror lole koko hei koki tabo beita gogunon bobi sodur bobe totrori toda gouror Bobe totrori sodu Bobe totrori sodu
But yeah, we love that song. We jam to it all the time. Is it like Trace Radio or what's happening?
Everybody wants to be quiet. I assume.
Well, I played the weirdness, so I'll play a Flat Earth song for you guys. Water Hill.
Here we go.
They call me Trace, don't get it off base. Let's talk about the Earth's face, let's just investigate this case. First off, reality is my place, while fantasy is your space. Fallacy is your grace, while measurement is my ace, my ace. Second, we know your claim by heart, destroying it has become try to be a reasonable guy. We will forgive and forget if you have humility and regret. Fourth, don't imagine opposition, a faulty composition. It's okay to be wrong. Blind pride does not make you strong. Take it on faith, oh, know what you know. Nothing to show, your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours, do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water hill. Water hill. Take it on faith, oh, know what you know. Nothing to show, your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours, do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water. Fifth, it just measures flat, no doubt about that. You just believe it's fat, like an obnoxious brat. They call it locally flat, dropping the globe to the mat. You're proof and aloof cat, you claim exists, but where's it at? Take it on faith, oh, know what you know. Nothing to show, your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours, do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water. Sixth, open your mind, if only a smidge. Discard the globe, the undetectable ridge. Let your mind be free and see what you see. It's your choice who you choose to be. You choose a fool or a man on the mend, on a earth lacking its bend. And so we come to the end, my friend, the end.
I love that song.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Don't die on that water hill, chat. Do it.
Yeah, most of them die on that water hill. The rest of them die with refraction.
Facts. That's got a good vibe. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one. I don't remember which all of these songs are which, because I've made so many remakes of the songs. And I need to go through all this. I could play you one more, I think, before I really should think about heading out.
You know, I gotta start getting ready for work. Go ahead. Throw it on. DJ Race in the house. Spin that foot.
This is Refraction.
Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. So boy, I hear you say refraction, a mantra held by your cultist faction. But unless you can define to satisfaction the three laws of verifiable refraction, I'm going to have you make a retraction. So let me teach you something. First law states that the incident ray, the reflected ray, and the normal to the interface of any two given mediums all lie in the same plane. Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. Second law, the ratio of sine of angles of incidence to the sine of angle of fraction is constant for a given pair of media. Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. The third and appears displaced from its actual position. But when you look at it from directly above, it is not displaced, not displaced. Ooh, not displaced. Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. This means for refraction to occur, it requires an angle to the surface that is not normal to the surface and not acute enough to be reflected, such as in the case with total internal reflection. Ooh, total internal reflection. Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. This means the light is not all bending down in the air that lacks such distinct vertical boundaries, safer at the boundaries of weather systems as hot and cold meet, where such concentrations meet. They diffuse into each other, creating a temporary boundary. This just is not enough to constantly bend all light, as is proven to be false through multi-wavelength long-range tests. Ooh, multi-wavelength long-range tests. Refraction, a fatal attraction. Refraction, no proof, no action. There is no great change in optical density of air with light. Temperature changes not at the pressure and temperatures we live under. So simply put, the conditions required to constantly bend light down does not exist in real life. It's all about refraction, but you don't know refraction, so I use it.
But yeah, it was nice to hear you guys.
Yeah, man. It's good to know that y'all are still doing good too. Nice to hear from you, man.
We got Lamlot. Lamlot, welcome in. Welcome to our humble abode. Listening pass, I see. Interested in the conversation? Would you like to upgrade to VC verified?
Welcome.
And just let us know in the live stream voice text if you'd like to be unmuted, if you don't have permissions, you'd like to speak in here with us. Or if you can't access the live stream voice text, use the lobby or ping us in VC check-in. I mean, we've got 25 people in here. We've got most of them being regular members of this server. But there's a couple of you here that I see are just like relatively new. So, we got no reason why we can't get a conversation going about the topic.
Well, since the silence reigns, I'll play myself out.
Trace. AI. 24/7. Discord. Check it. What is weight? The glower took the bait. Gravity, you think innate. Why do you become irate? Just slow your heart rate. Do I need to translate like your priest dictate? Did you not get the update? Things don't actually gravitate. Does that really indicate your oblate glow mandate? Or rather seem to implicate your false beliefs incarnate? Or can you not demonstrate? Do I need to reiterate? Horizon lies straight. We don't live on a plate while the globe in its faith. Your mind, it does subjugate. Your spirit bound to suffocate. A broken common sense segregate. While contradictions they tolerate, but truth lies cannot penetrate. All they do is obfuscate. Really not worth the wait. Do I need to illustrate? Why do you hesitate? Is your goal to infiltrate? Consensus tends to oscillate. Your beliefs are just out of date. You don't know how we operate. Global stop at the gate. The truth you can try to assimilate, slow the globe attrition rate, but you cannot authenticate the lies you commemorate. Don't let them you indoctrinated. Should you infuriate, becoming the globe initiate, wholly completely inadequate, a desperate degenerate, seeking to discriminate. In school you they domesticate, let the truth inoculate. Through falsification we validate, global believers we interrogate. I know it might intimidate, but we are here to investigate. So please don't try to manipulate. It's common to miscalculate. There's nothing to negotiate. False beliefs we obliterate. Join the VC if you want to participate. You still haven't tried to substantiate. A flat baseline is used to triangulate fiction and reality. Can you not differentiate? We are undefeated like Alexander the Great. The pendulums need to calibrate. The truth blowers it aggravate. While pseudoscience we devastate on earth. Things don't deviate on the globe. The gas would dissipate. Try to elaborate. Falsehood eliminate. Let reality elucidate. Stop trying to equivocate. The gas would evacuate. Try to logically evaluate. The gas would evaporate. separate. Logic, we should reinstate the globe, no one can replicate. They claim we don't accelerate, while they fail to accommodate. That acceleration would accumulate when orbit and rotation we retranslate. Spin out of orbit and again decelerate. Incoherent postulate, gas expands, tends to permeate. From 6th grade, graduate, space ball advocate. It's time to activate, and to the truth acclimate. Let the world you captivate. It's not enough to just calculate with errors complete consummate. It's time to contemplate with logic we decapitate. But the goal is to de-escalate, don't bloviate. It's a conscious state, look at how they correlate. Globular saints, they venerate the globe we daily decimate. Golden glowy hearts, they decorate. Fight the truth and that's your fate. For the globe is this song we dedicate.
I could play one more if you wanted to, but yeah, you can chat if you want. I would rather you guys chat than me play the songs.
Yeah. Me too, but everybody's being quiet, so. And nobody's leaving, so clearly everyone enjoys the music that you're playing.
As you can hear, we have all sorts of genres. This next one is what?
Viking.
No, dwarves.
Oh yeah, dwarven. Oh yeah. Good shit.
Yeah, it was some kind of dwarven.
Bard. Crazy shit.
The genre was weird, okay, but it came up interesting.
Spartans gather, brothers in arms, Globers panic, lights on alarms. Where is your proof? Acting aloof, we are all about objective truth. Always go around in circles, never stop yourself to think. Gonna drive yourself to the brink. Further in the fallacy you sink. You just perpetuate the pain as if there's something to gain. But feeling lost with sunken cost, trusting in authority figures, it figures. Spartans gather, brothers in arms, Globers panic, lights on alarms. Where is your proof? Acting aloof, we are all about objective truth. You might not want to linger when truth has a stinger, but here is the zinger when told by a light bringer. You don't need to trigger. Just figure out what the truth is. No need for internal crisis. After all, that's what life's all about. And if it's not, what have you got? Just lies in disguise, pretending to be wise, chasing an impossible prize. Not rats, mice, just lies in disguise, pretending to be wise. Not once, not twice, fool a lifetime, not nine. Spartans gather, acting aloof. We are all about objective truth. You don't have to believe the world is as you perceive. Truth brings relief, shatters belief. Don't believe me, test it yourself.
Yeah, I think it was like Norse folk song mixed with dwarven hymn, bardic hymn, or some weird genre.
This Grizzle person has a question.
Yes, excellent tracks I've been listening to. It's all very good. Yeah, and the flat Earth stuff's just come up in leaps and bounds, you know. Oh, the Globers have got nothing. God, Bennett. Wow, terrible. Glad I'm not a Glober.
And in a live stream voice text, we've got a question from Grizzle. I'm assuming she has a reason why she can't unmute.
Yeah, go get your cigarettes. Everybody get cigarettes. They're healthy.
Yeah, that was the consensus once, and the doctors used to prescribe it.
Yeah, it's still true too. You got to get your anatomine, you know.
Not before the chemicals I pump into them.
Yeah, get the organic tobacco. That's right.
Good evening. I don't have much time because it's really late here, but it's a question I've been asking lots of people since we use that sea level as baseline to create our model. But when you have water that ain't confined and it is changing level and it ain't uniformly over all the coast area, we shouldn't even be using that as baseline.
Well, first of all, we don't create models. Second of all, sea level is mean sea level, which means it's an average of the sea level. And as you know, sea level fluctuates with tides.
Yeah, but why use a sea level when you have the depths of the oceans and the heights of the mountains? You should be able to establish a baseline in between those two.
You need a standard for that baseline. So you need some kind of level for everything else to be measured off of.
Yeah, and that's the international standard. Okay, aviation, ships, it's all from sea level. Everything is from sea level. Mean sea level. Level. It's not level under the water.
Yeah, but they connect that sea level in the end with the sky. And they wonder how it comes that they have a sphericity they have to solve, a drop and a rise in the level of the topography.
Water generally lies level. It's as simple as that. Any other way, it's going to be convoluted and difficult, isn't it? Trying to establish a level from or your position from the ocean at the base, the seabed. That's not the standard, is it now?
No, but if you look at how they connect the sky to the ground, they use the center mass Go away. My husband is turning around. And they use the center mass of an object on the surface. But when they measure the sky, from the sky to the surface, they use it from zenith to nadir, vertical to the center mass of that object on the surface. But they do that from every object, but they do that from the satellite above the surface. But when you taking those points at different radius, different radians on the Earth itself, and you connect those two by triangulation, you will always have spherical axis to compensate for that, and that is what they are compensating with the refraction.
Nah, that's all convoluted, man. That's a mess.
Yeah, but if you look at how they do a GPS coordinate on the surface of the Earth, and if you look at how they use stellarium, they use the center mass of a star, of a planet, and they use that equator plane to make that with the surface plane on the Earth. But with that, you put the center of that circle on one point on the Earth, and all that is out there is your spherical axis. Basically. And that is why they need the refraction to correct for that, to come at the same angle as the flat Earth model already, that flat plane model already gives us. Because when you stellarium, when you shut down that spherical thingy, you come out in the same thing because they put everything on the same plane.
I'm not sure if there was a question in there or something.
It's about how they connect the sky to the ground. And it's with how there's been something going on with that celestial navigation, with that star occluding behind that mountain. But it's just drop over distance, basically, because when you're looking at an apparent star that is dropping in the sky, that is a reflection. And a reflection is always in the same angle of incidence is the same angle as reflection. And that is what you're seeing. But it's all angulation, angles to a certain point, from one point to another.
No, that's not making any sense. It's not tying up. That's not logical at all. That's convoluted. It's a mess.
Yeah.
You're not describing anything logical there.
I'm getting a bit lost. Crizzle, what are you saying is reflecting what?
They can't see your hand. They're saying that you're looking at an apparent star, but you can't block an apparent light. That light is there at that point, or it isn't.
Okay.
Otherwise,
but
that mountain can block an apparent light. That light is there.
Understood, but you were using the term reflection a few seconds ago. What were you referring to when you were commenting on that?
When you see a star dropping in the sky, and you know what, if you look at what the reflection angle is instead of refraction angle is always in the same direction as the angle of incidence. And that is exactly what we see happening with that star. It is dropping in this distance, but in the same direction as where it is coming from.
Okay, so what are you supposing that the light is reflecting off of?
No, I'm not saying that it's reflecting off of, but I'm telling you what they are saying, that it is an apparent star. If that really was an apparent star, a refracted light, you can't, when that light ain't there, you can't block that. So the moment that light is behind that star, that is exactly where that star is at that point. So
Hang
there
on.
is no refraction coming into that whole thing, because that light is already in one medium. It doesn't
Ma'am,
change any medium.
what are you saying? The
The
light is
temperature
behind.
in that medium might change, but it doesn't change anything about where that light is going to be.
Okay, one thing at a time, please. Okay, you use the term light behind the star. What does that mean?
No, light, when that light of that star drops behind a mountain peak,
Okay.
that moment in time, that light is blocked. So you can't say that it is a refracted light that is being blocked, because otherwise, the moment that light is blocked, that light is blocked. You can't say that it is a reflected light and that it's going to be apparent. It's a little bit lower behind that mountain, because the moment it drops behind that mountain, that is exactly the spot where it is.
Okay, so what are you trying to get at? I'm sorry if I'm not
To
following,
say
but
that
there's a lot.
that light is already moving in your medium, so it ain't changing from medium. So to count in refraction in a moment like that, you shouldn't apply it there.
Well, they're saying that the light that you do see is refracted, right? So, for example, if you look up at a star, you see 30 degrees or something like that, right? Allegedly, that the position of that star is beyond 30 degrees in reality, in free space, but you see it at 30 degrees because it's coming in at a certain angle and then bending so as to give the appearance that it's at 30 degrees, right? The only way to tell or to test that is if you actually could test that, like directly on the star, or get closer to it, or somehow measure the angle pre it being refracted, but I don't know how feasible that is. So they're making wild claims. I get you on that, but like their logic, to me, it seems rational, but they have no way to prove it. So that's where the contention lies. You follow?
Yeah, the contention lies in the fact that we can't use the distance measured and the height of the mountain itself, because when you take that distance to that mountain from that observer and you take that height of that mountain exactly, then you can calculate even the angle where you're looking at when you take in account your eye level and the levels above sea level.
Uh-huh.
And when you have all that together, you really don't need refraction to come to that angle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Crystal is saying that there's refraction has no business there. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It has no business there.
Yeah. I would agree to that now, yeah. At first you were sounding like a Glober there. I thought you'd flipped.
No way.
Yeah, maybe it could be a language. Forgive me for seeming impatience or whatever, but
Yeah.
it took me a while to catch up what you were saying.
Yeah, it took me a while to dial in as well, Yeah.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
sounded
but-
like you'd flipped there for a second. I thought she's attacking me with this, isn't she? She's attacking me.
No.
There's a little.
No, but
to
it's
be honest,
been fucking.
sorry, go ahead.
It's been
Go ahead.
23 weeks and it's still going on, and people still don't get it. I'm getting
Yeah, I
sick
understand
of it.
now.
How
Yeah.
stupid can people be?
Yeah, stay here. I suggest you stay here for a few weeks and just give them a break, because boy, they can send your mind crazy. I mean, you've come in with their stuff, and I thought you was attacking me.
Yeah.
Crystal, may I ask, what are you
Yeah, but
referring to that has been 23 weeks?
Ja, ja, schatje, ik ga. or they have been doing the celestial theodolite presentation, Alan and Chain of either cosmology, and they have been taking it all over the turn, but not really addressing the point they are trying to make, and they're trying to make the globers come to the point, but they keep deviating and pulling all the other shit in that has nothing to do with it, but it's one mess.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. It's all messed up.
Yep.
I would just say to them, you're looking in the wrong direction. Look down. Stop all that nonsense.
Yeah.
You're looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but I need to go because my husband needs sleep.
Well, thanks anyway. Thank you. You got me worried for a second, Crystal. You got me worried for a second.
No, don't worry, Jim. You don't lose me. You're never gonna lose me. The globe is dead. It was dead when I was a kid. Already was standing on the roundabout.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you fly off when the thing goes fast. When you're standing on the side, you can't even hold on to that thing. But keep on thinking. You live on a spinning ball. You guys have a good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah. Yes, that was that was tricky. That was. I thought she gone mad. What's going on? What you're saying doesn't make sense here. What you're doing.
Stay blessed and have a good night.
Yeah. She brought that globe of madness from the Earth Awakenings over here. That's what's happened there for a second.
Are you guys acquainted already? I haven't seen her in this room before.
Oh yeah, no, she's been around quite a while. She spent a lot of time in the Earth Awakening server. She spent a little bit of time in the medicinal mass media way back, and also Gem Panda slightly. It wasn't to her liking, so obviously she didn't stay there.
Okay.
She might have even been in the 24/7 before now, a while back.
Good to have you around, Chris.
Oh yeah, no, she's nice. She's not a troublemaker at all. Flat earther. She's married, of course, and she comes in to the Earth Awakening, so she knocks them for six, a bit like a Attila the Hun, if you will, or Joan of Arc. You know what I mean? She does go in there, and she gets stuck in. You start rattling her cage, she'll get in there. Oh yeah. But she got me up, she caught me out there. I was thinking, what are you talking about? You're sounding like a global with that nonsense. Come on. I thought it wasn't Crystal until you mentioned her name. I thought, oh, it is her then. What's going on? I was thinking, that's nonsense. Come on. Yeah. If I was in there, I would have just said, you're looking in the wrong direction. I don't need to look where you're looking. That's not proving it for me. You're just making a mess of things there. Globers again.
Yeah, I thought I remembered Yoder bringing up that Shane and the other guy were doing some stuff with a mountain peak and a star or whatever a while back. I never really followed it. Didn't really know what that was all about. So yeah, this was a bit of a resurgence for me for that.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I just felt it was a waste of time because at the end of the day, you look at the ground, it's not curving. What else do you need, Looking to the stars, there's no accuracy with that stuff. You can't be accurate. Like you said, how would you be able to get to the star? And what methodology would you use? Is it feasible? It's not, is it? Is it now?
Well, yeah, they're claiming that the light is refracting through, some gradient, from the vacuum into the atmosphere, and therefore, changing density, and therefore some refractive index, but by how much, right? How do you even calculate that, and then how you verify it?
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah, and when we look up, when we're looking up, we're looking through less of that atmos, or that atmo, should I say, less of that atmo. Yeah, because when you look across horizontally, you're looking through all of that. It's more, it's more severe. So, how would you measure that? That's what I mean,
Yeah.
And then you had that other guy that's supposed to be coming back. He was talking to India, talking about the molecules. How would you be able to measure the molecules, each one? You couldn't. To get your refraction, you can't. No, it's just wrong.
Yeah, that's the continuous Snell's law proposal, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Thank you.
At each kind of infinitesimally thin slice of atmosphere, they try to gauge that and how that contributes to the refraction at every given point, right? Like if you picture a really, if you're not familiar with it, if you picture like a really, really thin pane of glass, right? And picture thousands or millions of those infinitely thin panes of glass stacked on top of each other. Each one's going to have its own very, very tiny influence on the path, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what they're trying to estimate with that type of modeling, right? Each pane of glass is getting thicker, not necessarily thicker, but denser and denser.
Well, yes, getting denser and denser. Each layer, you see. That's desperado, though. That's desperate, isn't it? That's what I see that is. They're desperate.
I think they're resorting to try to go to that out of desperation. Now, in calculus and all that, that's kind of common practice to use that type of mathematics stuff that are not discrete. So it's very normal to do that. But in this context, they're just they seem to be grasping at straws to try and see what sticks. Get something
it's a severe band-aid and super adhesive, and they're trying everything to try and keep this globe alive. Is what I'm seeing. That's it, really. And like I said, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, had this been the argument all along, that would be something to maybe work with. But for them to be flip-flop on the fly, kind of just picking out of thin air one of these things and then trying to run with it, mid-argument or whatnot, is what seems suspicious. Because supposedly they know all this stuff already, right?
Yeah.
That's what's odd.
It's like a chess game. When we're checking them here, they're flipping over there. We check you there. Check. It's really checkmate, but they're desperate. It's checkmate, man, but they're just ignoring it. It's checkmate, I'm telling you. What would really prove it all is that if we could have the Navy right out on the ocean, have a ship at a distance where it can be 60 miles away, and then hit it and say, that's not refraction, is it now? That shut them all up. Of course, you've got all that material to then recover, because I don't want the ocean to be polluted by the ship, of course. But that's what I'd like to see happen. Have an object on the ocean, and we're seeing it 60 miles or whatever it is. They claim refraction. Okay, if it is a refracted image, we're going to aim our missile at that thing, and if we hit it, it wasn't refracted. If it goes right through, because it's behind the curvature of the Earth, then we're not going to hit it, are we? See, that's what I want to see happen.
That goes back a few weeks, right? That argument with the guy with the ballistic on the boat or something. What was it? What was it again? The high-powered...
the railgun we're talking about?
Railgun, thank you very much. That's it.
Yeah. I love that one. That was the very first thing, the first military application I heard with flat Earth was in an article, and it said, railgun proves flat Earth. And I went, and then I looked it up. I thought, bloody hell, wow, they have this machine, this thing. And you see it in motion. You see the projectile in motion. You think, wow, that is traveling at Mach 7.6 horizontally. You see it smash through armored plating But each time it goes through the plate, it drops because it's losing velocity, obviously, yeah? Still went through several plates, all lined up, big gaps between the plates, right? And then they showed you these two parallel lines, right? And the projectile's gone right through the line, parallel. It's not curvy, it's just, wow. It's an amazing instrument.
Uh-huh.
That was back in
I remember
2016 when I first heard of it, by the way. Yeah. Railgun proves flat Earth, and I was using it in all the chats, shutting them all up with the railgun. No curve at all. That thing is traveling so fast it cannot curve. Such is the velocity. The claim is it can destroy a target 120 miles away with the kinetic energy of Mach 5. Remember, it's leaving the muzzle at Mach 7.6, and by the time it reaches the target, supposedly, it's reaching that target with a kinetic energy of Mach 5. That's still 4,000 plus miles per hour. Wow, that's, when you hear these numbers, you think, bloody, we've got machines that can do this. Wow. Wow, destructive force.
I see we have both Black Moon and God of Jesus. I think God of Jesus is that other guy that got muted, so forgive my French, but fuck that guy. Black Moon. If you have any questions, feel free to unmute. Oh, God, Jesus is upset and he's swearing and, TOS.
Well, you shouldn't have such a name as well. You shouldn't have such a name, really.
Yeah.
You've got any decent. Yeah, that's ridiculous. You see, me, you're lucky you're in the cell because for me, if you don't change your name, you're gone. Call you that name. I'll just call you lump of shit every time because you're just not really adhering to the, any decency.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone calling himself God, you know what I mean? I'm not going to call you God.
Yeah.
Silly.
Blasphemy.
Yeah. I'm just not going to call you that name at all. That's what I mean. You've got no respect.
Anyone to kick him out? I don't have perms in here for that.
Yeah, just get rid of the man. People, you've got to be serious. Get your name changed, man. Going around calling yourself God Jesus. Silly ass. That's what you're calling yourself, silly ass.
Come on.
Yeah. If I was a moderator, I'd change your name immediately. Silly ass.
Got a rotten apple.
Yeah, no, silly ass. That would be your name. Silly ass. Hole. Okay, silly ass. So have you got any proof for your globe? See how annoying it is when you call them that. They're going to get annoyed, but they don't want us to get annoyed when he call himself Jesus God or God Jesus. Shut up.
I mean, the room is kind of dead, so you guys want to entertain him?
Yeah, let's bring him in, see what he's got, see what noise he makes. All right. Yeah, please.
Well, I would if I could, but...
Yeah, don't get me wrong. The listeners are there listening. They're waiting as well in the live stream. They're itching to hear some logic.
Any mods in here want to do the honors?
Yeah, come on.
Feel free. If not, well...
Yeah, well, we understand. We understand. Yeah. We both fell into the pothole with that kid, though, didn't we, eh? Just a genuine mistake. I should have taken more responsibility because I engaged with the guy. But it's funny that. Both of us falling into the pothole there.
Wait, who are you referring to? Crizzle?
The young man that was talking to, I think he was 007. Do you remember the 12? Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah,
Innocent mistake, but you've got to be careful.
It's all taken care of there. It's all good. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, exactly. No harm, no foul. We didn't abuse the boy at all or anything like that. But yeah, we have to be careful. I called myself a loose cannon at that point because I didn't realise what I was doing there.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Globers are hell bent in getting the answers from the stars, the things we know nothing about. Yeah, that's the honest truth. What do we know about a star, ladies and gentlemen? What can you tell me? Not much, because you don't know what it is. It's just a shiny light, and that's it. It twinkles. And that could be because of the air that we're looking through, why it's shimmering and twinkling. Yeah, could be the air that's doing that, by the way. So, what do we know about stars? Nothing, but yet the Globers want to hang their hat on that, that's it, that's proof. We can look there to prove the globe. Terrible idea. Totally illogical, that. Stars, sun and moon, and eclipses. And then you mentioned to them the impossible eclipse, the eclipse where you're on the earth, you can see the moon and the sun, right? And yet the shadow on the moon is on the top. The earth cannot be making that shadow. Hence the impossible eclipse, the Senelenian eclipse it's called, right? But it's called also known as the impossible eclipse, yet it happens. That's what I like to bring up when they bring up eclipses. It shuts them up. An eclipse don't prove shape. Sorry. So don't go there. Right, on that note, I'll bid you guys goodbye for now. I'll be back later on. It's Monday morning. Got to get ready for work now. On the other side.
All righty. Cheers to you, Jen.
So the ISS has been in orbit for 9,844 days and never been hit by the millions of micrometeorites that hit the Earth every single year.